Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second of my CRPS Q&A compilation videos. Just a few months ago, I released compilation video 1 through 5, where I took my CRPS Q&As and smashed them together into one mega video. Now, today, I am releasing CRPS Q&A 6 through 10 compilation, and what I've done again is taken CRPS Q&As 6 through 10 and smashed them together into one mega video. The reason I do this is because it's often helpful for people, even after they've already seen the other Q&As, to have a group of the Q&As in one single place so they can go back and remember things they may have forgotten or notice things they might have missed. If you don't know who I am, my name is Chase Teagarden. I am not only a pain specialist, but I am also someone who was diagnosed with CRPS 10 years ago and am now pain-free. Now I help people all over the world by releasing free information. I also have an online course and I offer one-on-one pain coaching if you need a little bit more guidance. All of that can be found at my website, thewindowpain.com, and down in the description of this video below. So without further ado, I'm just going to autoplay CRPS Q&A 6 through 10. And so you can leave this on in the background while you do some household tasks and learn all about CRPS with questions from the CRPS community and answers from me, a pain specialist. Thank you so much for watching my videos, and I hope that you learned something from this and reduce your pain even just a little bit. Hello and welcome to Q&A number 6. We are turning a corner here, moving on from the first 5 Q&As, which if you haven't seen, you can go and check them out or go to my most recent Q&A video, which is a compilation of all Q&As 1 through 5 to get yourself caught up. If you have a question and you're worried it might be in another Q&A, it's okay. You can still ask that question and I will still answer it in a future Q&A. I think that repetition is the father of learning. So, if another question that's already been answered gets asked, I can answer it again, and maybe I can answer it in a different and more complete way as I continue to educate myself on the condition and everything involved. If you don't know who I am, my name is Chase Teagarden. I am a doctor of physical therapy who not only specializes in complex pain and has treated CRPS for my entire career at some of the top hospitals in the country, but I am also someone who was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome 10 years ago. And after 4 years of pain, I was able to find my way out, eventually going on to become a pain specialist myself. If you were looking for more help in relationship to CRPS as you go through this video, if you think that the information is helpful and I may have more to offer you, then please do visit my website, thewindowpain.com. And on that website, you can find many more free resources. You can also find my 8-week self-guided online program that is completely self-paced, and you can go through and learn everything that I've learned about overcoming CRPS over the last 10 years of my own journey. Additionally, I offer one-on-one pain coaching, which you can find videos of on my YouTube channel. And that is a completely customized program where I meet with you once per week, one-on-one, and give you physical and mental and emotional assignments to help you move towards remission/recovery from CRPS. Many people have already found this helpful. So if you feel like you want to benefit in the way that these people have, people from all over the world, as shown by this map here, are loving my online course and pain coaching as a whole. So anyways, I've got my coffee as usual, and it is almost 6 p.m., so you know it's real. I am about to jump into some questions, so let's just dive into it. All right, so first question, we have Holly, and she says, how many people document their progress and are liking the results they see? And use that as continuing motivation. I personally regret not documenting better, and I feel if I had, I would have created a habit that works better for me, like I see happening with my Weight Watchers program. We all learn differently, but this one makes the most sense. Okay. So Holly, yeah, I love that question. My only problem is what are you documenting? So if you're documenting your progress from like a physical standpoint, if you're documenting like how far you might be walking each week collectively, or how long you might be standing, or how well you're able to move your hand or something like that, then that's fantastic. But if you are documenting symptoms, if you are documenting, level of swelling or redness or level of pain, and you're documenting that rigorously, I don't think that is helpful. And the reason for that is because our body is going to do a lot of weird things as we overcome CRPS. the more we fixate on those weird things, believe it or not, the worse it's going to feel. Okay, so the more we anticipate or worry about our symptoms, the worse off we become. And so tracking is fine, documenting is fine, as long as you're documenting something that is, related to function or functional improvement. If you are documenting something that is related to something you can't control, like your symptoms, I don't think that would be helpful. In fact, there's even a lot of research coming out that things like sleep trackers are actually bad for sleep. And the reason for that is the exact same reason that we shouldn't track symptoms is because when we are focused on trying to improve our sleep or in trying to track something, sometimes that makes us anxious about doing the activity and then makes sleep harder. And this is something coming from someone who has a sleep tracker. It's charging on my shelf over there. But I just want you to know that tracking can have pros and cons, and it's going to depend on what you are tracking. So please be careful with that. Fixating on the physical aspect of CRPS is going to take away from the journey on the emotional aspect of things when it comes to CRPS, which I believe is the most important part. Holly also said, do you notice sugar affecting pain changes as in causing inflammation? I don't get too specific when it comes to dietary things. Sugar is sometimes not the greatest if you eat a whole bunch of it. But obviously, if you're eating in moderation, then I don't think it's such a big deal. Some people, such as Renee, who commented below, don't have any effect when it comes to eating sugar, and some people do. It's going to depend on, your dietary habits just as a whole. Fruit has sugar. Meat has probably a little bit of sugar. Pretty much everything you eat, vegetables, etc., is going to have some sugar. So attempting to cut out sugar is not going to really be possible. And I feel like just focusing on eating a relatively healthy and well-balanced diet that makes you feel good is going to be better than focusing on or villainizing a certain ingredient. We need sugars. We need glycogen to fuel our body. And so trying to cut out or eliminate all sugar is not only probably impossible, but I think it would be uh, very much poor mood inducing because sugar can make you happy in certain ways. And if you want to have a sweet treat from time to time, I don't think you should villainize an ingredient. So yeah, I would say it depends on the person, and I wouldn't villainize sugar because it's a staple part of our diet and our life in certain ways. Okay, Jennifer, is it normal to have zero feeling slash sensation in the affected CRPS limb? My son had a right knee injury, but it developed CRPS in the right foot. He can move his foot but cannot feel anything. Everything I read says numbness, but this is way beyond numbness. So numbness can mean no feeling or sensation. It would be like if your foot felt like it was asleep, and when you touch it, you can't feel it. The nerves can do a lot of weird things when it comes to CRPS. Remember, it's a problem with how the brain is processing the sensations coming from the leg or coming from the hand. So for him in particular, instead of having a problem in processing where the brain is sending out pain signals to his leg or to his knee or his foot, but there is a situation where the brain is not sending signals down there, meaning that or sensory signals, and so he's not picking up on the touching that's going on down there. The only way that we correct this is by moving or touching the foot and giving the brain information. This was covered in my desensitization video, why we need to give the brain information. Whether it's pain or numbness, the process is still the same. We need to give feedback to the nerves in the leg to help the brain understand what is happening down there. And ideally, we give feedback to both the right leg and the left leg at the same time so that we can utilize the brain's mirroring effect in the somatosensory cortex, which I'll put here, to help improve his function. And, your son works with me, so we're working on that. But this is a great question. Yes, it's normal. Some people have numbness, some people have extreme pain, some people have both depending on the day. That's just kind of how it works. It's annoying, but the process is still the same either way. Give the brain information, continue to try to function when you can, and move forward. Sarah. Hi, Chase. One of the fingers on my left unaffected hand was injured and swelled up in November. The pinky and middle finger have now joined the party. All three are swollen and stiff. With the increased use of this non-dominant hand and a few injuries from bumping into things, I am not sure just how injured they are. That is the unfortunate part of CRPS, not knowing when the hand is re-injured or just stressed. Is there a way of knowing this? When I try to do passive or active bending exercises, it leads to more swelling and burning. Is there a way of knowing whether this coloration and swelling is just part of CRPS, or whether I should be resting it a bit? I use the hand for almost everything, so when I rest, I mean rest from physio. Thanks, Chase. Hey Sarah, did you get this checked out by a doctor to make sure that you don't have anything more significant? And if this is all the way back in November and this hand is still having these problems, then my inclination would be there isn't an injury anymore because that would be, let's see, November, January, February, March. That's almost 3 months. Most injuries will heal, even broken bones, within 4 to 16 weeks. So if there is an injury, it's almost healed. And if there isn't an injury, well, then the process again is still the same. We need to give the hand and the fingers feedback and information as we move it. And if you feel like it is swelling up and leading to more problems, then I would encourage you to just scale back the exercise just a little bit so that it doesn't swell up as much and start there. Start slow, ease up. Remember, we want to poke the bear, not wake it up. So if the amount of exercises you are doing is waking up this swelling, waking up this redness, then I would just scale back a little bit and make it so this swelling or redness only lasts for, less than a day or a few hours, and that'll be your sweet spot to start. So that would be my advice on that. Okay, this one I saved for myself. This is from Amanda Marie. Let's see what she says. Hello, I have CRPS in my hand. My symptoms are fairly mild now. I have surgery scheduled for a resection of a small part of my intestines coming up. I've read about the surgery protocol to decrease the chance of CRPS spreading from surgery, but it relates to surgery on different parts of your limbs. Is there a protocol for internal surgery? So sometimes people will, have ketamine involved with the sedation for surgery, but I wouldn't say that there's a specific protocol outside of that. I wouldn't worry too much about surgical procedures and spreading. And the reason I say that is because it's something I've covered quite often called the nocebo effect. And this feeling of worry, this feeling of fear about spreading is often the exact thing that leads to quote unquote spreading from a surgical procedure. So if you are feeling very fearful about this happening because of things you've read on the internet, then the likelihood of that happening is increased to be higher. And that's not because CRPS is a poison or a toxin that's in your body that's spreading over to your intestines because you had a surgery. That's not it at all. What is happening is you're so worried that it's ramping up your nervous system. And then when your nerves are affected by something, like a surgical procedure, you might notice those nerves become extra sensitive post-procedure. And then you classify it as spread. Once you overcome the fear or worry of this happening by learning good and new information, by watching my Q&As, the likelihood of it spreading is vastly reduced. And as an example of that, I have had procedures done since CRPS, and by that I mean, colonoscopies. I've tattooed both my arms and my chest. I've lasered all the tattoos back off of my chest. I've broken my collarbone. I've sprained my ankles, and I don't have any pain in any of these areas, even though I was diagnosed with CRPS 10 years ago. I have no fear of spreading or fear of CRPS coming back, so the nocebo effect does not apply to me. And I believe that's possible for you too. We just need to help calm the worry about this. But as far as a surgical protocol goes, sometimes ketamine is helpful being in the mix. And the reason for that is because ketamine makes you calm, reduces your worry. Ketamine, remember, is a tranquilizer. It makes you tranquil, makes you relaxed. And so that's why it might be helpful when you're having some sort of procedure done. Not because it's controlling the CRPS, but because it's calming you down. Okay. Cecile, my therapist and doctor's advice, sorry, is to touch the affected limb as little as possible, not wear socks. I have CRPS in my left ankle and foot, not wear long pants overall move the ankle as little as possible. So no gym, walking, etc. The goal is to calm down the nerves as much as possible and not trigger them. I can only do desensitization far away from the ankle. In your course, I find that you advise exactly the opposite. If touching, even if uncomfortable, progressively wearing shoes, tape, socks, etc. I'm a bit puzzled on by the complete opposite between your advice and my therapist's advice. Do you have any insight? So yeah, I answered this here and I shared my video onto why, but I wanted to answer it in the Q&A as well. With all due respect to your therapist and doctors, they are wrong in their approach. They are straight up just wrong. We used to think with back pain that bed rest was the best thing to do, but we found out later that that actually made things worse because the body didn't get used to being exposed to movement again. And so now we advise the opposite. We advise moving around. And so CRPS should be taken the same way. We are having pain signals from our body. And the only way that our body is going to learn that it's safe is if we move around, touch it, and do things. I described that again in my desensitization video right here. But we need to move around. We need to expose the brain and the limb and the body to movement so that we can get used to it again. Think of it the same way when you sprain an ankle. If you sprain your ankle and then never walk on your ankle again, it's going to be very hard to get back to the things you want to do. So we need to calm down the nerves by showing the brain that the limb is safe. Not moving teaches the brain that the limb is unsafe. Moving teaches the brain that the limb is okay. Okay, so that's my take on it. I think we've spoken now, and you said that you've been doing my approach and it's been helping. So case in point there, that improving your pain comes from moving and doing the things that are opposite to what your therapist and doctors unfortunately advised you, and hopefully that can change someday as better information get out and hopefully reach them over in I think you're in Switzerland. So yeah. Um, yeah, that's my take there. Karen, supplements recommended to help with CRPS. I remember seeing a list of the other groups and went to search and immediately got hit with doom and gloom of those groups. So I thought I would ask here instead. Yeah, Karen, so doom and gloom is not something that we have in the window pane. The window pane is a place of hope and improvement and progress. And so if you're watching this and you're not in my Facebook group yet, please do come and join the window pane on Facebook, and you will see every week people having fun, having improvements and moving forward, just like these people here. Okay. So to answer Karen's question, supplements recommended for CRPS. I did mention some things when it came to CRPS that I personally think are helpful. But otherwise, I don't have, and that was in a previous Q&A. I don't have specific supplements that I say, research says that these are the best ones or anything like that. I feel like a generalized healthy diet is the best thing that you can go with, whatever that may be to you and your different circumstance. But if you want supplements to help with things like hydration, I like electrolyte mixes like this one here. Just a brand that I like. You can get any brand that you want. But Ultima is one that I like. I also like supplements that can help with sleep, maybe melatonin, L-theanine, magnesium, those might be fine. B vitamins are generally okay, or just a general multivitamin. And then maybe, like some tea that you have during the day to help relax you. I don't care if it's tea or hot chocolate, whatever helps you relax. Remember, this is a situation of an overactive alarm system, an overactive nervous system, and we need to calm that nervous system down, move from the sympathetic fight or flight mode to the parasympathetic rest and digest mode, and bring our nerves down so that that pain can relax and our body can start to function properly again. So those would be my recommendations for just some general things. It's no magic. You don't need to buy those things. But if you feel like you want to add something, then those would be the things I would recommend. Rachel, when is too much too much? When I can't walk anymore, or maybe I need to rest and recover between days? Yeah, Rachel, this is a really common question. A lot of people ask, where is the line? Where do I stop pushing? And this is what I'm going to say. Recovery is variable thing. Here's a graph I often reference about recovery. And if you look on that graph, the way we expect recovery to go is like a linear straight line, no bumps or ups and downs. But the reality is the way it actually goes is that other graph there where it's kind of like a roller coaster, right? There will be ups and downs on your road to recovery, to remission. On those ups and downs, you need to adjust how much you're training or how much you're moving or how much you're doing things based on where you're at on that road to recovery. So on a day that you're having a hard day, it's okay to scale back and not do a bunch of stuff. And then on a day when you're feeling better, I would go for a little bit more. But again, we're pushing into discomfort. We're not forcing ourselves into pain. And so you do what is tolerable for you and be kind to yourself. Okay, you don't need to impress anyone. You're already impressing me by doing what you're doing on that day. So you don't need to push yourself to the breaking point. In fact, that wouldn't necessarily be the proper route to take at all. The reason I say that is because let's consider that your limb or your body or whatever is affected is a stray cat or a stray dog. And if you've ever seen videos of stray cats or stray dogs, you'll know that those videos start out with the cat being very agitated, very scared, maybe in the corner over there. And if I went up to that cat and I tried to grab it by the neck, it's going to bite and scratch the bejesus out of me. Okay. That is not the way to approach your limb or a CRPS affected body. You do not go up and just grab it. You do not go and just like try to run a marathon, right? You need to slowly approach the limb, slowly approach the body, slowly approach the cat in the corner. Maybe sit down next to it, maybe allow it to smell your hand, maybe give it some food, a treat. And then, you can start to pet it and bring it home and make it feel safe. So the objective is not to destroy yourself. The objective is to each day try to improve just slightly. And then on the days that you need to rest, let yourself rest. Remember, even the top athletes in the world have to rest. If they don't rest, they will lose their competition. Okay, so consider the long game here. Rest when you need to. The road to recovery is going to be up and down. Ride out the downs, enjoy the ups, and continue forward. Okay. Renee, how do we get our brains to let go of the fear of pain? I took a bad fall on Thanksgiving and endured the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. I'm like, I'm so close to being able to walk again, but my fear keeps me from putting all of my weight on my right foot. I'm so close, and I don't want the fear of re-injuring my foot to hold me back. I guess I should add that my original injury that caused CRPS was last July. The fall on Thanksgiving hurt way worse than breaking my ankle. Yeah, Renee, sometimes, the experiences that we've had in the past really shape our future experiences, and fear is a big part of that. Fear can be the biggest thing that can influence our pain in certain ways, fear and anxiety. And that is because fear and anxiety are processed in kind of the same areas of the brain that pain is processed. One of the main ones being the amygdala. Okay. The only way that we let go of fear is by leaning into the fear. You might not like that answer, but that's the case. So, for example, I once interacted with an individual who had a fear of balloons. The only way that that person could possibly overcome that fear of balloons would be to slowly approach being next to or close to balloons. So the way that I would start with helping a person like that is I would show them maybe a picture of a balloon, and then I would have them look at a balloon from the outside of a facility that had balloons inside. And then maybe I would have them stand in the same facility that the balloons are in. Then I'd have them slowly approach the balloon, then maybe touch the balloon, and then maybe eventually to fully overcome the fear, try to do balloon animals. Okay. We cannot reduce the fear by avoiding the thing that is scary. We have to do the thing that is scary to not be fearful. Okay. We'll never be not afraid of heights unless we expose ourselves to heights. We'll never be unafraid of skydiving unless we skydive. Okay. So, what I would do is I would encourage you to find ways to slowly lean into putting your weight on your right foot. That might be using a walker to balance yourself and then try to put a little bit of weight on the foot. It might be standing in the kitchen and having your arms on the sides of the counter and just rocking with your feet, using your arms as like a leverage point to stop you from putting all the weight on the foot. Slowly proving to yourself, to your foot, to your mind, to your body that walking is safe is the only way to go. And to be honest, if you avoid walking, the chances of you re-injuring your foot go up higher because the muscles around your foot are going to be getting weaker. We need to strengthen the muscles and bones, and the only way to do that is to put weight through the foot. Okay. So I would lean into, let it pun intended, trying to walk again. And if you're not working with a physical therapist or somebody that knows a good approach to doing that, you can reach out to me, or I would reach out to, a local physical therapist to help you get back to weight bearing, if you're not already. Great question, Renee. Donna, hi Chase. I have a question that I hope you may have guidance, positive insight for warriors. Many of us, including myself, as you know, have spouses and significant others, loved ones, etc., who are caretakers, most especially when we have pain spikes. Are there any audiobooks or videos for those who are constantly putting us first before themselves to give them hope and peace? I'm sure it's very difficult to take care of someone you love when the pain spikes and we are not ourselves. Thank you so much. Yeah, Donna, thank you for the question here. I am planning to make, a few videos for that can be shown to spouses or so spouses can understand CRPS. But if you want something now, if you want something quicker, I would encourage you to have Thomas, your husband, go through the program, the online program, my course as well. That course is eventually going to be there for providers to take, other doctors of physical therapy or pain management doctors, etc. So, you're already signed up for the course, I believe. So just have Thomas go through the course as well, and he'll learn a lot about CRPS and probably learn ways to understand you more through some of the videos in that course, especially the videos where I'm working with other clients, which I believe there's about 35 of those videos in the course now. So, yeah, that would be my suggestion for now. Have him take the course with you, and then I'll work on some videos to help give them some hope. But that course brings a lot of hope, so I would check that out. Okay, Holly, when the burn starts, am I doing more harm by not just resting and walking? Wait. Oh, am I doing more harm by walking it out? I generally understand do what feels best, but I don't want to wake a beast. So, Holly, it's going to be different for each person. Remember that analogy I used about the stray cat before? If you need to rest, then that's great. If you find that when you walk it out, it goes away, then that's great too. Okay, so if walking it out is helpful, then walk it out. If walking it out makes it worse, then don't walk so much or don't do that. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. It's the KISS method. Keep it simple, silly, is what I say. So, if you find that walking it out is helping reduce the burn, then totally cool. If there's a day where you feel like walking it out is making it worse, then I think rest is appropriate at that time. Remember, when the burn starts, I'd also like you to try to think about what might be leading to this burning. What's going on emotionally? Are you feeling more stressed at home? Did you just have an argument with a loved one or a spouse or a child, one of your children? Ask yourself these questions, and sometimes it has nothing to do with the physical and everything to do with the stress that you're feeling in life, stress, anger, frustration, etc. So I would ask yourself that question also to delve into the emotions a little bit. All right, Jessica, 2 months before my pain started, I decided to confront my unresolved traumas full force. Therapy twice a week, EMDR twice a week, psychiatrist was on board, and I was ready to put in the work. The mind-body prescription suggests that CRPS is a defense mechanism created by the brain to avoid confrontation of repressed emotions by shifting your attention to a physical problem. Could my willingness to release repressed memories and emotions have caused the onset of my CRPS? I know that storing trauma is unhealthy. I now also, I think, know that releasing stored trauma is unbelievably debilitating. Which is the greater evil? How do you safely purge yourself of the negative without provoking pain? Forgive me if the answer is in the book I referenced. I have not yet finished it. Um, yeah, Jessica, the answer is in the book. Not all the way, but there's at least some guidance. Okay, so in that book, The Mind Body Prescription, Sarno describes kind of how you untie the connection of the pain and the emotion. So he suggests that pain is a defense mechanism for repressed anger that you may have had due to these traumas. Okay, anger is the emotion that he characterizes as the reason for complex regional pain syndrome and many other chronic pain conditions. And I actually find this quite amusing in certain ways when it comes to CRPS because I kind of agree in certain ways, and here's why. What is the main color that represents CRPS? Orange. Okay. Orangish red, but orange for the main part. And what is the main element that you see when it comes to CRPS? Fire. Okay. We see fire. And what color does your face turn when you are angry? Red. And what color does your limb turn when you're dealing with CRPS? Also red. And if you've seen Inside Out, the Inside Out movies, there is a character in there that is represented by fire, by the colors orange and red. And that character represents the emotion anger. And so it's kind of right in front of us that a lot of the tragedies in our lives and the way we live our life as individuals who are dealing with CRPS, both before and during our CRPS, has led to a repression of a lot of complex emotions. And so that is why I developed CRPS after some very traumatic events in my life. And I think that is also why people develop CRPS as a whole. I don't necessarily think that your pain was caused by confronting these emotions. I think it's just a defense mechanism the body employed to try to protect you from these emotions. We need to show your body and your brain that you do not need defense from these emotions. We have to confront these emotions. So, if you want to safely purge yourself from this, I think the mind body prescription describes basically identifying the emotions that are underlying and telling yourself like this pain is not real. I am not feeling this. I don't need the protection. But I would take it a step further. In my online program, in module 7, I talk about trauma and emotions. So if you're not yet signed up for that, I would highly advise it because I go into much more depth. But some of the things I suggest is writing letters to the people in your life that have let you down or that you feel you might be angry at, not to give to them, but just letters to let the emotion out yourself, and then you can burn the letter or throw it away, whatever you need to do. I would write the letter and then I would read the letter out loud to an empty chair, to yourself in the mirror, to really let out that emotion that you've pressed down and repressed, that healthy anger that you never let out because you weren't in a safe environment to do so, etc. Additionally, another activity I have clients do is I have them find a picture of themselves, for example, at 3 years old, where they had a traumatic experience. And with that traumatic experience, they feel like they're trapped in that memory. I have them find a picture at that age, put it on their mirror, and every morning you go and you talk to that 3-year-old, for example, my 3-year-old self. I was hospitalized for, 8 months, having some problems with my kidneys. And I would go in the bathroom and I would look at my 3-year-old self and I would say, it's okay. I'm here to help, or I'm here to save you now. Come with me. Um, I will protect you. These phrases will come to your mind to calm the childhood version of yourself. I know it sounds strange, maybe for some people this sounds a bit like woo woo, but I promise you, you will have a welling up of emotion. And that emotion that you've pushed down for so long into your body, which is now manifesting as pain, will be able to come out. And what usually happens is the pain at the same time comes down. Okay. So those are a few ideas of ways to purge yourself of this stored trauma and remind yourself if you do provoke pain, it is because pain is acting as a bodyguard from these emotions. So we need to tell our bodyguard, we need to tell our big brother, hey, it's okay, step aside. I can face these emotions. I don't need your protection from this emotional pain in the form of physical pain. Emotions are always manifesting in the mind and body at the same time. This is evident when we get angry and our turns red or our shoulders tense up or we clench our jaw. This is also evident when we feel depressed and we sit forward like this or when we're sad or defeated. It's also evident when we feel embarrassed or nervous and we get butterflies in our stomach. This reality of emotion manifesting in the body is so true that it's built into our language. Heartbreak, gut feeling, backstab, you get on my nerves, you're on my last nerve, you're a pain in my. This is so evident that it's built into our very language, it's built into our religions, it's built into all of history. And this idea of emotions showing up in the body as pain has been prevalent in medicine for almost 100 years now, starting back in even the early 1900s and probably before. But yeah, exploring that, I don't think there's a greater evil. I think that the route is letting go is the answer. Otherwise, the pain will probably stay around, okay, because it's serving a purpose. So facing these emotions is the way out of pain, and that's something I teach both in pain coaching and in my online program. So if you need more guidance on that, I would reach out or sign up for one of those, okay? I'm happy to help. Rachel, let's see. Itchiness, okay. Um, sorry. I know it's a good sign that nerves are working a bit and maybe regenerating, but does anything help with the itching? I'm maxed out on oral antihistamines. I don't want to restart uh, dexamethasone. I want brain focused if possible, but I haven't found much after doing a deep dig on the internet. I've tried other things with no resolution. Thank you in advance. Rachel, to be honest, the itching isn't a symptom I see like that much. I wouldn't say it's a very common symptom that I am seeing. Yes, I do think it is the nerves working and starting to regenerate in certain ways if you're doing more activity. The only thing I can really suggest that that comes to mind is like cold or frozen vegetables being put on the itchy area. Sometimes that helps to reduce the inflammation in that area and calm down things. And if you're listening to this and you're saying, no, 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 don't put ice on it, I would go back to my Q&A number 5 and watch the part I have on there about ice. Ice is okay as long as it's in moderation. So yeah, that's really the only thing I can recommend. I'm sorry I don't have other recommendations. You're already kind of doing the antihistamines and things like that. So I would say something that can cool the area down to help reduce the itching would be the avenue I would go to. All right, Pat, we covered this in my personal coaching, but wondered if it would benefit to others. My question is, I see a lot of clients having breakthroughs in week 3, but how can I stop obsessing over it when I have a breakthrough? Okay. So I totally understand this, Pat, and yeah, we did talk about this in coaching, and the answer I gave you was comparison is the thief of joy. Okay, there's someone I really respect, and he has some rules that he lays out for life. And one of his rules is compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not who someone else is today. And I think that is such a great rule to follow because you do not know how uh, someone else's life is going from a snippet of their successes. You also don't know and have not lived the life of someone, their ups and downs, their injuries, their medical history, their personal history, their emotional history. You can't possibly know if they started out in the same spot as you, if they started off much more well off than you. Some people that I work with start off bedbound and in a wheelchair. Some people that I work with start off already walking around. So looking to someone else as a comparison and looking at their progress as a comparison will do nothing for you except make you sad. Okay, so what I would encourage you to do instead is look at how far you've come. You have gone from being someone when we were first working together that was afraid to go back to the pool at all to someone who is exercising in the pool regularly during the week. So you're making tremendous progress and having your own breakthroughs. And I think you should follow the rule of compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not who someone else is today. So great question, Pat. I know others have that feeling, but remember, comparison is doing nothing for you. You need to look at your own journey, your own progress, and leave it at that. Okay, easier said than done, I know, but that's how it needs to be. Okay, so Tammy, she said, "Does age have an effect on how we progress? Do older people take longer to reduce symptoms? And does the amount of time, years you've had CRPS play a part, i.e., the longer you've had it, the longer it takes to progress?" So Tammy, this is a common question and a common fear or worry that people have. My take on the situation is the only reason it would take longer for an older person to, or someone who's had CRPS for a long time to progress is because they have been mucked up by false and negative information for longer than someone who was just diagnosed or than a child has. Okay, so for example, when a child comes to me and has been first diagnosed or has been dealing with CRPS for 4 years, the first thing I say to that child and their parents is do not join support groups, do not Google the condition, listen to me, and you will be fine. And all of the pediatric patients that I worked with CRPS when I was at Texas Children's got better. You can find articles of that online all over the place. Okay. So the reason for that is because the fear was reduced by having a path forward and someone they could trust that they were working with. Someone who is older or someone who has had more time with CRPS will have a harder time with recovery and progressing, not because their body is, not as capable or, the age makes them somehow more resistant. No, it's because someone who is older likely has heard a lot of false or nocebo inducing medical information about CRPS or about their body that is hindering their progress due to their feelings of fear of overcoming this condition. So, it takes a longer time to unravel all of those things as it has as I worked with you. And that is why it takes longer for someone to progress. But if someone, I have another client who was diagnosed with CRPS when she was 12, and she had a pretty rapid change because she very quickly accepted and admitted the emotional and mental aspects that were creating her pain. Whereas others might be more resistant to some of those ideas, and even fight back against them and latch on to the idea of the physical parts of things going on. So in summary, no, I do not think someone who's had it longer is harder to help. No, I do not think age is playing a significant role. I think that it all depends on the person and their willingness to accept, some of the realities and truths about CRPS that I often talk about. Okay, so Sandy said to Pat that she feels the same way about her, other people's progress, feeling like they're not moving forward enough or not having enough success. And I remind Sandy and Pat in this text here, which I'll have on screen, that you need to remember both of you, Pat and Sandy, are unique. You have completely different lives and experiences compared to the others that you're seeing with success on my Facebook group. So comparing yourself to them will not serve you. Instead of comparing yourself to who you are today, or sorry, who others are today, compare yourself to who you were yesterday. That's the key. Comparison will rob you of the joy you both deserve. So, Sandy and Pat, you both have made amazing progress. You're doing way more than you used to. Compare yourself to you in the beginning, not to, Renee or Amy or Denise or Deborah. Compare yourself to older version of Sandy and older version of Pat. You are making progress. So, celebrate your wins, celebrate your weekly achievements, celebrate how far you've come, and everything's going to be just fine. Okay, Anja. Hi, Chase. I have chronic pain in both feet now for 3.5 years. I don't recognize the inflammation and I don't have any pain in my skin. My pain started in the joint ball cushion of my foot, and after a Morton's neuroma observation, the pain was still there and started spreading with other kinds of pain in the rest of the foot, mainly the bottom of the foot and toes, as if having sticks on my foot sole and toes. The toes feel very stiff and bruised. This is also how my left foot, standing on the feet and walking, is very painful, but I also have pain when not on my feet. Do you recognize this as CRPS? All the doctors I've seen say I don't have all the symptoms, but it is chronic pain, so should be treated as CRPS. Yeah, Anja, so, chronic pain can be treated the same way as, CRPS because it's kind of, again, the same problem. It's not a tissue issue because you already had the tissue, the Morton's neuroma, corrected. And so if the pain is still here, it is a pain problem. It is a problem with how the brain is processing the signal of pain. And remember, pain, by definition of the International Association for the Study of Pain, is defined as both a sensory and emotional experience that is related to or mimics the relationship to potential or perceived tissue damage. So, pain is both sensory, the things we are feeling, and emotional, the way we process or respond to that feeling. And it could be related to tissue damage or not at all. And so in this case, I would say your doctors are right. It's chronic pain, so it can be treated the same as CRPS. We desensitize, we give the brain information, we reduce our anxiety and fear, and then the pain comes down. And additionally, you don't always have all the symptoms of CRPS. Sometimes you have two, sometimes you have three. It kind of sometimes depends on the day. But yes, either way, the path forward is still the same. We need to retrain the nerves and the brain that the feet are safe. So yeah, that's the process. Great question. Jessica, the first time I had CRPS 10 years ago, every single scan and test was clear until a bone scan ultimately diagnosed me. After telling my more recent team of doctors this, a bone scan was ordered. Yesterday, a bone scan again confirmed CRPS diagnosis. While most of my energy in blood work this time around has been abnormal, none could definitively diagnose CRPS like a bone scan. Are you able to explain this? So, you know, to put it bluntly, a bone scan is not a diagnostic tool for CRPS. The only diagnostic tool for CRPS is the Budapest criteria, and that's going to be, right here on the screen. Some confusion about a bone scan being a diagnostic tool is because people say that one of the things that happens with CRPS is we have bone demineralization, meaning the bones are getting weaker. That is only happening because we are not using the limb because the limb is so painful. If I tape my leg up to my rear end and I walk around hopping on only my left leg for several months, then my right leg, whether I have CRPS or not, will start to have bone demineralization. It'll start to make my bones thinner because I'm not exposing my bones to force. So, if a bone scan shows bone demineralization, it's not because of CRPS and it's not diagnostically confirming anything. What it's doing is it's showing something that is occurring because of disuse. When you start using the limb again, when you start moving around again and exposing the foot and the leg to force or the hand to forces, your bones will remineralize through a concept called Wolff's Law, which I've talked about quite often. Um, and so, a bone scan for that reason cannot be diagnostic of CRPS. When you do a bone scan, it's not like they're seeing, something in your body and it's a CRPS on the scan. That doesn't happen. CRPS is not a poison or a toxin that's in your bones. CRPS is a processing problem of pain or sensation by the brain. Okay, so a bone scan cannot diagnose CRPS. The only thing that can diagnose CRPS is this right here, the Budapest criteria. And you need like two or three out of four of this criteria to be diagnosed with CRPS. CRPS is more of a diagnosis of ruling everything else out first, and then applying the criteria to see if it's accurate. Okay. So yeah, there's confusion around that a lot, and that's unfortunate. But I do have videos coming out, myths about CRPS videos that I'm making now that'll hopefully start to clear that up. Okay, Anna. Chase, my CRPS is in my low back down to my butt. so I can feel the burning sensation when I'm sitting. Of course, it spread to my legs, but no burning yet. How do I desensitize the burning there? So, Anna, I would first encourage you to drop the yet after the no burning. That thought process about, the burning is coming is probably the very thing that will bring the burning. So as much as you can, I would drop the yet. I would be thankful that, okay, I'm having some pain in my legs, but I'm not having burning. Awesome. Okay, continue forward. If you want to desensitize burning, you would work on exposing the area to heat or to varying temperatures. Okay, so maybe that would involve taking a bath with cold water, with lukewarm water, with warm water, with hot water, just varying that up and giving feedback to the brain, just like we do with other desensitization, um, feedback to the brain of varying temperatures. You could do this with an ice pack. You could do this with a heating pad. You could do this with a variety of things. But what we're attempting to do to desensitize burning or temperature sensitivity is expose the area to temperature differences. Okay, so keep it simple. Problems with temperature, we approach with temperature. Problems with pressure or touch or putting on a shoe, we approach with pressure or touch or putting on a shoe slowly. Problems with light touch, we approach and improve with light touch. Okay, it's very simple. If the brain is confused about a certain sensation, we need to provide it that sensation in a safe and controlled way. Okay. Jessica, hi Chase, can you talk about the vagus nerve? There seem to be studies suggesting a correlation with the vagus nerve and CRPS. Do you suggest and or practice vagal nerve techniques? So yeah, Jessica, great question. The vagus nerve is often attributed to being like the calming nerve. I'm not the biggest fan of like focusing specifically on a specific nerve because your body is composed of hundreds, if not thousands, of nerves. Okay. But what I do like about vagal nerve things is that they're generally things that promote relaxation. As you know, complex regional pain syndrome is us being stuck in fight or flight mode. And the way that we calm things down is we move into rest and digest mode, okay, the parasympathetic mode. And so the way that you might do that could be through like vagal calming activities. And those are usually things like meditation, vagal nerve stimulation with different like devices and things like that you can find online. But honestly, whatever relaxes you and relaxes your body and works for you is perfectly fine with me. Okay. If doing vagus nerve activities or using some sort of vagal nerve device calms you down, give it a try. If it calms you down, great. If it doesn't, and meditation or, playing with your dogs calms you down, then also great. The objective is to calm the nervous system. It doesn't really matter how we do that. And so, some people have great luck with vagal nerve things. And so if you want to try it, give it a try. I have no problem with that at all. Okay, Carol, advice on getting dental work done without causing spread. So yeah, same advice as I've had for others. Your worry about what is going to occur when it comes to CRPS when you have a procedure done is the very thing that's driving the pain experience following that procedure. So, easier said than done, but the less you can worry about it, the more you can remind yourself that, it's really unlikely to spread to that area. I mean, I've had dental work done multiple times for the last 10 years and I'm doing okay. Okay. So, simply because other people have noticed it happening doesn't mean it's going to happen to you. And even if it did, the process would still be the same. Let's say we got extra sensitive up here in our mouth. We have to retrain the nerves here in the brain to understand that our mouth is safe. Okay. So you have to live your life. And the more you can live your life feeling calm about this idea of spread, the better. And I'm actually going to make a video on that as well. So stay tuned if you need more information there. But remember, the nocebo effect is a very real thing. And if you are curious about this effect and learning more about it, I would read the book, The Expectation Effect. I think I have it. Let me see. Yep, right here. The Expectation Effect by David Robson. He talks about a lot of things that I talk about with my clients and in my program in relationship to the placebo and the nocebo effect and just how powerful they are. So powerful that you could take a medication meant to make you sleep, and if you believe that it's going to keep you awake and give you energy, it might do exactly that. So I would check out this book if you want to learn more about that. But I think you'll be fine. And if you're significantly worried about the dental work, just wait on it a little bit until, you're working with me now as a client. So wait until we calm the pain down a little bit more, and then you can go get the dental work done. Okay, Sandy, I've been taking my time going through the modules in the course and just looked through them last night. I printed off all the attachments and I feel like the emotional journal idea should be in the first modules. Anyone else feel like this? So yeah, Sandy, thank you so much for this feedback on the course. My online course is constantly being improved and updated as I learn more and get more and better techniques. This might be something I consider in the future. For now, I think kind of leading you up to beginning the emotional journal in module 7 is actually the best approach. And there's reasons for that, and those reasons would be more evident if you didn't skip ahead. But since you skipped ahead, I can understand why you might feel that way. When you finish the course, reach back out to me and see if you still feel that way. And if you do, maybe I'll be putting it in an earlier module. We'll see. We've got about 60 people right now going through the course. So as people start to finish it, and I get feedback, which I'm excited to collect, I will make it better and better and better as time goes on. This is a lifelong resource for anyone who signs up and enters the program. And so I'm excited to make it the best thing out there for CRPS and CRPS recovery. Linda, my question is, when I get hot, either while eating or sitting in the evenings, with my dogs, I flare. Also, when I'm falling asleep, my body heats up, I flare. How do I combat these types of flares? Also, sometimes I flare late, way after activity instead of at the time of that activity. Is there a way to figure out my tolerance? So, Linda, I kind of take the same approach here. If you're having problem with temperature, we will expose the body to different temperatures. I'd also encourage you, to kind of think about why these flares might be coming in an unrelated way to, activity we've done. Because it sounds like when you're about to fall asleep, your body heats up, which is really interesting because your body's actually supposed to cool down when you're about to fall asleep. So I would ask yourself, what are you thinking about at night? Or what are you thinking about that might be causing your body to heat up? Sometimes at night, that's the time when our thoughts are really racing, when we're ruminating on the day, on the stressors of our life, on what we have to do tomorrow. And I think maybe that's a good thing to inquire about. Maybe keep a notebook next to your bed, and right before you go to bed, just dump out all your thoughts and see if that makes a difference to the way your body feels as you fall asleep. And maybe that'll take away some of the worries that you're having. So yeah, I would consider that. But when it comes to these types of flares, I would really inquire emotionally, and then if you need to, I would do things like keep the temperature in the house a little bit cooler, use a cold pack or a cold rag on your forehead if you need to. Anything like that, I think would be helpful. All right. I guess that's actually the last one. So thank you guys so much for tuning in to Q&A number 6. I am loving these Q&As and I'm going to continue to do them. In fact, the next one, Q&A number 7, is going to be live on Saturday, April 12th at 2 p.m. U.S. Central Time. So tune in for that, Saturday, April 12th, 2 p.m. U.S. Central Time. I will have a live Q&A. The only way that you're going to be able to attend is if you're in my Facebook group, The Window Pane. So go ahead and get into that group and we will get you set up to be at that Q&A with us. So thank you guys again so much for watching. Many more of these to come. I'm loving every minute of it. So ask me as many questions as you can down in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe if you're interested in seeing more. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Hello there, and welcome to CRPS Q&A number 7. This Q&A is a bit unique because it's my first live Q&A. Remember, I used to do live Zooms when I first started the window pane and my group when it came to CRPS. And Today, I decided to do something special and host the seventh Q&A as a live Q&A. If you haven't seen the previous Q&As, 1 through 6, go ahead and go back on my YouTube and check those out now. But I hope you enjoy Q&A number 7. And I just wanted to pop in here before it starts to let you guys know that I am now offering what I call the Window Pane Power Club. And this group is going to be a book club, but a bit more involved. Okay. So I've read over 300 books during my career, some related to pain, some related to just pure life skills. And I wanted to go ahead and make an opportunity for people to meet with me monthly as a group and discuss these books as we read them and go through them. But not only that, I wanted you to have access to a community hub where you could talk to other people who are on this journey with you and access tools and knowledge and learning and other bonus videos that I'm going to have in this club. This club is going to have exclusive videos that are not offered in my online program, and they're going to be exclusive tools that you can't get on my free mailing list. Okay, I have several tiers of things that I offer. Firstly, all of my free YouTube videos, over 70 hours and counting of free things. Secondly, the Power Club, which I am starting and launching today, which will be $7 per month. And then on top of that, I also have my CRPS online program, which is slightly more expensive. And then lastly, the one-on-one pain coaching if you want to work with me one-on-one. All of these resources that I have or am launching today will be linked in the description down below. I'd love for you to join me on your journey as you learn about, overcome, and improve your pain along this journey. So thank you so much to everyone that joined the Q&A today. If you're watching this introduction and you don't know who I am, I introduced myself in the Q&A, so you'll see that there. I'm just glad you're here. I'm looking forward to the next Q&A that I'm going to host a few weeks from now, and I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks so much. One. Okay, sweet. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Q&A number 7. Okay, I'm going to share my stream or my screen here real quick so that you guys can see a PowerPoint that I've put together. So this is actually the first live Q&A that I've done, which is kind of fun, kind of exciting. This is number 7. So if you haven't seen my first 6 Q&As, you can find those on my YouTube. Today, I'll go through a short introduction of myself, talk about what I do and the things I offer, and then we'll jump right into some live questions, probably starting with some of the questions that are on the Facebook group already that people asked in advance. So I'll go ahead and start this slideshow. You guys can see this okay, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sorry, I can't see your faces, so thank you. So yeah, let's jump into it. So for Elsie, since she's joining us, who am I? My name is Chase Teagarden. I am a physical therapist and doctor of physical therapy. Not only that, but I was diagnosed with CRPS 10 years ago myself in my left foot and lower leg following 2 back surgeries on my L5-S1 vertebral disc. Additionally, after 4 years in pain and getting out of pain, not only did I become a doctor of physical therapy, but I also became a therapeutic pain specialist and a fellow of pain science. So that is extensive training. After my 3 years of schooling as a doctor of physical therapy, I went to 3 additional years of schooling to get those 2 specializations. I then went on to treat CRPS at some of the top hospitals in the country, which I'll talk about shortly. How did I get here? Well, initially in 2007, 2008, I began to have back pain. In 2012, I had my first back surgery on the aforementioned L5-S1 vertebral disc. In 2013, I had my second back surgery on the same disc. And then shortly after surgery, I started having pain in my left foot. And then in 2014, after about 8 months, I did receive an official diagnosis of RSD, also called CRPS, in the left foot. And I suffered for a while, eventually even coming to the point where I was deciding on taking my own life. And thankfully, I made the decision to push forward. And in 2017, 2018-ish, I ended up pain-free. So why I chose physical therapy is because I can work the most time with patients.
So, some doctors can only see you for 10, 15 minutes. I found that impossible to truly make any impact on patients dealing with CRPS. And so I figured physical therapy would be the best route to do that. I ended up working at a private practice in Dallas for a few years, then for Baylor Scott and White at their cancer treatment center, and then for Texas Children's Hospital for several years, where I treated CRPS and other chronic pain conditions exclusively. What is CRPS? So most of you know what CRPS is, but as an overview, it's a malfunction of the processing of stimuli by the nervous system. So a lot of people think that it's a pain processing thing. Actually, it is a stimulus processing thing. So pressure, touch, heat, vibration, etc. has signals sent to the brain in your affected limb or your whole body, depending on what you're dealing with. And the brain decides that pain for some reason is useful, and you end up with pain in that limb as the brain sends the pain signal to that limb itself. I call this an overactive alarm. And the way that we correct that alarm is we essentially reprogram it. And this is through not only helping the limb or the body understand these signals, but also understanding the deeper meaning of the pain that we're dealing with as well. I want you all to know, whether you've heard this from me before or not, that around 85% of people with CRPS will experience a reduction in their pain and a lot of their symptoms within the first 2 years. Hear that again for me, okay? 85% of people with CRPS will actually go on to live a normal life with either very reduced pain or no pain at all. And this is achieved usually through a combination of pain-based physical therapy, psychology, and sometimes with the help of medication. The first two, the physical therapy and the psychology, is what I address in my online course and also in pain coaching. Do I truly help people? We've gone through these videos before, so I won't click through them. But yes, I have a lot of articles online about, kids that I worked with at Texas Children's who are now free from pain and doing things like barrel racing at a national level and getting back to hockey. Additionally, I have a ton of testimonials by people who are actually in this very group right now in this Zoom that are getting back to the activities that they enjoy, such as puzzles, getting jacked in the gym. There you go, Matt. Hitting the beach, doing archery, etc. And we'll skip this. The reason that I do these educational Zooms and answer these questions on these Q&As is because understanding your pain and what's happening with your pain actually will reduce your pain. And this is shown by all these studies featured on the right side of the screen there. Additionally, fear and anxiety have a huge influence on pain. So if I can teach you about pain and reduce your fear and anxiety, believe it or not, I can also reduce your pain. Things I currently offer to help with CRPS. Well, I have my 8-week self-guided online program. You can join that at any time. It is completely self-paced. There are no due dates or anything like that. Some people get in it and finish it in 8 weeks. Some people get in it and it takes them 20 weeks to go through all the material in that program. Not only does that include lectures, but it also includes client videos where I'm working with clients one-on-one. It includes worksheets. It includes a direct route to me to answer your questions and concerns as you go through the course. And it's just an overall great resource. It's 10 years of my knowledge condensed down into one course. It's essentially exactly what I would want to find myself 10 years ago if I had to start from scratch. And so I've put that together for you to make it nice and easy. On top of that, I offer one-on-one customized pain coaching. So if you feel like you need something more than a self-guided program, you can sign up for a consult with me and we can talk about pain coaching where I work one-on-one with you for 8, 12, or 16 weeks, depending on your need. And then lastly, my new offering for CRPS is what I'm calling the Power Club. And this is kind of a book club, but a bit evolved from that. So not only will we meet once a month on the first Saturday of each month to go over a current book that had been assigned for that month and the materials within it and the learnings from it. But also you'll be granted exclusive access to videos that won't be featured on YouTube. You'll get early access to features that will be featured on YouTube. And you'll also get access to a bunch of tools, resources, and worksheets that might be in my online course or ones that I've developed exclusively for the Power Club. So I will put a link to this Power Club in the chat here shortly, and you can join that if you would like. I would love to have you because I love doing these Zooms. So this will be the way that you get into those Zooms moving forward. Okay, so let's get out of this, and I'm going to give you guys a link to a couple of these resources, okay? So 1 second. What do you guys think of some of these things? Do you have any questions about some of the things I've mentioned here?
How much is the book club?
So the book club is going to be $7 a month. I wanted something that was in between my free material and my class program. And so I thought that this would be the perfect thing for that. And I'm going to find a link so that I can share that with you. Get link.
Yeah, that's reasonable, Chase.
Big
I
time.
appreciate that. I wanted to find something that was mindful of the effort I'm going to put into it and also affordable for anybody. Because I know when I was going through CRPS, I didn't have any money. I was lucky I even had health insurance, to be honest. And so yeah, I'm trying to find things all in between, and it'll be cool to meet with you guys. So I've sent you a link to the Power Club, and that symbol, that kanji there, giving homage to where I'm at right now in Japan, is the symbol for power. So I thought it was kind of cool. I'm also gonna put a link in the chat for you guys for the online course if you feel like that was something that interests you. If you use the link in the chat for the online course, you'll get a special coupon that I'm only offering during the Zoom, so it'll be there. And then lastly, I'm going to give a link, since Elsie's in here, I'm going to give a link to schedule a consult with me. And you'll need to go over to May because I do book out pretty fast. But this is a free consult. So if you want to get more information on some of the stuff I'm offering or what I might be able to do to help you, then it'll be there for you.
Hey,
Okay.
Chick,
Yes, I heard someone say something.
it's Kelly.
Yeah.
You have often sent me some cool motivational type videos from YouTube pertaining to like specific things we talked about. Just curious if you're going to include some of that stuff in either your book club or if you're, because obviously I've kind of completed my personal coaching with you and I'm looking into the self-guided, if you include some of those in one of those programs.
Oh yeah, actually that's a wonderful idea. I think I most certainly will. This book club is going to be awesome because it has a lot of tools and features that'll be pretty amazing as I go through it. I'm even still learning it. So when you sign up, you will see that access begins on the 26th of this month. And I think there will be a lot of things like that, Kelly, where I have those motivational videos. It'll be something for me to get like a little bit more deeper because CRPS is, yes, there's pain in your body, but as you've learned, and a lot of the people in here have learned through my coaching, there's much more to it. And those things that I share with you, Kelly, is like, those are the most meaningful things because as you overcome CRPS, not only do you get out of pain, but you then also become a more resilient and well-rounded human being. And so those videos, whether it's a Matrix quote or actual like deeper videos, they're probably the bread and butter of a lot of it. And I've sent some of those to Matt. You know, I've sent some of those to Janelle, I'm sure. So yeah, I think that would be perfect.
Because there is no spoon.
There is no spoon. That's exactly right. Okay. So Pat, you don't have to be on Facebook to be in the book club. It's completely separate. So if you use that top link there for the book club, you'll be able to sign up. And remember, it's more than just a book club. It's just Janelle gave me the idea for the book club in general. So that's a big part of it. And I've read hundreds of books at this point. So there'll be ones related to CRPS, but then also ones that I think are just overall good for life. Okay, so let's do this. Let me pop onto Facebook real quick and see if there is anybody in here that asked me a question on Facebook that is answerable for today. So, is there anybody in here right now that knows they asked me a question on Facebook? Oh, Trisha did. So that's a good one. And Carol did.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so Trisha, well, I can read it. Why does the pain from small things such as getting a scrape, blood draw, infection, hangnail, ingrown toenail hurt so much more after getting CRPS, even when not in an active flare on the affected limb? I feel that my CRPS is somewhat under control. However, even the slightest injury causes pain that does not match what is going on at the moment. Yes, I tell myself it's just nothing, but it continues to sound the alarm system. Yeah, so you're exactly right. So pain, the CRPS pain is the result of an overactive alarm. So I'm going to show you some material from a worksheet that I've shared in my online course and actually in my email list as well. So pain is an alarm of the body. It's a warning system. Okay, so the alarm is actually a great thing because when we step on a nail, the alarm activates. And just to make sure you guys can see this, okay, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when we step on a nail, the alarm activates like here. And what happens is there's a spike in electrical activity that goes up to this threshold of maybe pain, and the brain decides whether or not pain is useful. And if it is useful, your alarm goes off. And then in normal bodies, after your foot is healed and bandaged, the signal goes back to normal and the alarm stops. And so we don't have pain anymore. Okay. Unfortunately for yourselves and 1 in 4 people in the whole world, you guys have an alarm that is sensitized. And what happens is you do the nail, right? You step on it, it goes up, the electrical activity, and then when it starts to come back down, whether it's post-surgery or however you acquired CRPS, your alarm stays extra sensitive, extra active. Okay. So for a while, even after you're reducing and getting out of the pain or CRPS, your alarm is still up here. And if your alarm is up there and you have another nail, you have another, ingrown toenail or scrape or minor injury, that alarm is probably still, around this area, and the activity spikes back up over this pain threshold. And so you're exactly right, Trisha. The alarm is still extra sensitive, even while you might feel like you've got it fully under control. So as time goes on, those things won't get as irritating or won't be as
Okay.
irritating. But that is why, because your system is sensitized. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
Thank you.
So yeah, there's yours. And then so yeah, Diane, I don't know what button you pushed, but you can't share things. Let's see. Carol, if you're having a flare and suspect something stressful in your life could be contributing, then what? So that's a great question. So as a lot of you know, stress is a big contributing factor to CRPS. Okay. The reason for that is because stress releases a hormone in your body called cortisol. And cortisol can cause inflammation, it can cause irritation. And when we're highly, highly stressed, which is a lot of us dealing with CRPS are because of the pain, but also the things going on in our life, that can cause the pain to be worse. So if you do notice something stressful is contributing to your pain, well, what do you do normally when something is stressful?
Well, I'm talking about like sometimes it's hard to remove yourself from those, like if it's work, just for an example, if it's work, right? You still got to go. So is there some like, I don't know, mantra or something? How do you talk yourself down that, okay, it's this, so relax?
So, if you feel like
what I do is message you and that has to stop.
Well, yeah, no, I'm here for you. But if you feel like work is a main contributor of your stress, the things that you want to do is firstly decide, is this the job for you? If it is, fine. Then what you need to decide is, how do I address the stress of work and make it more manageable? Okay, that could be something like setting some sort of boundary with when you're interacting with work and when you're having your free time, or strategizing for more breaks during the day as you go through your work day, strategizing for a better way to approach checking your emails, or certain scheduling to reduce stress. Basically, if something stressful is going on in your life, don't just grit your teeth and go through it. Find ways to reduce that stress in healthy, manageable ways that also allow you to keep your job. Okay, so you know, I've had some clients who at work had coworkers who were a bit of bullies, and they had to analyze how they would interact with those individuals or how they would take the words that they might be saying to them. I've had some people who, in order to address the stress of work, they updated their resume and their CV so that they had an out. You know, if work ever got too impactful, here's my way to escape. Sometimes just having that exit plan is something that reduces stress as a whole. Or, you know, maybe you've built up 50 vacation days and it's time to actually take a vacation and have a break instead of just gritting your teeth through it. So yeah, you know, if you find out something stressful is causing your pain, sometimes it's enough to notice that connection. But sometimes we need to take that extra step to set some healthy boundaries there. Okay. All right. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you, Chase.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm gonna answer a few questions that are on the post on Facebook real quick, then I'll take some live questions. So we'll do some easy ones here. So Madeline asked, "Hi Chase, will the temperature changes in the body improve when the pain improves? What are some treatments to improve coldness in the hands and feet? Thank you." So if you've watched my videos, you know that one of the things I say is I use the KISS method, okay? Keep it simple, silly. So if you are having problems with temperature, your brain needs information about temperature. Okay, so for example, if someone's having problems with tolerating temperature in their feet, the way I would approach that, let's say you can't tolerate hot temperatures, and only cold works for you. What I would do is I would use like a pedicure foot spa. You can get off Amazon for like $45. And what I would do is I would start with a temperature that works for you, cold, and then slowly increase that temperature from cold to be in between cold and normal to lukewarm to hot, or warm to hot, over time. Okay, so that's a way that you show the brain that, hey, my foot can tolerate this temperature as time goes on in small doses. It's the same thing with walking, for example. If you can't put your foot on the ground, or even worse, if you can't even move your foot around, we need to start with a small amount of activity towards walking. Okay, so what do we need to walk? We need to be able to move our ankle. Okay, so pretend this is my ankle. We need to be able to move our ankle. We need to be able to bend our toes, because when we fully walk and we go like this, our toes are going to bend. We need to be able to move our foot from side to side, potentially like this. Okay. We need all those motions. So the way we start to approach walking is, what can we do? For me, I couldn't move my foot at all. I had held it up like this when I was using my walker for like a year and my foot was essentially stuck. And so the first thing I did was I started wiggling my toes 5 times a day. And then the next thing I did was I started trying to wiggle them more. And then I started trying to bend my foot. Over time, I built up to being able to move. Then I had to work on touching. So I would touch my foot to a pillowcase, touch my foot to the floor. And then after that, I would practice just taking one step using my walker with assistance per day. If you really think about breaking down the task you're trying to reach, you can find ways to break that down. It's the same way that, you know, you would approach, like, let's say, trying to climb a mountain, right? You wouldn't just go climb the mountain in one go. You know, you'd probably need to first learn how to climb, buy equipment, you know, work up to walking or hiking, etc. So that's temperature, the foot bath. That is pressure, which is the walking and moving. If you're having trouble with pressure when it comes to wearing a shoe, what you can do is you can get progressively looser to tighter shoes. So maybe you start with a Croc, and then you move to a flexible sandal, you know, and then you move to a tighter shoe that you can lace up or Velcro. And then you move to a very, very tight shoe. You know, that's progress. And you do that, you know, maybe you can only tolerate it for 10 minutes a day to start. I have one client right now that's starting with a sock on their foot for 10 minutes a day. And then they take it off. So that's the pressure aspect. And then, you know, if you're having trouble with light touch with something brushing against it, well, what do you think we're going to do? We're going to start with a feather, you know, a pillowcase, you know, these tiny things a few times a day. And what that does is it teaches the brain, hey, this touch is safe. I can handle this. And then you move forward and you progress. Okay, so that's a good question from Madeline. Do you guys have any questions about that question?
Can I, sorry,
Go ahead.
I had a question, like kind of added on to that a little bit. Like, I have a problem where like I could just like be sitting around like or walking and I get the pins and needles sensation so bad, like, and it like stays for so long. Is there something that you can suggest with that? Because that is like so hard and I don't really know what to do when that comes on.
So give me more information about when that comes on. Have you noticed a pattern about when that happens?
No, it's not anything that just brings it on. It just comes out of nowhere. It's not like it happens like a certain times a day. It's not like I'm doing something in particular. That's like the hard part about it. It just comes randomly. Sometimes it'll stay for a little bit. Sometimes it'll be all night, or sometimes it'll be for 5 hours. Sometimes it'll be for 3 days straight. Like it's just very random and seldomly, you know, that it happens, and I don't really have control over it.
So, you know, this is something, pain and sensations, they have a purpose. And so I'll break it down for you. So imagine this, Nikki, you step off a curb and you sprain your ankle. It hurts, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's say you step off a curb and you sprain your ankle and there's a bus coming at you. Is your ankle going to hurt?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're going to run though, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So you're going to run, and I don't think it's going to hurt in that moment, right? Because you have to, the brain has decided pain would be bad right now because I would die, right? The bus would hit me. Okay. And so that demonstration, essentially, step off a curb and sprain your ankle hurts. Step off a curb and sprain your ankle doesn't hurt until we get away from the bus. What is happening is the brain is deciding pain would be bad. And so when we have this random pain, this weird pain, what is happening is your brain is deciding pain is good. And the reason for that can be quite interesting. And when someone comes to me and they say, there's no pattern to it, it has nothing to do with my physical activity, you know, it can just happen randomly when I'm sitting there and it'll last for a strange duration. What I often look to are other patterns in the person's life that are not physical that may be contributing to this pain. For example, through my career, I've had, when I treated adults, back pain always increased around November and December. Why do you think that is, Nikki?
The cold weather.
No. Let's get more specific. That could be a reason, sure, but what about my clients who live in Texas?
Okay, so maybe the holiday stress.
Yes, now you're getting it. Okay, so you know it's much easier to deal with back pain or these sensations than it is to confront the fact that we hate our in-laws.
Yeah.
Okay, so these personal factors are one of the main drivers when it comes to CRPS, and I'll show you why for you new people. This is what I call the CRPS personality, and I want you to tell me if this resonates with you when you read it.
Okay.
Does this look familiar to anybody in here? And if it does, you can say I.
Aye.
Hi.
I
All 27 of you should be
Aye.
saying
Oh,
I.
yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yes, I.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so how did I know that? How are you reading about yourself on the page when you see that CRPS personality? Do you think it's because, you know, your toe got messed up, or you have plantar fasciitis, or you have a herniated disc, or you have tendonitis in your elbow, or you had that carpal tunnel surgery, or Martin's neuroma, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Or do you think that there's more to this pain than you realize?
There probably is more to the pain than I realize.
And to give people a preview, and this can be an activity that people can do on their own who aren't in my online course or pain coaching, you know, that are sitting in here. I'm going to show you an activity that I call the timeline. And I'm going to help you understand this random, quote unquote, random sensation of pain that you have. So give me 1 second and I'll show you what the timeline entails. Okay. And this is very exciting for me because this took me, believe it or not, almost 9 years to figure out myself as I searched for a lot of answers as to what was going on with this CRPS pain. And for those of you that are saying, well, wait, you know, I had the surgery and then it started. I get that. I do. But sometimes the surgery is just the breaking point, the tipping point of the stress scale of our life. Okay. And so the brain, it says pain is useful to distract us and protect us from these stressors, such as work stressors, right, Carol? And, you know, instead of confronting that, why don't we just have physical pain? Physical pain is sometimes easier in our minds than having emotional or mental pain. And that is why people do things like pull out their hair or cut themselves or, you know, do something more other like consumption of alcohol or other addictions that are physical fixations, because it pulls us out of our mind and protects us in some way. Okay, so the timeline. This activity, oh, sorry, that's a preview for the course. So this activity is one of the,
Please.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. When you're talking about that foot bath, how many times do you have to do that? Or do you do it so many times a week? Do you just do it until you can tolerate
Let
the
me
heat
let
or
me
the
finish
cold?
this question here, Pat, and then I'll circle back right
Okay,
after.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, so the timeline, it's making me go to the beginning. Here we go. So this is my timeline. I kind of discussed it in the beginning of my, you know, this presentation, but the physical timeline. So what you write down on this timeline, and pay close attention here, not only are you writing down physical instances of things that happened, but I want you to also write down any episode of some sort of mystery illness. Okay, so that can include, as a general list, not only the CRPS diagnosis, but a chronic illness of back pain, skin conditions, gut conditions, migraines, any of the alphabet syndromes, thoracic outlet syndrome, amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome, things like fibromyalgia, FND, if you've experienced that, POTS, PANS, PANDAS, mast cell activation syndrome, etc. Okay, the list goes on. I want you to list that out on your physical timeline all the way through. Okay, so for me, this example timeline starts at 2008. That's when my back pain began, right? The next event was 2012 when I had my first back surgery. The next one was 2013 when I had my second back surgery. Then I was diagnosed with CRPS. As my CRPS improved, I was diagnosed with chronic migraines from 2015 to 2018. I dealt with that. And then as both CRPS and those migraines subsided, I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. Okay, so that's the physical timeline. Then what I want you to do is I want you to, right underneath that, create an emotional timeline. Okay, and now I'm gonna show you mine. Okay, it's physical. So here's the emotional timeline. So in 2008, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. In 2011, my mom died due to that cancer. In 2013, my brother passed away, taking her death hard and due to substance abuse. In 2014, I was diagnosed with CRPS. In 2015 to 2018, of course, I was struggling to move forward with life. I was depressed. I felt stuck. And then in 2019, I had my sister moved in with me to take care of her and take the burden off my father. She dropped out of school, and at the same time, I was president of my class taking neuroscience, the hardest course in my program. Then what I want you to do with those two timelines is I want you to combine them and look what happens. I have confidence that all of you in here, if you made a timeline similar to mine, it would line up like this. Okay, and if you think back to when you first started having pain and you think back to what was going on in your life at that time, the veil of what is happening with CRPS starts to unfold. Does this tend to resonate with you at all, Nikki, just as a quick overview?
It's like mind-boggling because I never thought to connect all these things. And I was going through a point in time where I had a surgery a year for 7 years straight. And on top of 3 deaths in 1 year. My guy best friend passed away. My female best friend passed away. My aunt passed away. So it was a lot. And my CRPS was finally like, kind of like, I don't know, like subsiding. Like I wasn't having the symptoms as bad. And then I ended up taking a fall and breaking my ankle in 3 places in November of 2023. And since then, it's been really bad again. And I've had, other stuff happen since then. So I never thought to put all that together. So I think I want to make a list like that and just compare the two, because personally and medically, I have had so much. And I never thought that all that contributes to the CRPS. But that does make a lot of sense.
Not only does it contribute, but I would even go so far to say is it's the reason.
Wow.
And this is a lot of times this is hard to see and accept, but with all the things that you've gone through, would you resonate with the statement, it's been hard to find your footing?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I want you to listen closely to that. It's been hard to find my footing. What hurts?
My foot.
I've had people, Amy, for example, she came to me and she said, I have a lot on my plate, and the pain was in her jaw. She was actually about to have surgery. She's in here. In our language, there are things like this built in. So for example, it's a lot for me to handle. I don't know where we stand. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells. You get on my last nerve.
Wow.
You are a pain in my, okay? And sciatica pain, we blame it on the piriformis. Maybe it's the fact that our sister stopped talking to us, these things, this is the deeper meaning when it comes to CRPS. And you know this because you've had scans, you've had tests, you've been to every doctor, and everyone says what?
All the doctors tell me that it's not going to go away, and I just have to live with it.
Well, they're wrong. Don't worry about
Only
that.
one doctor told me that the pain was in my head, but the rest of them told me it's just something I have to deal with.
So I want to make this very clear. It's not in your head. It's in your foot. Okay. This is not something you've made up. This is not something you can control. This is not something you've done to yourself. This is a result of a nervous system that has carried a load that was too heavy for too long. And eventually your mind and body, because it is one thing, has said enough. Okay. And so when the brain hears things like, this is a lot for me to carry, of course our back hurts. Or this is a lot for me to handle, of course our hand starts to hurt. Or there's a lot on our plate, of course we get trigeminal neuralgia or pain in our jaw. This is just kind of built into life. And with CRPS, what happens is because we are that person that I showed you, that personality, we are, chronic caretakers. We often suppress our anger and our emotions. We often deny our needs for others. We're perfectionists to a fault, etc. What happens is there's a generalized tension that builds up in our life as we take on these loads and this pressure, and we put all this pressure on ourselves to be perfect and good. Eventually, we just boil over. The teapot, explodes, and boom, there's the pain. And not only is there the pain, like, this is the human condition. People get eczema. People get, other conditions that doctors can't really explain. So, for example, with my ulcerative colitis, the doctor said, shut up, take the medicine. Here's your sulfasalazine. We don't know what's going to fix it. But when I addressed the stressors in my life and I started to set boundaries for myself and realize that I don't have to save everyone, those symptoms stopped. And it's really hard to realize that you don't have to save the world and that you're enough just as you are. But that's something that I help teach you, not only in my online course, but also through one-on-one coaching. And there's people here, if you want to raise your hand that I'm teaching right now or have taught. Yeah. These same things, and we go through that kind of stuff. So yeah, let me go through the
Thank you for that. That really helped a lot. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, if you have ever seen The Matrix, that I'm in Morpheus and that's the red pill. That's a nod to Kelly. No, when I realized this, okay, so before I go on to more questions, I wanna say how I realized this, okay? I read so many books. I went to school. I did all these things. And it was only once I saw my first CRPS patient while I was a student, and I was at this clinic in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where Jason Terry, and if he somehow sees this, thank you. But my CRPS patient that I was working with, he was the first one I had seen in all my schooling, and he had CRPS in the hand. And he left after treatment, and I started crying. Like it didn't make any sense. I just started crying, like bawling my eyes out. And I hadn't really let myself feel emotion that much up until that point. In fact, while I went through school, I said emotion is what makes us weak, was one of the things I said in class before. And my clinical instructor, he put his hand on my shoulder and he said to me, Chase, what are you feeling? And I didn't even have to think. I said grief. And knowing my timeline story and the deaths and losses that I had, the fact that I said grief in relationship to a patient that was in here, it kind of like broke my mind. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've missed this all along. And that's when my education truly started, because I started diving into these emotional aspects of my life that I had buried. I had pushed them down so far that they had no place to go except my foot. Okay. I digress. Now, let me go back up here and see what we have for questions.
Can I ask my question again?
Oh, yes. Sorry, Pat. Yes. So Pat was saying, Pat was excited. So Pat was saying with the foot bath, how do you approach this? Okay. So it's going to depend on the person, right? What are you having trouble with from a temperature standpoint if you're going for the foot bath? And the foot bath has, the reason I love it, it has a whole bunch of other
I can't stand cold.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with hot or warm, and then we're going to go down to lukewarm, and then to normal, and then we're going to go down to cool, and then
But
cold.
does that take like a day, or does that take a week, or?
So what I would suggest is let's start with like warm, essentially. Well, you're going to the pool. So Pat's been going to the pool, so it's a little bit different. Is the pool heated?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with a normal temperature, room temperature water, okay? And we'll have the foot bath going. Maybe we put the jets on or the vibration, whatever features it has. And then let's do that for a week, okay? And then for the next week, maybe we'll do the first 2 days of normal, and then we'll do the next 5 days of a little bit cooler than normal, okay? And you can achieve this by putting in cooler water, letting the water sit out and have your feet in it while you do it, for a longer period of time, or dropping an ice cube in there. And you can go by ice cube rating. You can do 1 ice cube, you can do 2 ice cubes, and then 3, as the weeks go on. You can kind of be the judge of this. Like, for example, Pat, you wanted to get used to the biking, right?
Mhm.
And so with the biking, the way that we approach that is we did a minute more, per week, or a minute more per day. And that's the same thing. You're going to approach it nice and slow. In the same way I would if I was going to like do a cold plunge. So I have a cold plunge at my house, and I couldn't start with, 40 degrees. I had to start with like 60, and work up over time. So yeah, that would be my suggestion, is let's do a slow progression. I like to start with like a week at a time.
Yeah.
To make sure the brain understands it's safe. What's cool about an ice bath, and the reason I like it, is because the brain, and I'm going to show you guys this as a reference image. So somatosensory cortex images. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Okay. Oh, this one's way better than the one I normally use. Save as. Oh no, that's not gonna work. Okay, hopefully you'll be able to see this okay. So can you see this, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the somatosensory cortex. This is your brain's map of your body, okay? And on the edges here, so see it's representing right and left side of these body things. So face, hands, legs, etc. this mirroring effect where the thing is sandwiched on the brain, right? Is the very reason that we have when we feel like CRPS quote unquote spreads. It's not because the CRPS as like some sort of venom thing is going through our body like from one hand to the other hand. That's not what's happening. What's happening is the brain has been dealing with this pain and this sensitivity for so long that it has started to become a little blurry. And it generally becomes blurry in a mirrored fashion. Okay, so you can see the hand represented right here. As the pain gets more intense, or the more time we've spent in pain, guarding our hand, not giving the brain information through foot baths or touching things, then it blurs, goes across this chasm here, and we get pain in the other hand. Okay, but the more we give the brain information, the less that spreading will stop and reduce, and will actually, a lot of you have experienced this with coaching. You know, you had pain in the foot and it spread up the leg and to the other leg and to the back. But as I coached you, the pain came down and went back to the original position. And that's because we're starting to give the brain information over time, and the pain is reducing in a fashion that that brings it back to the original location. And then eventually, dealing with the other things in life, the pain can go away. So for me, I had CRPS that quote unquote spread up my leg. But then as I got better, it went back down to my foot, which is a certain spot in the foot. And those of you within your feet, you know which spot it is. That's where the pain localized, and then it eventually went away. So that being said, the reason I like the foot bath is because guess what? We're doing 2 feet at once. And 2 feet at once means the brain gets the example of, okay, left foot, which doesn't hurt, is safe. Right foot, which does hurt, is hurting for some reason. There's a mismatch, and the brain likes balance. Okay. And so if we teach the left foot or the right foot that the left foot is safe when we are in the foot bath, that is going to update the brain's map and information to help it get out of pain. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's another reason we have things like mirror therapy. Okay. Mirror therapy is something that was first invented by V.S. Ramachandran. It was first used on amputees. Okay. And for example, the best example is an amputee came in and his hand was blown off and he felt like it was stuck like this. Okay. And then this as an example of a mirror. Ramachandran set the mirror here, and it was like a box. Okay. Like this. Okay. And the amputee put his hand that was missing, gone, in the box. And then his other hand on the other side, and looked at the mirror, which was here, to see this hand. And then Ramachandran instructed him to imagine that he was opening the hand that wasn't there. So he looked in the box, he imagined, and he opened this hand, and he had almost instant relief, feeling like the hand was no longer stuck like this. Okay. And that is because, again, the brain likes balance, and you can trick it very easily with this mirror therapy process. So if we apply that to things in life, okay, let's say we're doing exercises trying to strengthen our CRPS hand. What do you think you should do to improve this? You're just squeezing on this hand. What will you do to make this better?
Squeeze the other end.
Yes. Okay. So you'll squeeze at the same time, both hands. The way I generally do this is, let's say, I don't have the balls here, but you can get a grip training kit from Amazon, and it has like 3 different balls at 3 different grip strengths. So let me see if I can grip. I'll pull up the exact kit so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Grip, strength, ball. Okay, here they are. So you can get a kit like this. So if you're dealing with it in your hand, I'll share this. You can get a kit like this, okay? And it has soft, hard, medium balls there, okay? That's on Amazon. So any kit you want to get is fine, but this kit will be here. And remember, this will be on YouTube, so you'll be able to look at this. So you get a kit like that, okay? You take the hand that's not hurting, you put the medium ball in it. You take the hand that is hurting, you put the light ball in it. and then you squeeze them both at the same time. If you can't squeeze equally as hard in both hands, just squeeze as hard as you can. So maybe you only squeeze this much with this hand and this much with this hand. What that's doing is it's giving the brain information, updating that map, that sandwich map for both hands. Okay, so that's going to help with the sensitivity. So approaching, you know, CRPS and recovery or healing when it comes to CRPS, of course you have to do the physical aspect because you haven't been using the hand, you haven't been updating the brain. Your brain thinks this area of your body needs to be protected. So you have to do the physical things. But at the same time, you also have to pay attention to and acknowledge the mental and emotional things that are creating this pain. Okay. So yeah, let me keep going through this. Did that help, Pat? Is that I kind of went above and beyond there.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let me read the chat real quick and then we'll jump to the next.
I don't know if I can talk or not.
Yeah, you can talk. I hear you.
I don't know, like, so I understand where you're coming from. I got told this by a physio who did a questionnaire of me not long ago about stuff like this, about trying to trick your brain. And so, for instance, me having a shower, going into a shower room and having the shower on my legs, because I have it in both legs, is absolutely painful. He was like, well, try and do it in a bowl. I have literally tried absolutely everything. He says you just need to, because obviously he said you've got to try. He said it's not tricking the brain. He said it is tricking the brain, but to me it's very complicated, all this, because to me a lot of professionals are trying to do like questionnaires and they're trying to say that we have it's obviously a dissociation. Not dissociation. Thinking of our body. My brain's gone dead. Sorry. Where you can't. What do you call it? Where you don't like that body part anymore. So what would you call that?
Dissociation, yeah, or yeah.
Which again comes under borderline personality disorder.
Well,
if you understand what I mean. So there's a lot of things that you said which I have tried and tried and tried, and my brain is like, I don't know, because the thing is with me, my feet. So as well as having CRPS in both legs, both of my feet are so badly deformed that they physically you cannot get me to walk or stand up because they are just literally. My cousin's a physio, and she says for me to walk, I'd have to have them cracked back.
So I would love, and this falls into the category of let's talk one-on-one. And the reason for that is there's more to your story that I need to know, and that's evident by what you put in the chat. There's too much going on in my life. That's what you said. I'm reading it right now. I think we should talk one-on-one. I'll have you know that I've had patients come to me in person when I was working at Texas Children's Hospital that had both their feet curled and turned in like this, like that, like underneath. I can't really do it properly with my hands. And they were red. Okay. And they got back to walking. And we'll talk about it. I understand you feel like you've tried everything. I understand, certain physios have given you some of this guidance, but, book a free consult with me and let's actually talk more in depth so I can get more background from you and help you find a path forward. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, awesome. If you need the link to it, that's on my website, thewindowpain.com, and we'll go from there. And I see, let's see. Yeah, I see your foot has curved and toes starting to curl. Yeah, I've seen plenty of individuals with that going on. It's called functional dystonia is what it's called. And functional means that things are functioning properly, but there's dystonia occurring. That's like functional migraines, right? Functional neurologic symptom disorder. Kelly's giving you encouragement. What if you experience this pain 24/7, never stops, but you keep moving, life keeps moving? I'm not sure what the question is there, Diane. Are you? You're muted.
Thought I. Nope. I.
Now you're good. Now you're muted again.
Okay.
Now you're good.
You know, I guess I wrote that because the biggest question is how in the world do people get in remission? How in the world, when you mentioned that question as far as, or that statement that people aren't experiencing CRPS anymore, it's like, I have it 24/7. I was in the hospital all day yesterday, not because of CRPS, but because of starting Orencia. And I know this may not, well, it kind of goes hand in hand with CRPS, but my body has, it's gotten 50 times worse after having just one shot of Orencia. And I just wanted any comments from you from that. Yes, different meds can affect you differently, but it's like, man, I didn't think I could live the way I was living before, but right now, and that's in the Orencias, that's for rheumatoid arthritis. The methotrexate wasn't doing what it needed to do, so I'm taking both of them now. And just your opinion, you know, those when you have CRPS, I was in there because of dehydration. But how does that affect, like anything else? Everything affects CRPS, your emotions, your so much. I mean, somebody could say something or tell you a sad story and your whole body just goes crazy. But meds like these, what is it doing? Because it's like my body was doing pretty well as far as CRPS before I started the Orencia. And now I am like worse than I've ever been my entire life. I just wanted your opinion.
So you're asking me why are you reacting to the med that way?
Oh my God. Yes.
Okay, when did you first start it?
That was this Tuesday.
Okay, have you stopped?
They don't want me to stop.
They don't want you to stop, and it's causing you this much pain.
Yes.
I would tell them you need to stop.
I know it sounds crazy, but when you are dealing with, you're taking Orencia, so it can destroy the bad cells. It's kind of like a chemo. So Orencia can destroy the bad cells, you know, and you get blood work done every 3 months, so it's not destroying the good cells. You're talking about your organs. I can't just stop taking it. I understand why they don't want me to stop taking it, but why? You ask yourself, because before you give yourself that shot that night, you're like, why am I doing this? Why am I putting this in my body if it's just going to make me miserable? But you don't want to cause problems to your organs either.
Okay, so there's a few things here that I'll mention, and then we can go from there.
Thank you.
You always have autonomy as a patient. There are other routes that doctors can find outside of that medication. If you really talk to them and say, look, this is causing me a lot of pain. I understand that I need help for these reasons from this medication. Is there another route we can take? That's one thing. The next thing is what you just described to me about this feeling of why am I doing this? Why am I putting in this in my body? That alone in and of itself will cause you to have more pain. And here's the reason why for those that don't understand this concept, but there's something called a placebo effect. That is something that happens when we are given a medication and we have heard favorable things about it. Okay, so for example, let's use low dose naltrexone. Okay, some people here speak highly of that. And if we believe that LDN will help us and make things better, then the chance of it actually doing that is significantly higher. Now, if you have this orexia and you are sitting there thinking, why am I doing this? This is poison for my body, blah, 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 blah. The chances it'll make the pain worse is exponentially higher. And that's called the nocebo effect. That's the reverse of the placebo. Another good example of this is if I gave you 2 tubes of lotion and they're both CeraVe, non-scented CeraVe lotion. One tube, it says this will hurt, this will burn. The other tube, it says this will help, this will feel good. If I did that with a group of people and they trusted me, what would happen is not only would the group that got the this will hurt lotion, will they report that it's painful and it burns, but they'll also have redness on their skin from the lotion. And then the other group, if I give this will feel good, not only will they report it'll feel good, but they might even have like a temperature drop or report a tingling feeling in their skin. Remember, these are both CeraVe. And so this is pure proof of the placebo and nocebo effect manifest. So two answers to your question. Let's do three. So firstly, talk to your doctors. Okay, you don't have to just suffer. There has to be something else they can do.
I did, yeah.
Okay. The second, I would encourage you, if you're going to continue to take it or you feel like you have to, I would encourage you to look up positive stories only of this medication. Okay. So instead of looking like side effects of such and such or negative effects of this, I would look up, positive things about taking Orexia. Okay. What we feed our brain is our reality. All right. And then that's a big reason why this nocebo and placebo effect is a big reason why in my support group, I make sure that the content in there is uplifting and hopeful, etc., versus other support groups where, it could be constant sharing of doom and gloom. There's the nocebo effect taking place there. And then lastly, the third thing, I just had it. The third thing when it comes to this, it'll come back to me, but
it happens. Yep.
But yeah, so let's start with those two, like understanding the framing of what's happening with his medication.
I had a suggestion as well, Chase.
Yeah, Matt, go ahead.
I don't know if she's tried asking the doctor to work with switching doses to try and find an equilibrium that's better for her.
That's true.
Well, this was my first shot this week, and it's kind of like.
It just came back to me. So they're going to balance out the doses. Matt, perfect example, but this is the last example. So your first shot. So remember the alarm I talked about in the beginning, right? How our alarm is hyperactive. Sometimes when we have a break-in, whether it's a shot or a small procedure or a small injury, the alarm goes off. So this first shot that you've had, Diane, it probably set off the alarm, especially because of our emotions around it. But potentially, as you continue to get shots on a regular basis and your body begins to expect what's coming, it might get easier. So chemotherapy, for example, when my mom was going through it, the first round was awful. The second round was a little better, and the third round a little better, and the fourth round, she barely noticed it outside of being a little sleepy. Okay, so your body adapts to this stimulus. And so maybe right now what this shot has caused, for a number of reasons, which we just discussed, is a bit of a flare-up.
Oh gosh, yes.
And the cool thing about flares is that they're called flares for a reason, because they burn out. Okay, so eventually, this was just a couple days ago, this will start to come down and you'll probably get back to the baseline you were at. Okay, so I want you to remind yourself of that. This might be temporary because of what's happened there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told myself that. I mean, it's only a week ago, I was actually able to walk through a mall, and first time that I've ever closed some rings on my, on my app.
On your watch.
And then as soon as I take this shot, it's like you can barely stand. You can't even type because your fingertips are on fire. I mean, your fingertips, it's like the nerves are just wanting to jump out of your fingertips is what it feels like.
But I think it's important too, and Chase teaches this, that like I got the spinal cord stimulator put in. Oh my God, it quadrupled my pain. I just had it taken out. I was in a place with Chase where I wasn't feeling pain anymore, and now I am. So we're talking about that alarm system. I think it's important too that you don't focus on the flares, because I know from personal experience that the more you focus on it, the more it's going to think it's your best friend and the longer it's going to stick around.
Oh no, I'm very good at that. I'll stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning cleaning, and people are asking me, why are you up? Because I'm staying busy to keep my mind off of something, and they don't understand it, but that's okay, you know.
Mm.
But yeah, I do that. I do things to stay busy, to keep my mind off, and I function better that way.
I'd be interested to meet with you in a consult as well, Diane. I think, you know, just hearing some of the wording you're using, especially in what you just said there, you know, those that have worked with me know why I'm saying this, but I'd love to meet with you in a free consult. So please do go to my website and book that if you're interested.
No, I will after this. Was that a good thing or a bad thing, staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning?
It can be good. It can be both. It's a curse and a blessing. Let's say that.
It's productive at least.
Yes. So I see Karen's hand. So I'm going to get to you 1 second, Karen. But I want to show you this, Diane, and everybody in the group as just a general reminder. Okay. I know that last week we were at the mall and we were doing things, and I know it can be frustrating, but I want to encourage you to not call what is happening right now a setback. This is a learning experience. Okay. This is what we think our journey with CRPS is going to be like. This is what it actually looks like. Okay. There's ups and downs, there's flares, there's a whole roller coaster loop-de-loop. Over the 4 years that I dealt with pain, I was up and down and all around, on and on and on. And this is because I didn't have anyone like me telling me that things were getting better. I was just trying to live. And what would happen is I'd go to the gym and I'd try 1 minute on the Stairmaster, and then I'd be as scared to go back to the gym for a month because of the flare that happened. Okay. Now I'm here to help you guys understand that, hey, this up and down of life is all part of this road to feeling better. Okay. So remind yourself of that. Just because we're not moving linearly up, these dips are all part of it. Okay. Just like life, right? We have things in life even before we dealt with CRPS where we would have really hard dips, you know, periods of depression, extra anxiety, etc. And then we'd have times in life when we were up on cloud 9, living our best life. Okay, so that's all part of it. So that recovery chart's important. Okay, Karen, I'm ready for you now.
Hi, Chase.
Hey.
So I wanted to get your take on something. When I finally got diagnosed a couple years in, I had a dream that I was like telling a doctor, like, I have CRPS, like I finally know what I have. And I guess like some part inside of me was agreeing with that or reckoning with that. I don't know. But I woke up with my toe sweating for the first time ever.
Mhm.
And it made me wonder, like, okay, so for years I'd never had sweating with the CRPS. And so I just thought that was fascinating that all of a sudden in the dream, like I click into believing that I have CRPS or knowing, knowing that I have it, and then wake up with a new symptom that I only would have read about online, that was not arising organically. So I would just love to get your take on that.
Yeah, and I actually love that you said this. So this is very much what I talk about with both the idea of spreading and the idea of ice when it comes to CRPS. Okay, so when I was dealing with CRPS, I was reading because the doctors gave me no information. So of course I'm going to read. I was reading about spreading. I had just discovered it on Burning Nights, their website, and someone had wrote an article basically saying that it spreads, it'll spread to your entire body. One guy even had it in his genitals. I just read all this stuff and I was absorbing it and I was freaking out. And my father came home from work because I was living with him at the time, and I got up and I hobbled over to him and I said, Dad, it's going to spread. It's going to get worse. It's going to go to my private areas. And I just was bawling, crying. And at this point, I only had it in the bottom of my foot. The next morning, I woke up and it had spread almost to my knee. Is that because CRPS is a poison and it has spread up my knee coincidentally at that evening? Or is that because of the pure belief that it could happen? I think the latter is more likely. And so, yeah, Karen, I mean, in that dream, if you had this realization, this acceptance, And then what comes with that acceptance is these other symptoms. Of course, that's possible. And there's studies about this that I even share in my some of my videos. For example, the video "Watch Your Language" is all about the placebo and nocebo effect and the power of belief. There was a doctor in Tennessee who diagnosed a man with cancer and told the man he has 3 months to live. The man died 3 months later. He diagnosed the wrong man. The man did not have cancer. And so belief, that's called a medical hex. Belief is a very powerful thing. And yeah, absolutely. That the sheer belief or acknowledgement of you having CRPS could be the thing that made your toes sweat.
Thanks. Yeah, I also have like just last night I dreamt that both of my feet were like bright red and swollen and burning, and I actually don't have any of those symptoms in that way.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting, yeah, how the subconscious is, yeah, working with a lot of fear, right, of what other people's CRPS looks like.
Yes.
Still working on that.
This is actually a big reason why I tell people to monitor what they absorb in support groups. What happens in support groups is people will show pictures of their limb. And for example, there'll be limbs that have like ulcers or sores or things like that. And they'll say, oh my gosh, that's where I'm headed. This is CRPS at its worst. I am doomed. What the truth is, a lot of times those images are not CRPS at all. This person could have diabetes. They have diabetic ulcers. What you're seeing in those groups is not always accurate. Even the images that say CRPS fact number 47, those are often just created by people dealing with CRPS and using crowdsourced information. So for example, ice. Ice is not a bad thing for CRPS, but there's a feeling that it is the worst thing that you could ever do. And that comes from a source linked through Harvard. But if you actually investigate that study, it's a case study with one patient who kept ice on for the entire day. So of course, if I take ice and I put it on my cheek for an entire day, yeah, I'm going to get frostbite. I'm going to have horrible side effects. But that doesn't mean that it's going to cause spreading. That doesn't mean that, it's ice and CRPS are bad. You can do ice, for 10 minutes a day, and then alternate it, ice for 10 minutes, off for an hour, etc., like an athlete would. No problem. And that actually piggybacks into Emily's question. So Emily, if you respond better to cold than heat, totally cool. Yes, you can use cold when having a flare, but here's the caveat. I would encourage you when you use that cold to gradually reduce the time that you use it. Okay, so if you're having a flare and you use it normally for 20 minutes, I'd like you to do 19 for a week, 18 for the next week, 17 for the next week. And the reason for that is because your body responds to what you give it. So if I was training to be a diver in swimming and I practice holding my breath, eventually my body gets better at holding its breath. If you are putting your body in cold, eventually your body gets better at heating up the limb to counteract the cold. So if you are constantly putting the ice on, what you're actually doing is you're training that part of your body to be hot. Does that make sense?
It does. It's just for me, it's different every time. So it happens in the evenings. Some evenings I can put cold on it for just a short period of time and it improves very quickly, and other times it takes longer. So for me, that's hard to know like how to reduce the time since it's different every time.
I want you to set a standardized time and reduce the time from there.
Okay.
I know it's going to be hard at first, but that's what I'd like you to do.
Okay, I will try that. Thank you.
Of course. Matt, go ahead. I see you over there.
Yeah, to what she was saying, it's the same thing's happening to me. I wake up or have been waking up at all times of the night. My foot swelling, my foot red, my groin in pain. Using ice has become a savior per se, where I just use it all the time, and it's become a crutch, more or less. And now I don't use it at all. I just listen to what Chase has taught me, and I get up and go, I'm going for a walk. And even though my groin is in pain and my feet hurt, I walk 3 miles, and I come back, and each day it gets a little bit better. I just my brain is getting used to not submitting to what's going on, and knowing that my brain controls this and not the pain. I'm just moving forward. And so far, life has been getting better and better under your
Awesome.
tutelage, of course.
Well, Matt, I appreciate you saying that. And when I first met Matt, he was scared to even lift anything more than 2 pounds. And now he's
Yeah.
going and lifting in the gym with dumbbells.
Yeah.
And they did this whole reconstructive project on his house. They took the door frames and they widened them because his shoulders had gotten so big from all his lifting.
It's
So they could
unfortunate
barely-
that you've gotten me to this point, because now I have to carry the groceries in.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
And Matt's about to go on a big trip pretty soon
Yay.
here in 5 days or so. Yeah.
That's right. Time to bon voyage.
Yeah, so we've been training Matt and preparing him to go on this Italy trip with his lovely wife Laurel, who's over there hiding.
Hello.
But I'm very excited for him. And this might be a good question before I get to I think it's Lisa's question about the CRPS and trigeminal neuralgia and tinnitus. But this might be a good time if there's anybody else that I'm working with right now in here. That would like to say how helpful it might have been, you feel free. And yeah.
I'll say
Well, I
something.
will.
Okay, Cheryl,
Oh.
you go ahead first.
I
There you
haven't
go.
had a lot of sessions yet because of different reasons, and I did take the time out to do that other therapy. But I can say the few sessions we have had, I have found it very helpful. I want to appreciate what Matt just said, because I'm finding it hard, and I cry easy.
Yeah.
And so I'm finding it hard to just want to move forward.
Yeah.
And there are definitely psychological reasons for that, which I have come to understand, I think with you, Chase, and beginning to write that letter to my son, that it's not fair for me to go forward if he can't.
Yeah.
So that is, sorry, you guys. I'm a crier, but
Cheryl, did your son pass?
yes.
So
It's
did
been-
mine. I lost my son 2 years ago to overdose.
Oh my god, me too. 4 years, so you're
Yeah.
way ahead of
So
me.
I understand your pain wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
It helps to know that there are other people out there experiencing exactly the same thing you're experiencing, because you think you're alone and you're not.
And it's good to hear you say about just getting up and moving forward, because that is
Yes.
what I don't want to do. I resist
You have
it.
to.
I know, and that's what I'm learning. And
He would
but
want you
I
to.
Yes,
resist
your son
it
would want
because
you to move forward.
He would. Oh God, he was so sweet and kind. Yeah, he would.
Yes, he would.
Yeah. And he
Yeah.
was always trying to find an answer for my pain. Some method, some procedure, some medicine. He researched all the time. He
It's
was a
just you.
sweetheart.
You're the one that's got to do it.
I know. Oh, I do that.
Yeah.
I research all the time, but it's
I'm-
like he would want me to move forward, I guess. is
I've
what
been
I'm-
writing letters extensively, and it seems like I write 6 or 7 letters, and all of a sudden I've got 15 more to write. It's like
Yeah, there you go.
it just keeps coming in. Well, I could write him a letter, make me feel better, and I could write her. And it is making me feel better. It's making me feel a lot better, and especially the one I wrote to myself.
Well, yeah, that's a biggie.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
so-
biggie. It took a while.
So Matt's
A
on,
couple of tissue boxes but I'm here.
what would you say? You're on what, letter 9 or something, Matt?
That's great.
About that.
So
Probably
this is,
another 7 to go.
so yeah, and Matt loves to express himself through writing. Some clients I have paint, some clients I have, create a song, write a song. But Cheryl, yeah, we've been on a little bit of break because you've been doing these other some other therapies, but we're coming back here in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And we'll keep going. And I want you to at least promise me for sure this, that we're still having more sessions and moving forward in 2 weeks from now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely,
Good.
without a doubt.
Good.
You're
And
definitely not alone, Cheryl.
right.
Nope.
I lost my husband, sister, and son all within 4 months.
Oh my.
So
Yeah.
So, yeah,
can I point something out? All of you that are
sure.
sitting in here, do you think it's coincidence that all of this happened? And we have CRPS? Or do you think that
No,
that maybe there's more to this than
it contributed to.
yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I want you to know that, because not only is there loss, right? And that could be loss of death, but it could be loss of the sibling that stopped talking to us,
Yeah.
or the parent who suddenly has dementia, or the daughter that is too stubborn for her own good. All of those things are part of this. And oftentimes the very reason that we
You
have this
had to put
pain.
the daughter one in there, didn't you?
Well, I'll tell you what, Matt, there's another client in here who shares that as well.
Yeah.
Me too, Matt.
There you go.
Who's this? Oh yeah, yeah. It's it's a job. It never stops.
I agree.
So I guess, Chase, you would say that even if you had CRPS diagnosed before all the loss, it could just
Yeah.
keep you stuck.
Yeah, and I would also say that you're not looking deep enough, because I think the CRPS came from a life where you lived as that type of person that I showed the
Oh,
personality.
I'm definitely there. I want to be the perfectionist doing everything.
And what does that do to your body when you put that much pressure on yourself?
Wear it down.
You
Yeah, and
bet.
do you think that some of that striving for perfection, some of that need for acceptance and caretaking for others, do you think that that could build up some anger deep inside?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
I would say it probably would, but you don't see it that way in the moment.
Oh yeah, no, you don't.
No, not at all.
You
And
You know,
maybe some,
being an RN for so long, that's your job.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
got PTSD, Mary?
I've got OCD really bad.
Yeah.
So what I would say is, yeah, being an RN, do you know how many people in it that are my clients are RNs or teachers, okay, or some
I've been
sort of
both.
right, and also happen to be caretakers or helping people with addiction, those kinds of things. Sometimes it's the kindest people, that goodism, that contributes to this this anger, this resentment that we've built up. And the reason that happens is because we're told as we grow up, good girls and good boys don't get angry. And so we've identified anger as a bad or scary thing, and not feeling that results in us feeling anger in our body. Okay, so let's do an experiment, because this is really fun, and you've probably seen this in one of my videos, but I really like this. What is the color, the main color associated with CRPS?
orange.
I
Orange.
think
Orange.
red.
And red, sure. What is the main element associated with CRPS?
Burning.
Fire. Fire. Yep. So element. Yep. Water, earth, water, wind, fire.
Yeah.
Right. Fire is one of them. Okay. What happens to your face when you're very angry? What color does it turn?
Red.
Red.
What color does your limb turn when you have CRPS?
Red.
Red.
Purple.
Red or purple, yeah.
Yeah.
How many of you have seen the movie Inside Out?
Yeah.
Okay, and how many? Show of hands. I need to see this.
What's it about briefly? I can't remember.
Emotions.
Yeah.
It's a Pixar movie, and they have a bunch of emotions. They have
Yep.
sadness,
No.
joy.
No, I haven't seen it. Oh.
Okay, you should watch it firstly. That's a great movie. But I want to show you how anger is represented in that movie. And now, mind you, this is a movie where they're visually representing emotion, okay, as a character. This is the anger character in that movie. Does it look familiar?
Yeah.
What does it look familiar to? Does it look familiar potentially to some of the imaging for CRPS?
It looks like my foot when it flares up.
Okay. Yeah, there you go, Matt. So it's almost right in front of us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it a little bit eerie that the element for CRPS is fire? The color for CRPS is orange. The color our limb turns when our face turns when we're angry is red, and our limb turns the same color. Isn't that fascinating? So that's something I want you to just think about. And especially when it comes to in the CRPS personality that I've put together, repressing healthy emotions such as anger is one part of it that we share. And you would probably
I think for me, it's more sadness than anger.
Yeah.
Me too.
So let me show you something. Give me a second. Sadness is essentially a derivative of anger as well. Okay.
Really?
Grief. Yes, it's a combination of, or a derivative of the emotion anger. So yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be anger or rage or resentment. It could be sadness, it could be disappointment, it could be that. Anger is the easiest example, especially because it's on display when it comes to CRPS's messaging and imagery. And that's actually a big reason why I like the color blue because it's the opposite of orange. And I think looking at things deeper and moving away from this angry feeling state by feeling it, by writing letters of anger towards our son or our daughter or ourselves and letting the emotions out, the emotions don't have to be in our body anymore.
How do you feel about the use of anger to help propel us to get better? Because it seems like that kind of works for me. Is that bad for me?
No, that's not necessarily bad at all. You're feeling anger in a way, I had that isn't in your body. Does that make sense? So like I had a client who instead of writing letters, she wrote her ex-husband's name on a watermelon and smashed it in her backyard. She let out anger in a healthy way, and it felt better. And so, when you're using anger to fuel your 5K or to fuel your virtual kickboxing sessions, I don't think that's bad at all. I think that's an expression of anger and emotion that is good. And that's a big reason why when people get angry with me in online.
Who are you talking about? Talking about?
Yeah, what's up with that?
You, right? Kelly.
I'm so nice to you, Chase. I only get mad every once in a while.
So I let people let that anger out because for some reason you selected me as a safe place for that anger. I take pride in that. A lot of times the people who get the wrath of our anger are the people that we actually like and care about most. And so that's good. I accept all feelings as they come. No feelings are bad. Just like happiness is a feeling and everybody celebrates being happy. Anger is also a feeling. Depression is also a feeling.
That's one thing I was going to say when we were talking about people that have coached with you personally, like I have. The one thing that I was going to mention to people if they're thinking about it is if you're looking for another person in your life to rant to cry to, that's not Chase. He's a great listener. He has a huge heart, but he's going to give you tough love too. And a lot of times those are when I got pissed off at him. It's like, damn it, I just want you to feel sorry for me right now. What the hell's wrong with you? And he really does have a good balance of compassion and empathy and that tough love. And a lot of times that tough love kind of propels me to go, oh, okay, whatever, Chase. But the next day I'm doing it, whatever it was I was like, I'll show him. He pissed me off. I'm going to go do it. So it's a talent he has. I don't know where it comes from, but I love it.
Well, thanks, Kelly. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think there's a balance between saying hey, you're fine just the way you are. Yeah, sulk and feel this. And also saying hey, if you continue to do the same thing over and over again, you will get the same result. So, hey, let's try something different. And I know you don't like it, but you need to do it. When it comes to coaching with me, you signed up to do hard things. So you should be ready to do hard things. That's both physically and emotionally. And so I'm not doing you a service by being extra kind to you, but I will be. It's a balance. I also want you to know that not only is this true in the Bible, in other religions, but also in psychology. The thing you need the most is often in the place you least want to look. Okay, let me say that again.
Wow.
In filth it shall be found. The thing we need the most is often in the place we least want to look. So if you aren't willing to look into these dark places, into the shadows, right, then it's going to be very, very hard for you to find the light. And that's what I had to do. You know, remember in school, when we did a personality test, I was one of the only greens, and the greens don't like emotions. They're hyper analytical. They're logical. That made me a great leader, a great class president. But it was also what I would say when I got that personality type, I said, yeah, this is accurate. Emotions are what make us weak. And my professor said, emotions are what make us human. And I was kind of stopped in my tracks. And I realized now that the thing I liked the least, the emotions, this aspect of our life, is the actual where the answer lied. Okay. And so, you know, from a physical standpoint, we need to rehab. From an emotional standpoint, we need to rehab. And then
Down and dirty.
Lisa Lindberg, I believe that's how I say your name, is Lisa. But anyways, you mentioned some conditions that might occur before CRPS. Would that potentially include trigeminal neuralgia followed by tinnitus? Yes, 100% it would. Tinnitus is a I don't know condition. Believe it or not, tinnitus is called the suicide symptom. How ironic. And trigeminal neuralgia is another quote unquote suicide syndrome. Okay. These are I don't know conditions. They 100% fall in the same exact category as CRPS. And what I mean by that is they're a product of the same problem. POTS is like this, PANS, PANDAS, FND, MCAS, TOS, you know, basically the alphabet conditions, plus fibromyalgia, you know, amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome, all of these things. Yes, they fall into that category. And the generalized approach that I use when I get a client to helping overcome these things, or at least live a more fulfilling life, is pretty much the same as when I deal with someone who's dealing with CRPS. Okay, let's see. Lots of conversations in the chat. Yeah, I'll just say I've really loved this talk so far. This is awesome. I think this might be one of the coolest Q&As that'll be on YouTube. And I'm so thankful for all of you coming here. Do you have any more questions for me, or thoughts, whether it's about the things I'm offering, or something, to another question just in general?
I have a question about something you said earlier about you challenged us that the CRPS was there all along. So I had this injury, the injury to my nerve in 2018. So I didn't have any of that pain at all until then. And you know, it was the next year my mother died. Then the next year my son died. But you're challenging basically that it was there even before the pain existed that we have today.
So
is that right or not?
Not quite. So it's not CRPS that was there, but we were living our lives in a certain way, being the type of people we are, which is a hypersensitive, you know, very empathetic, right? Constantly worried about, you know, what our son was up to, right? All of the people in our life. And so it just so happened that your body picked your jaw, or the nerve in your cheeks there. And it just so happened that was the case. For me, it started as my back, because I was told my whole life growing up, your dad has a bad back. Bad backs run in the family. You know, be careful when you bend your back. And so, of course, my brain selected as a distraction mechanism my back. And then that was reinforced by my surgeon, who said, this herniated disc, which, believe it or not, 42% of people my age have a herniated disc and no pain. This herniated disc is your problem. You need surgery. And so I had the surgery. Didn't fix it. I had another surgery. Fixed it, aka the placebo effect. Then, of course, my brain needed a new distraction, and it just happened to be my foot. Okay. Here's another phrase: shot myself in the foot.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are all things that we say: heartbreak, backstab, gut feeling, etc. That show up, emotions showing up in our body. This is so universally known. It's in our language, right? And so, yeah, Cheryl, I would say you always had this personality, but then and that's not a bad thing. That's what makes you a wonderful person. But once you had this breaking point where your rock or your support system or the person you turned to or someone you loved left, whether it be in death or in disconnect from us entirely, that is when the brain said, I need to protect Cheryl from these profound emotions so profound that they literally might kill you, like a bus that is about to hit you when you step off a curb. Okay, so the brain is using the pain as your big brother, your protector. We need to say, hey, I got this, step aside. I can face these things that are in front of me. And that is hard to do. And sometimes when we do it, the pain comes on even harder to reinforce that distraction. And so, before we go on to the next thing, I'm gonna name a couple books that are on my reading list that pertain to some of these things we've talked about here. Okay. Firstly, The Brain That Changes Itself. That is the book where I found the reason for mirror therapy and why it works, the invention of it by B.S. Ramachandran. That is also the book where I found that training the good side of our body, quote unquote good side, and not training the bad side at all will actually result in 30% gains on the bad side. Okay. So that's one book, The Brain That Changes Itself by Norman Doidge, I believe. The second book that would be pertaining to this is The Expectation Effect. That talks about the experiment with the lotion. You'll find that experiment in there, or at least experiments similar to it. That is by David Robson. Another book that would pertain to this is called Surgery, the Ultimate Placebo. That is written by Ian Harris, who is an orthopedic surgeon and is basically railing against the orthopedic surgery community and saying that the scalpel is the best placebo in medicine. Okay. That is the reason why, believe it or not, surgery on your back is equivalent in results as fake surgery on your back. Okay. So someone will do a surgery on someone's back. They will actually remove the disc fluid. Someone will do a real surgery and remove the disc fluid. Someone will do a fake surgery and just make an incision and then stitch it up so they think the surgery was done. And guess what? The results are the same. 18 months later, both groups are in the exact same place.
Wow.
So that's in Surgery, the Ultimate Placebo. And then the next two, these are very, very important ones that really dig at these things. And I promise you they will be hard to read. Some people get mad at me for even having them read them, is The Mind-Body Prescription by John Sarno. That book talks about anger and the repression of it. And believe it or not, I mentioned tinnitus as one of the things that is included in that, as well as a bunch of other conditions. That is the only book that mentions CRPS that is not titled CRPS that I've ever read. And then additionally, When the Body Says No by Dr. Gabor Mate. And lastly, one more for those of you who are interested in addiction or understanding addiction. The Realm of Hungry Ghosts by Gabor Mate is another great one. You can find a lot of these in my top 10 books for overcoming chronic pain. That's on my YouTube. But yeah. So anyone have one? I can do one more question, and then I think I'm reaching my limit as it is.
No.
Nobody. Okay. Anybody else that is a client of mine that would like to share their experience before I wrap up?
I am experiencing just happiness. In fact, today, Chase, I had a flare up right almost immediately before I sat down when you said, "There's Matt." I had just did something, won't say what it was, in the bathroom, and on the way over here, I was so depressed. I was just like, wow, this is what a time, I'm 5 days to go before I leave on this trip. And it's like, and then right as I sat down, I said, you know what? This has happened 1,000 times before. It'll probably happen 1,000 times again. And right now, that flare-up's gone.
I love it.
And that mental way of thinking is because of you. So I want to thank you for that.
Well, thanks,
I
man.
have a similar story. I thought that this shot today, like I was looking forward to it, but I wasn't because I thought, oh gosh, it's gonna flare me up just talking about everything, but I'm good. I haven't flared up, so
Way to go, Pat.
yeah,
Well,
it's all due to Chase's coaching. So
Yeah.
if you're at all interested, gee, do it because you won't be sorry.
I have one more suggestion. When Chase has cured us all, we should all meet to have a party for Chase.
I love it.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. There you go. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. There is a 5K in North Carolina that the Window Pane, my company, aka me, is a sponsor of. It's called the Fight the Flame 5K. And I'll be getting some more details out about that eventually, but that could be our first
That'd be wonderful.
potential meeting. It's in Charlotte, North Carolina, September 28th. But there'll be more details coming out.
That'd be phenomenal.
Yeah. Yeah. So exciting. Janelle, you look like you want to say something.
I know. I feel like you're like looking at me when she's gonna talk. She doesn't. I don't like talking in front of people, even though I'm a teacher. I like talking to kids, not grown-ups. But I just wanted to tell Elsie, 6 months ago, I could barely walk. I had to use a walker. I had to sit in the shower because I couldn't stand. I thought that was going to be my life. And now I'm walking. I'm back to work full time because of Chase.
Congratulations.
And I'm just every day. I'm not saying I don't have like my really bad days. Like my husband was just saying, he's been listening to our little talk here. And when I'm low, I'm really low. But I feel like I come out of it a lot faster, and I'm having better days than bad days anymore. I mean, like this morning, I was with my girlfriend shopping at Walmart, getting stuff for school. We're teachers. And then we went to lunch and had to rush home for the meeting. And now I'm going to go back out. And I never thought I could do stuff like that ever. And I feel like the more active I am, the better it's getting. I feel like when I slow down, it gets worse. Yeah. So I'm just trying to stay more active. And the teaching little second graders all day keeps my mind off of it. And sometimes my foot starts to hurt. The shoe flies off, and my students, they're so used to it. Like they don't even, but there are days I can keep my shoe on all day. And compression socks, I feel like have helped a lot. I don't know why, but I feel better as long as I have a compression sock. So, and it took me a while. Like I would put it on for like a couple seconds and I'd take it off. And now I'm keeping them on all day. So
you go.
I can't even imagine that.
I couldn't either, but just put it on. And every day I kept putting it on a little bit longer, and I'd be so proud of myself. I would tell Chase, like, have my compression sock on for an hour. But just like, it's good that talking to Chase and having those sessions, and my husband listening in to those sessions. So every time I'm in a low and stuff, my husband's my Chase now. And he's like, remember what Chase said? It's like this now.
That's what my wife does too.
So he's laughing. So yeah, I'd suggest if you're not with Chase on one-to-one, it's worth the money.
Definitely.
If Chase makes $1 million one day, he deserves it.
Yes.
And when he writes his first book, he better. I'm going to buy that book.
You bet.
You bet.
And think how good you're going to feel in September when you do that 5K.
There you go.
That's
I might
right.
be walking it. I hope somebody's walking it with
I'll
me.
be there with you. That's all I can do is
Okay.
walk.
Yeah, we've
Well,
got
you never know. We might be
I'm
running by
telling you,
then.
something to shoot for.
I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
I was told by my doctors I'd never run, I'd never squat, I'd never deadlift again because my back is too fragile and I'm going to be in pain forever. I've done all those things this week and I'll do them again next week.
You
And
bet.
Janelle, you've come a super long way. Pat and Matt, you guys have come a super long way. Cheryl, you're coming far already with our few sessions. Amy, if she's still in here, she's come super far. I just, Emily, you asked, can I explain why compression socks are helpful? Sure, because it helps the pressure. But what I want you to understand, even though Pat and Matt and Janelle are sharing physical things that they're achieving, for all three of them, there were deep emotional things that are main factors when it comes to this pain. So I would encourage you to not fixate as much on the physical and remember that, these things that I've mentioned, covertly about things that are going on in life are a big part of this pain. And we'll continue to learn that through not only the Power Club, which I've started, and I put a link in the chat so you can join that if you would like to, but also that's all over my online course, and it's 100% of things that I do in pain coaching. And just so you know, Matt, Pat, and Janelle, their experience with coaching with me is completely tailored to them. This is not a cookie cutter thing. Each person I approach differently because I believe that you are all different and unique people. You are not a foot or a shoulder or a jaw or a hand to me. You are a complex and amazing human being. And so that's what I like to approach with. Carl Jung, someone I look up to quite a lot, said, know all the methods, master all the techniques, but when you touch another human being, just be another human being. And that's my philosophy when it comes to everything that I'm doing when it comes to CRPS. If you're not in a position financially to sign up for some of these things, I am going to continue to keep putting out free resources. This entire video is going to be on YouTube tomorrow for free. I have 70 hours and counting of free material. So that's always going to be out there. And if you're not on my email list, you can go to my website, thewindowpain.com, and join it.
Thank you, Chase.
This is awesome. This might be the best Q&A so far. I might have.
Your mentors have done well.
Well, I've been helped by Laurel over there, Matt. Janelle, you're
oh
not
my
alone.
God, so have I. What a coincidence. She's still setting up the trip.
There she is. So Laurel's been there listening in, just like Janelle's husband has.
Always.
And Pat's got Clark, and so we have our own teams and our groups, and you guys motivate me. I mean, this is the stuff I post on Facebook. This doesn't feel like work to me at all. This is the most enjoyable, fun thing I've ever done, and I'm excited to just keep it going. If you
That's
guys
when you know you're getting paid for something you love.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. My dream one day is if I could do all this for free. That'd be sweet. And maybe we'll get there. But I'm excited. The group is at almost 700 people, which is wild because we were at 640.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, we were at 640 the start of this week. So, spread the word. If you know people suffering with CRPS, feel free to send out the info and get them in the Facebook group at least. And yeah, I think I'm getting ready to wrap up. I've drank, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I've drank this entire thing, this electrolytes while we've been talking. And so now
me and Laurel have been driving around just picking people up and throwing them in the garage. So they'll be patient next week.
So they're the people joining the group, huh?
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much, guys. We'll wrap up here unless anyone has something else. And
thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing everyone.
Yes.
Good to see you guys. I'll stop the
Great to
recording.
be a part.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my CRPS Q&A series. This is Q&A number 8. It has been a little while since I've been here with a Q&A, but I am back and excited to bring this to you. After Q&A number 7, I was so excited about the popularity of that live Q&A and how much so many of you found it to be helpful that I wanted to make sure Q&A number 8 was just as good, if not better, than that live version. So I took a lot of time collecting questions. I believe on my post on the Facebook group, we had about 82 comments of questions or discussion around CRPS, which I really love to see because these videos are part of my continued effort to get good and solid information out there when it comes to CRPS. So if you are confused, if you're recently diagnosed and you were looking for advice and answers, you've come to the right video. Give me an hour or so of your time, and I promise you will leave here feeling a lot better than you did previously. If you don't know who I am, my name is Chase Teagarden. I am not only a doctor of physical therapy, therapeutic pain specialist, and fellow in pain science who has received extensive training on treating CRPS, amplified musculoskeletal pain syndrome, fibromyalgia, and many other complex pain conditions. But I was diagnosed with CRPS myself 10 years ago, and after a 4-year journey, I am now pain-free and treating people all over the world with complex pain conditions in places like Australia, Switzerland, Ireland, South Africa, Canada, and the US, just to name a few. If you would like more of my resources, you can go to my website, thewindowpain.com. You can also find my 8-week self-guided online program that has an entire decade of my knowledge in one place for you, accessible at any time. Or you can reach out to me for one-on-one pain coaching if you would like to have a testimony like some of these people here and break free from your pain for good. All of those links can be found in the description down below. Without further ado, I've got my coffee. I've got your questions, and I'm excited to get started. Typically, I go through these questions in order that they were asked, but in an effort to make this Q&A more cohesive, I'm going to start out with one question that I think is very good, a solid question that I think will kind of shape up the entire video for us as a whole and give you the background that you need to understand my answers to the questions that follow. Okay, so that question is from Brenda, and Brenda says, if it is full body and affects my internal organs, can it be reversed? And what I say to Brenda is, great question. Yes, it can, and I'll explain why in this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a whiteboard. I'm going to do a little bit of a presentation that I call re-explaining pain, and that's going to set up the basis for the rest of this video so that you can understand my answers when it comes to a heightened, a overly fight or flight or centrally sensitized nervous system and what I mean when I refer to that. So without further ado, let's start the presentation. Okay, so I'm going to use this whiteboard to help me do this presentation. This presentation is called Reframe Pain. So let me write that up here. Okay, and the reason reframing pain is important is because for a long time there was a significant misunderstanding of pain in the scientific community. And now, as of July 16th of 2020, the International Association of Pain put out a revised definition of pain, as we've mentioned in a couple of our other modules. And that is a sensory or emotional experience that is influenced by actual or potential / perceived tissue damage. So with that definition, which we'll put up here, a sensory and emotional experience we learn that pain is complex and it involves many factors. And those many factors are the things that lead us to a situation called central sensitization. And that is what's happening with CRPS. That's also what is happening with a lot of other chronic pain conditions. So I'm going to go ahead and break that down for you here. First thing we need to know is in that definition, when it mentions actual or perceived tissue damage, what that is actually saying is pain is not equal to damage. Okay, so we can have pain We can have pain and we can also have no damage at all. So this is true in CRPS because we do all these scans and we check everything, the tissues, etc., and you see no damage, but you're having pain. The pain is very real. It hurts horridly, right? Some people can't even wear a sock. Sometimes even the wind touching hurts, but there's no damage involved, but there is pain. Another example of this is something like a paper cut. Paper cuts are very small, but it has a ton of pain. Okay. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but you can also have damage and no pain. Okay. So a way that this can happen is if you cut yourself out in the yard, and then later you look and you say, oh my goodness, I cut my arm, and you didn't even know about it until, hours later after working in the yard or working in the garage, etc. And then sometimes when you look at it and you see it, then you have pain. Okay. So those are some examples of pain without damage at all. Okay. Now I'm going to draw a graph here to illustrate this process a little bit. So in our body, we have a resting electrical activity level, and that level is going to be marked by this. This is in a normal bodily system. This is where our level is. So the blue line is the level of activity in our nervous system, and that's the resting line. Now, we also have a threshold of activity, an activity threshold, that is going to be characterized by this red marker. Okay, so this red line is a activity threshold where if our activity goes above that threshold, we might experience pain. Okay, so that's a might have pain threshold. Let's call it that. So we'll put a pain question mark threshold. Okay, that's what we'll call that. Now, let's say you don't have CRPS, or in an area of your body that's not affected by your CRPS. I was to kick you. Okay, so let's say if you don't have pain in your elbow or your earlobe, let's say I kicked you in that area. Two things are going to happen. First, there's going to be a lot of paperwork. I'm going to get in trouble, right? The second thing that's going to happen is there's going to be, well, here's the kick marked in red. Okay, the kick happens there. Then, I'm going to see, there's a little glare there, but you can see it. So the kick happens there on the red X. Then there's going to be a spike in that activity threshold. And this spike is going to send our electrical activity in our nervous system up above that line. Okay. Now, we used to think that this spike represented a pain signal being sent. So a kick from in the elbow sends a signal up to the brain, and the brain feels it, and then there's pain. That's not actually what's happening. What's happening is that you get kicked in the elbow or the earlobe, the signal goes to the brain, and the brain decides if pain is useful. So an example of this I've used before: step off a curb and sprain your ankle, it hurts. Step off a curb and sprain your ankle and there's a bus coming at you, doesn't hurt. And that's because the brain decided pain is not useful right now. We need you to heal or get out of the way of the bus so you don't die. Okay. So electrical signal sent up to the brain, simultaneous spike in activity going up above the maybe pain line. This signal is a danger signal, so not a pain signal. There's a danger signal sent up there, and then after you get away from me, the person who kicked you, and your elbow or your earlobe heals, what should happen in a normal system is that spike should correct. It should come back down. So this is what would happen. Come back down like this. Being down here on either side is the place where someone who isn't centrally sensitized rests on a daily basis. And being down at this activity level allows us to have a lot of space for activities. So those activities are things like groceries, dancing, laundry, activities that you do normally day to day, and you would never have pain, okay? Because while you're doing those activities, yes, gradually you're having little spikes in activity going up, but then that spike corrects and comes back down. So in this space here, where you have a lot of room for activities, you're looking at groceries, exercise, work, family stuff, hobbies, etc. All in this space, you're able to do all those things without pain because your system is not sensitized. Now, what has happened, whether it was from an injury initially or not. So some people with type 2 CRPS had an injury to the nerve or an injury of some sort. And then some people with type 1 didn't have any injury at all. It just suddenly came on or slowly came on. What has happened is your nervous system has become sensitized. And so instead of going back down like this one does, what has actually happened is it has stayed up, and I'll show you what I mean. So instead of coming back down after the kick, it has stayed up here. And since it has stayed up there, we are always really close to that maybe pain threshold. And for some of us who are feeling this CRPS pain very severely, you're not even close to it. You're just always over it. Okay, so sometimes you live above it. And what has happened is any activity that we do, it's sending a danger signal to the brain, and it's telling the brain, maybe I need pain right now. And so the brain is reacting to that and causing pain. And so that's why, because you're operating here, you only have this much room for activity. And that means that not only are you in pain, but you're continually fatigued, you're having trouble concentrating because your nervous system is what we are calling, of course, sensitized. So I'm going to write that right here. This situation is called sensitization, okay? Central sensitization. So I'll put a C here to represent central. So we've become centrally sensitized. And this happened through a process that is known as neuroplasticity. Okay, that is the brain's ability to change. Not only the brain, but our entire nervous system. Okay, so the nerves in our body, our spinal cord, and our brain. That is what the central nervous system is, and that is what central sensitization refers to. Sensitization of the central nervous system. Okay, so because of this, because that it was neuroplasticity that got us here, that also means that we can reverse it. Neuroplasticity works in both ways. Okay, so when we learn piano, our brain has neuroplasticity, adapts and makes it easier for us to play piano. If we stop playing piano later in life, our brain adapts again and we forget and we can't play piano as smoothly. Okay. It's the same thing with things like riding a bike. First, we don't know how to ride a bike. Then we learn. If we don't for a while, it might be kind of hard when we get back on it. But neuroplasticity works in both ways. So I'm going to draw that. Neuroplasticity can work for us or against us, okay? And now, what are the things that got us here to this point, and how do we reverse it? That's probably what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, Chase, yes, I know I'm here. It's horrible. How do I get out of it? Well, and also, how did I get here? So let's go through that. Let's talk about it, okay? I'm gonna do some bullet points here. Okay, so these are going to represent the things that got us here, and then also the way we're going to get out of it, okay? There are several factors that contribute to this, both peripheral factors, which means outside of our brain and spinal cord, outside of our central nervous system, and then central factors, which means inside our central nervous system. So let's look at the peripheral factors first. Okay, so these are the peripheral factors. The first one is injury. An injury of some sort could make us more sensitive, could make us centrally sensitized. Okay, so initially, an injury of some sort could put us in this situation. Like if you sprain your ankle, have a surgery, etc., it could do that. So that's one. Injuries, however, will only be a contributing factor for about 4 to 16 weeks, okay? Unless we have another surgery or sustain another injury, they are only a factor for 4 to 16 weeks. And the reason is because all injuries heal in roughly 4 to 16 weeks, all tissue type injuries, okay? So even bones will heal. So if you are outside of this injury window, then that doesn't necessarily pertain to you, okay? The next one that could be a factor is movement and positioning, okay? So if we don't move for a long time, or we hold our arm like this, or for me, when I had it in my foot, I would hold the walker and I would hold my foot up like this as I went around. If we hold our body in a certain position for a long period of time, whether we have CRPS or not, and we stay, lying in bed or on the couch, or we hold our hand, like this, or our foot up like this, like I did, that will sensitize us more. Okay. If we move in a controlled and safe way, in a comfortable way, that will actually start to desensitize us. Okay. So it's working in both ways in the same way that injury can. Okay. So that's another factor. The next possible factor is something called structures. Why am I whispering? I am whispering because structures, as we will talk about in another module later in this course, structures really have very little to do with pain. I don't know if you know this, but meniscal tears, rotator cuff tears, what else? Labral tears, bulging, herniated, degenerative discs, etc. Those often get blamed for sensitizing our nervous system, and they might play the smallest role, but a lot of those changes actually occur in people who are completely healthy and have no pain whatsoever. So there was a study, which we'll talk about again in another module, but there was a study that took 3,110 individuals from the ages of 10 to 80 years old, and they scanned their backs for degenerative disc disease, bulging or herniated discs, spondylosis, spondylitis, spondylolisthesis, stenosis, all of those back changes, right? And what they noticed is that from 10 years old to 80 years old, the prevalence of these changes in their back looked something like this. So as people age, those changes increase, okay, in a linear fashion. By the time people reach 80 years old, 96% of people will have some or all of those changes in their spine. 96%. So what that tells us, and one more thing about this study, the 3,110 people involved in this study, the requirement for them to be in the study is they had to have no history of back pain whatsoever. Okay, so this is in people with no pain at all. What that means for us is that these structures have very little to do with our pain experience. And I am someone who thought that my herniated disc had everything to do with my pain. I even had 2 surgeries. But research shows that structures are a very small and mostly insignificant part of the pain experience. So sometimes structures can play a role in sensitizing us, but hopefully learning that information has helped desensitize you and your worry about structures just a little bit. Okay. If these things are going up in a linear fashion as we age, you know what else goes up in a linear fashion as we age? Wrinkles in our forehead. And these wrinkles in my forehead, which are an aging change, I'm getting older. These wrinkles in my forehead don't cause my headaches. Okay. My hairline doesn't cause my headaches either. Okay. So what these things that are happening in our backs or our shoulders or our knees is likely more just a result of us aging, a natural process by our body, and not necessarily something causing pain. So I want you to know that. I'm going to reposition here so I can better fill out our central factors for us. So give me a moment. I won't cut this if it's smooth enough. Oh, that's pretty smooth. We'll leave it in. Okay, so now we're on the side for central factors, okay? And don't worry, at the end of this, I'm gonna take a picture and I'll put it on there so you guys can actually like pause this and look at this in more detail as well. So here we go, central factors. So from a central factor standpoint, which is in our central nervous system, okay, so this is a systemic thing. Remember, we're talking about central nervous system sensitization, okay? Another thing that contribute to us becoming more sensitized or less sensitized are medical factors, okay? And what's included in that? Messaging we've heard from medical providers, medical procedures that we've had, medications that we take either for CRPS or other conditions. All of those things can contribute to sensitizing our system or desensitizing it. Okay, so I'll write that up there, medical factors. Okay, so medical factors could include something like gabapentin. Some of you have taken gabapentin and found it helpful, and that would be desensitizing the nervous system. Some of you have taken gabapentin and found it awful, like myself, and that has sensitized your nervous system. Okay. Some of you may have diabetes. If you don't get your check your blood sugar and make sure it's maintained, you probably feel pretty awful. That is sensitizing us. Okay. Other medications or things that doctors say, like pointing to structures as the problem, that, because of the fear and anxiety, remember where that's processed in our brain, same place as pain, the amygdala, that will sensitize our system. Unless we learn what I just told you, then we won't freak out about structures. Okay. So medical factors are a big component. The next category is lifestyle factors. So lifestyle factors are things like diet, exercise, and sleep. If I go to In-N-Out, so I don't, some of you are in the UK or Australia or Canada. I don't know if you guys got In-N-Out, but it's a burger place here in Texas, from California originally, but it's a burger place. If I go to In-N-Out and I eat In-N-Out for a week in a row, and I drink the milkshakes and eat the fries and be an American, right? After that, I'm going to feel pretty awful, aren't I? But if I fill my body with things that I find nutritious and feel healthy to me, I probably won't feel as bad. So In-N-Out for a week, sensitizing. No, no In-N-Out, health smoothie, desensitizing. Okay, so that's going to help with our pain levels as well. Sleep. Sleeping is really hard with pain. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach in this lesson, in this module, my sleep toolkit. Okay, that's an 11-item list for things to help you improve your sleep. I will attach that there to help you calm the mind and get ready for sleep. Okay. Additionally, I'll include a attachment as well that has a free application called Insight Timer, and it has thousands of meditations to help us calm ourselves throughout the day and get ready for bed as well. So look for that in the attachments at the end of this lesson. So diet and sleep are two main factors, and then also exercise. Believe it or not, exercise releases natural painkillers, serotonin and dopamine, to assist with desensitizing our system. Now, with respect to the fact that you're in pain, exercising might be hard. So we're going to have to explore in the next module some ways we might be able to achieve that without putting ourselves into a flare, okay, and slowly getting back to exercise. We have to start moving towards that, give the brain information. Otherwise, we'll never be able to do it, okay? So exercise is a part that can be good, but we're going to have to look at strategies to do that. So lifestyle factors include, I'm going to write them here so you have them. Diet, sleep, and exercise. And then the medical factors, I'll go back up and add there. Medication and information. So medication and information are a big part of our medical factors too, as I mentioned. Now, this last category, I'm actually going to write in red, and I'm going to write it in red because I believe it's one of the most important categories, okay? So this last category that can sensitize our nervous system is personal factors. And I underline it twice and circle it. And the reason I do that is because all of you have had the experience of something personal going on in your life at one time or another that has led to your body feeling horrible. Okay, sensitizing our nervous system. So some things that can make our body feel horrible is a heartbreak, losing a loved one. We could also be going through, a divorce, a legal battle, a job change, a job conflict, a personal conflict with friends, family turmoil, etc. All of that is going to make everybody tense. There's going to be a lot of tension, and that is going to sensitize the bejesus out of our nervous system, okay? So that's another thing that can centrally sensitize us. But if we can work towards resolving that or separating ourselves from that situation or setting boundaries, we can start to desensitize our nervous system. Okay. So as you can see, there are a bunch of different factors here that play a role. We have injury, which is irrelevant after 4 to 16 weeks. We have movement and positioning, which we can do. We can move and reposition and keep ourselves as mobile as possible. We have structures, which is so-so. We have medical factors, which are things doctors have said to us that we need to unlearn or learn proper things, correct? And also medications. We need to find our medication balance. Medications, it should be for CRPS, should be a bridge, not a road. Okay, so these don't need to be things that are lifelong. What we should do is we should use them as a bridge to get us through the initial pain. And then as we can, as the pain gets better and improves, we can work with our medical provider to wean down the medications. I myself was on 16 different medications, opioids, sleeping aids, nervous system depressants like gabapentin and Lyrica. What else? Antidepressants, muscle relaxers, etc. You name it, I tried it. When I stopped taking the medication, I did it improperly. And so what I would recommend is that you slowly wean down, if that's your goal, to get medication free with the supervision of your medical provider. That will help us control this sensitization and then slowly desensitize again. Okay. And then the last thing, personal factors. In another module, we're going to cover how to address that, how to start feeling our emotions again so that we can feel our emotions properly instead of feeling them in our body. Okay. So this has been Reframing Pain, the presentation on it. I'm going to go ahead and put a screenshot of this board right here, and I'll leave it up right now for about the next 10 seconds. And I want you to go ahead and take a snap of this. And I'll also, you know what I'll do to make it easy for you? I'll go ahead and put that in the attachments for this module as well. Okay, so I want you to go ahead and soak this in, rewatch this video if you need to absorb this presentation again. And then I want you to start to consider for next week, go ahead and write down, consider for yourself, what of these factors are playing a role in your central sensitization, and how can you start to address each one individually to start to desensitize yourself? You might not be able to take care of everything at once, but there's certainly a way that we could start to improve our diet or address our sleep, start things like meditation from the app that I'm going to give you, etc., and start to improve these things little by little. Okay. All right, so I hope you found that presentation helpful. I think it does a great job at explaining, what it means to have a centrally sensitized nervous system, aka a nervous system stuck in fight or flight. I also think that that presentation is the perfect start to this video because it's going to set us up with some base knowledge to enter into answering these other questions, okay? If you are in my online 8-week program, you might have recognized that presentation. It is a version of the presentation that is in my program in Module 3. If you are not in the program and you found that presentation helpful, I just want you to know that that presentation is a small snippet of the mini lecture videos that I have on CRPS in that program. Remember, that 8-week program is 10 years of my knowledge condensed into one step-by-step process to help you overcome and return to life despite this CRPS diagnosis. So if you are interested in learning more about that, you can go down to the description down below. There is a link to the program, and that includes a coupon code for that program as well for you to use at any time. I would love to have you. We're at about 153 students last I checked, and counting by the day. So thank you to all of you that are in it. I hope you enjoyed that little presentation there, and let's jump into the next question. So the next question I have queued up is from Holly, and Holly said, I try not to get on the groups as much, and I stay offline more often also. When I was on the support groups more, I heard something about a dental protocol recently, and I had dental work done, and it had me slightly debilitated for a couple days afterwards. Do you have any thoughts on CRPS dental protocols? Yes, Holly, great question. So my general thoughts on a CRPS dental protocol is that there is no universally accepted or evidence-based protocol for CRPS. Can you find dental protocols on websites? Yes, you can. But I find that those protocols often lead to a higher sense of catastrophization about what is happening with your body when it comes to CRPS, and sometimes do more harm than good. So, in general, there is something called the nocebo effect, and that effect shows that if we fear something, will make something worse, if we fear that an outcome is going to be negative, oftentimes it is simply because we fear it. Okay. And when that's the case, if we have this hyperfixation on control or on protecting ourselves when it comes to these routine dental visits, that might make our nervous system more hyperactive than it needs to be when it comes to some kind of general procedure. Now, can dental procedures trigger flares in some people with CRPS? Yes. In cases where there has been trauma to the jaw or face, if you have like trigeminal neuralgia or something like that, then yes, of course, you want to be a little bit careful when you go into a dental procedure. If you are under a whole bunch of stress just in general, or you get very stressed going to the dentist, then yes, of course, you want to be careful. Additionally, one thing that may be something to note is that anesthetics that include epinephrine can sometimes overstimulate the sympathetic nervous system. So maybe asking the dentist to use an anesthetic that does not have epinephrine would be a good thing to do. But most people with CRPS will have dental work done and they will have no flare at all, especially when they have calmed their nervous system down and retrain themselves to not have as much fear associated with going to the dentist. So in summary, CRPS dental protocols are bad in that they sometimes suggest things like delaying dental work indefinitely, using only certain brands of numbing agents, demanding extensive sedation for really simple procedures, taking weeks off of work or life to recover from a cleaning, or preemptively medicating for minor dental work. This is bad because it leads to increased catastrophic thinking, which can increase pain. It leads to increased avoidance of medical procedures, and it reinforces a belief that our bodies are fragile. The body is very resilient. It can overcome a lot of things, and that includes CRPS. And so honing in tightly to a dental protocol or a bunch of protocols that are posted on nonprofit websites, for example, or non-research back sources could be dangerous. I think a better approach to dental visits is find a dentist that's familiar with chronic pain patients, ask them to take things slowly, maybe suggest anesthetic without epinephrine, self-regulate before going into the dental visit, do some breathing techniques, vagus nerve stimulation, etc. And, if you're feeling sensitive, explain to your dentist that you would like them to go at a bit of a slower pace. And I think that will work well for you. Overall, I think protocols or control mechanisms and things like that might do more harm than good. So I would just take them with a grain of salt. There's some good suggestions in there, but there's some that are fear-inducing. And as you know from the psychological cycle of CRPS that I've mentioned a few times, I'll put that on screen here. The more that we can move away from the catastrophization of what's happening and more into a situation where we're confronting our fears and moving towards function, the better. So having protocols or things like that in place can sometimes do more harm than good. And Holly, I'm going to call you out here because I know you can handle it, but you mentioned that you try not to get on the groups and you've been staying offline more. I don't know if you know this, but I can go into the groups, the RSD groups, or some of these larger groups, not the window pane group that we're in, and I can search your name. And in the last month, based on my search, you've commented about 45 times or more on posts in these groups. So maybe that's cutting back, but I just want to point that out to you because sometimes being in these groups where you see a lot of scary pictures, you see a lot of people feeling the doom and gloom, that might be harmful to your mental health overall. So scaling back or at least being careful about what you're absorbing in there might be good. And that feeling that you had of feeling debilitated for a couple days after your dental work might have been because you were reading about these dental horror stories when it comes to CRPS. So just something I want to point out, not to call you out at all, but I think we should keep ourselves honest. There's a lot of clients of mine that say they've gotten out of the groups or they're not commenting on them as much, but upon further investigation, I've noticed that you are. So be careful there. The groups are really great to feel supported, feel like you're not alone, but it's a fine line when it comes to our mental and cognitive understanding about what's happening to our body. Okay. Excellent. Okay, Donna, I've had insomnia really bad since CRPS. I can't handle prescription pills to help me sleep. Any recommendations? Yeah, Donna, great question. I've answered this a few times in some of my other Q&As, but I always love repeats for repetition. What I would suggest for things to help you sleep is anything that helps you feel calm. So for me, it's something like a chamomile or sleepy time tea. Sometimes those teas have melatonin in them, magnesium, L-theanine. Any of those kinds of things can be really great for sleep. I'll put a few pictures on the screen of some of those that I use in particular. And that's just good to help you wind down for sleep in general. Having a sleep routine, like for example, taking a hot shower, drinking the tea, doing a meditation on the Insight Timer meditation app. This is a sleep meditation that I particularly like, so you could use that one. That can be really helpful. So that's something to try. And then lastly, if you're not on it yet, I have an email newsletter where I often send out tips and advice about CRPS. And my sleep toolkit newsletter is a very good one. I think I have 10 or 11 suggestions on there on ways to improve your sleep, including some of the ones I just mentioned. So if you want that newsletter, or to sign up for that newsletter to get that toolkit, please go down to the description down below and you can find a sign up link there. If I'm able to, I'll put a download for the toolkit down there as well. So those would be my recommendations. Donna, great question. Thank you. Let's see. Who do we have next? Denise, my question is, CRPS pain and hypersensitivity is getting better since I started Chase Teagarden's online program and started PT again with a different PT. However, it seems like this is not helping with the swelling of my leg. Is there something I can do to help with swelling/inflammation? And then Virginia said, I wonder if Chase Teagarden would advocate for a tapering dose of oral steroids. So oral steroids can be helpful with swelling potentially, but they wouldn't be my first line of action. I think a tapering dose of oral steroids is fine if you have significant inflammation. But if you have repeated swelling, then I don't think they would be like the first thing I would try or go with, Virginia, in that case. Denise, when it comes to swelling, well, firstly, I'm very excited that you're having and seeing improvement in my online program. In module 4 of the program, I talk about ways to help with swelling. These things include regular movement, because remember in some of my other videos, I mentioned the valves in our veins. Those valves, whenever our muscles contract in our leg, are going to open like this and push fluid from swelling up the leg. Okay, so that's one thing. And then, ankle pumping, those kinds of things. Additionally, what you can do to help with swelling is wearing something like temporary compression garments, or working with a certified lymphedema therapist, a CLT. I'm actually a CLT myself. They can be physical therapists, or even better, sometimes are massage therapists that are CLTs, because they just are hands-on the body a bit more. And you can also look into lymphatic taping. Okay, so or taping for edema. That is another thing that you can look into, and I'll put a picture on the screen of what that taping looks like here. A lot of PTs can do this. The CLT certified ones for sure, and then CLT certified massage therapists can do this for sure as well. So just search certified lymphedema therapist in your area, and you can probably find someone. And even if your PT isn't a CLT, they probably know some taping for inflammation too that will work just fine. Okay. So yeah, check that out. I am not saying you have lymphedema or anything like that. That's the title of the certification. Okay. So don't worry about that. That's not the case. These types of therapists know how to help with swelling pretty well. Okay. All right. Madeline, hi Chase, is too much exercise a bad thing for CRPS? Also, is there a correlation between Epstein-Barr virus and CRPS? Thank you. So great question, Madeline. As you noticed in that presentation, when we are centrally sensitized, we have only a little bit of room for exercise and daily activities. And so sometimes when we do a lot of exercise, we'll spike ourselves up over that threshold to where we might experience pain. This doesn't always mean that we're going to experience pain, but that is a possibility. I think that exercising is really good for CRPS. I think that as long as you are not extra sore or in pain for longer than 48 hours, you are in the safe zone for CRPS. So if you feel some soreness, if you feel some pain, that is normal, especially if it lasts under 48 hours. Jenny commented, yes, too much exercise can aggravate it. It can aggravate it in the sense that you can feel a bit of a pain spike, but it's not going to aggravate it in the sense that that's going to be your baseline pain forever. Okay. So I don't want you to read that and get nervous about exercising. We have to exercise and move towards function again. And yes, it might cause an initial pain flare, but flares are called flares for a reason. Flares eventually burn out. Okay. So please do not fear exercise. Please go try and be functional. That is important. Okay. Now, is there a correlation between Epstein-Barr virus and CRPS? From what I have seen in the research, there is no solid evidence linking Epstein-Barr virus to CRPS, but Epstein-Barr virus may play a role in the broader immune dysregulation seen in some chronic conditions. Okay, so it doesn't really matter if there's a correlation or not. The plan is still going to be the same. We're going to exercise ourselves or move towards function. We're going to move back towards the things in our life that we find meaningful and that bring us joy. And we're going to follow that same protocol that I mentioned in the central desensitization that we are working on to move towards remission/recovery from CRPS. Okay. Great question, Madeline. Mims, I'd love to hear your thoughts on bisphosphonate treatment for CRPS. I participated in the 2017 FDA clinical trial, among others, received significant relief. I go for boosters in Italy to help push back aggressive progression, and I know others who have received remission. It's research, plenty of strong empirical data. Just sad there aren't more aware of it, except Italy. I'm still learning about you and am open to your suggestions. I'm just curious about what you think. Yeah, Mims, great question. So bisphosphonates, they have some promise when it comes to CRPS. One of the main things and main reasons it's being used for CRPS is because typically bisphosphonates are used for osteopenia, where we're losing bone. And with CRPS, when we have that heightened pain, and we're not using our limbs, we're not moving, putting weight through our limbs, then we could have, bone loss or muscle atrophy. But I want to be very clear about this. This bone loss, this muscle atrophy, it is not because CRPS is eating away our bones. Okay, so please do not think that that is something CRPS is doing. The reason we're having bone loss, the reason we're having muscle atrophy is because we are not using the painful limb. So, bisphosphonates can be helpful, especially in the beginning of our pain, to help reduce our pain and improve our function when it comes to using our limb again. So in some of the research, it has been seen that it may reduce bone loss because it's a medication used typically for osteopenia, which causes bone loss. It has shown to reduce pain in some patients, and it might also reduce inflammation in some individuals as well. So that's a great thing. That's good promise for bisphosphonates. So I think in that sense, they're worth a try, but only temporarily to get back to function. Because outside of the benefits of what we get from the function from bisphosphonates, there are a lot of side effects that we also have to worry about as well. So for example, you can have gastrointestinal issues. You can experience flu-like symptoms. You can also rarely get osteonecrosis in some of the bones as well. Long-term safety in CRPS has not been well studied, and it looks like these bisphosphonates are most helpful in the early diagnosis area of CRPS. So there might be a temporary relief offered from this, but really the research has only had a few small studies suggesting that they may improve pain and function. And most of that research is using small sample sizes, so a lot more research needs to be done. But it shows a little bit of promise. However, medications are a bridge. They are not a road, meaning we use it to get back to function and then we wean off. That's the important thing. Okay, so great question, Mims. Love it. Love that you're here with us and excited to see what you learn as you go through this. Okay. Tracy, you may have already addressed this question. I've been trying to go through previous Q&As, but I'm considering a spinal cord stimulator due to dystonia in one foot, severe swelling in the ankle and other problems, now lymphedema in my upper thigh, not just the typical pain issue. I'm thin, fairly active, but extremely hesitant to pursue this and want your input on this and overcoming issues. I do have underlying rheumatoid arthritis and previous spinal fusions as well. Yeah, Tracy, great question. And I totally understand your hesitancy. And I would actually say that's good. You should be hesitant. I personally do not think spinal cord stimulators are a good solution for CRPS. I also don't necessarily see them as a good solution for dystonia or swelling. That is not, a spinal cord stimulator is not going to resolve those issues. What I would suggest instead is sometimes for dystonia, things like Botox injections, which are temporary and wear off, are good to get the muscles relaxed and get you moving a little bit more. For lymphedema, I would search for a certified lymphedema therapist, as I've mentioned before, to help address that. And then I would look into things that are more non-invasive when it comes to stimulating your spinal cord. So for example, we can stimulate our spinal cord, believe it or not, by moving around and being active, just like you are. The reason that I'm hesitant about spinal cord stimulators is because the research on spinal cord stimulators is shoddy at best, and the effects often diminish over time. And the majority of studies evaluating CRPS, the use of spinal cord stimulators for CRPS, are small, lack control groups, or are conducted by manufacturers of spinal cord stimulator devices. So it's very much a situation where the evidence for spinal cord stimulators being effective is not really there. If you're watching this and you have a spinal cord stimulator and it's been helpful for you, great. I'm very glad, and it probably will continue to be helpful for you. But I just have to look at this from a broad standpoint. And oftentimes, especially in a lot of studies that I've seen recently, the evidence for spinal cord stimulators having bad effects is pretty large. So, for example, in a big report by the New York Times in 2018, it highlighted over 80,000 adverse events reported to the FDA about spinal cord stimulators from the year 2008 to 2017. These adverse events included nerve damage, burns, paralysis, and worsening pain. And so I want people to be careful and know that because CRPS at its core is a central sensitization problem, using something peripherally, like a spinal cord stimulator, really won't effectively target the central sensitization that we talked about in that presentation and won't facilitate brain reorganization that we are needing when it comes to CRPS. So if you'd like to see my newsletter on spinal cord stimulators, which I sent out a few weeks ago, I'm going to try and link it down in the description below for download for you to check out. But if you're not on my CRPS email newsletter, please do find the link in the description down below to sign up for that so that you can get information not only on spinal cord stimulators, but on ketamine, scrambler therapy, etc. It's all there for you. So yeah, Tracy, I would encourage you to look for other alternatives. For the dystonia, I would look into Botox injections into the leg. And then I would also look into seeing a certified lymphedema therapist for manual lymphatic drainage or lymphatic taping or other alternatives that they might be able to suggest. I think that'd be good. Great question, though. Kelly, a lot of the CRPS info describes it as pain to the touch or a hypersensitivity to the slightest stimulus, but can it also be CRPS where somebody only has extreme pain with movement of the limb, yet can touch the same limb and that doesn't hurt at all? Excuse me. Yeah, Kelly, no, it can. Yeah, that can be CRPS. Remember, CRPS is diagnosed using the Budapest criteria. You don't have to match all of that criteria to be considered as having CRPS. Okay. So some people do have hypersensitivity to touch, but I would say about 20% of the people that I work with are only having extreme pain with exertion or with movement of the limb, and can touch their limb just fine. But then they also have the color changes and the swelling and the hair loss, etc., that sometimes comes with CRPS. So the presentation of CRPS is usually all over the place. Some people have some symptoms while others don't. Some people have some symptoms some of the time, but not all of the time. Again, we're using the Budapest criteria as our primary source, and you don't have to check all the boxes on that criteria for it to be CRPS, okay? Let's see. Kayla, my toes are turning under and the neuropathy pain is awful. What can I do? Kayla, I'm really sorry to hear about that. Toes turning under, sometimes that's functional dystonia or dystonia. Botox potentially has been promising for that if you haven't tried it. But I'd have to know a little bit more about your background to really be suggesting that in any way. So talk to your doctors. And then the neuropathy, what I would recommend is you use my video, the Desensitization Explained video, to kind of get an idea on a few things that you can do to start to help with that. Desensitization for neuropathy is usually very effective, and I explain it in a way in that video that is kind of a step-by-step process to get you there. So I hope you can check that out, and I hope you find it helpful. And if you need more help, please feel free to reach out to me anytime. Jessica, it's probably too late to post this one, but I just had a chance to watch episode 5 on YouTube. I'm concerned now because I've seen at least a dozen therapists and psychiatrists in the last 10 years. Unfortunately, I have been on daily benzodiazepines since 2009. I've tried appealing to hospitals and psychiatrists to help me wean off of them, but it has always been against their medical advice. Coincidentally, the only thing that helps at all to alleviate my CRPS pain are the benzodiazepines. I am so used to taking a pill when uncomfortable emotion surfaces that I have no idea how to navigate, confront trauma, or more recently pain without them. Do you have any advice or experience with this? Yeah, Jessica, I mean, I totally get it. When we have uncomfortable emotions, it is easier a lot of times for us to take a pill or eat a sweet treat, like ice cream, or do excessive exercise, like I sometimes do, or, turn to something like alcohol or a substance of sorts. Now you've started on benzodiazepines in 2009 under medical advice, so that is something that we sometimes have to do. But if your objective is to eventually wean off of them, then working with or finding a doctor who is in line with that plan for you would be a good thing. When it comes to confronting uncomfortable emotions, that takes practice. It takes a lot of practice. And if you've been dealing with this for, over 10 years, then it's going to take a significant amount of practice to learn to navigate and confront trauma in those certain ways. So if you remember in the presentation earlier in this video, number 6 was personal factors, and that includes trauma and emotion. So if we're going to navigate through and feel that emotion rather than feel it as physical pain, one of the things we have to do is work with someone who's good at doing that. Okay. So that can be a psychologist, or that can be someone in the form of a pain coach like myself to teach you how to do it. In module 7 of my online program, that is something I dive into. That module, the title of that module is Trauma and Emotion. Okay. And it talks about all the emotions around CRPS and how to properly navigate and confront that trauma and those emotions. So if you'd like help with that, I would be more than happy to help you with that. And we'll go from there. Okay. So I know it's scary. I know that you might feel concerned. But this is possible, okay? Even after we've been to a dozen different therapists and things like that, sometimes you just need someone who knows something specific that can work for you. Might be me, might be someone else, but please don't give up, okay? Donna, actually, Pamela, after an infusion in my an infusion to lower my pain from CRPS around a 5 or 6, why do other pain from injuries seem to hurt? Example, knee, shoulder, and arthritis. Yeah, Pamela. What happens sometimes with CRPS, we have that central sensitization where everything is heightened up. And then when we have an infusion or something to start to lower that pain, things start to reduce down, at least the noise that is being created from CRPS. And that noise, once it's reduced, allows us to start to notice other things that are hurting. So I think that your pain from your other injuries in your knee, shoulder, and arthritis has always been there. But once your CRPS pain starts to come down, that pain is just more noticeable for you. And that is because that central sensitization is coming down, and then we have these other ailments we need to pay attention to. The best thing we can do for pain, the best medicine for pain, is function, movement, exercise. Okay. So, maybe we start to brainstorm on what we can start to do when our CRPS pain comes down to get back to functioning and moving around. Let's use these infusions and the period after the infusion where our pain is down to start to exercise and make our body more resilient. And when we do that, the knee, shoulder, and arthritis pain, that will all come down as well, because we'll be reducing inflammation, getting our body just generally more healthy, and feeling good about ourselves and the resilience that we have. So it's no fun that these other injuries seem to stand out after we reduce our CRPS pain, but at least with a little bit lower CRPS pain, we can move back towards some function and some things that we love and enjoy doing. Jessica, hey Chase, my medical team has expanded. A nurse case manager called and explained to me that they're essentially guessing with my case at this point. They called me their unicorn case because part of the state of Massachusetts where I live has never seen a case like mine before. I'm being asked to go to a hospital a couple hours away so that they can essentially research me there, and I'm having a hard time with this decision. Why don't medical personnel from different states with different experiences just share their knowledge? Is this a common situation for a patient to be so singled out? A vascular surgeon who heard about my case after being consulted by my ER team is now also eager to meet me, but I've already seen a vascular surgeon and was dismissed by that care group. I want to get help and maybe be the guinea pig my area needs. However, I'm nervous about this becoming too much of my identity. Advice. Yeah, Jessica, that's a valid nervousness to have. My advice would be to potentially slim down your care team. Okay. If you've received the diagnosis of CRPS and you don't have a bunch of other chronic or scary diagnoses, then what I always encourage is that we slim down our team to something like a physical therapist, a psychologist, and maybe a neurologist to help rule out anything else. The reason I say that is because when we have too many cooks in the kitchen, that makes for a bad meal. Okay. When we are getting too many opinions thrown at us, especially when we're already in a state of hypersensitivity and fear, if we get people who are just guessing and saying things that might sound scary to us, that will harm us in our long-term outcomes. Okay. So, for example, when I worked at Texas Children's Hospital, I was on an FND team, which include functional neurological symptom disorder, which included a psychiatrist, myself, and a neurologist. When parents would come in, they would have had a whole bunch of tests done on their kids. They would have seen a rheumatologist, they would have seen a vascular surgeon, they would have seen a cardiologist. And in pretty much all of those cases, everything came back normal. So at that point, there was no reason for them to be going to a bunch of other medical providers and getting a bunch more tests done, especially not for a little kid who's going to feel scared and feel like something is significantly wrong with them by being around all these providers. If you have a team of providers who are essentially guessing with your case, they are not the team of providers that you want to see. Okay. Find some providers that have some experience with this and keep your team small. Okay. So, like I said, neurologists, psychologists, physical therapist is usually the type of team that I think is great. And then, of course, your PCP. And yeah, I would be careful about allowing this to become too much of your identity. You know, you can get wrapped up in the idea of I'm this mysterious guinea pig, or you can start to do what you can to move back towards function and slim your team down in such a way that gives you solid advice to move forward. So yeah, my general synopsis about this is if your team has admitted to you that they are guessing and you're a unicorn to them, they are not the team that you need to be working with. I'm sure they're great people, but that is a red flag to me. Okay. Heather, best way to explain CRPS to a boss. Truthfully, I'm wanting to learn more on how to better explain it. I was asked exactly what it is, treatment, remission, getting better, etc., because of needing to take days off due to higher pain than can be tolerated, doctor's appointments, and such. Yeah, Heather, great question. If you want to explain to your boss or to a loved one, etc., I would recommend watching my CRPS explained or explaining CRPS to a spouse video. I recently put that out, and I feel like that's a good overall thing to learn, like kind of how to explain it to the lay person. As far as speaking about it to your boss, what I would essentially do is maybe talk about some of the talking points from my central sensitization presentation at the beginning of this video, and just essentially explain to him that it's a condition where your nervous system has become overloaded. You are processing pain in a way that doesn't make sense. And we need to retrain the nervous system by reducing our stress, taking the proper medications, and going to doctor's appointments such as physical therapy treatments, etc., to begin moving towards function again. I wouldn't give him a hard time frame on recovery because that can get tricky when it comes to working with employers. But I would say it's going to take time. And Jenny commented and said some things about how your boss can legally not ask you this and you should talk to HR and HR should be handling all of this. I partially agree. I think that, talking to HR is definitely something you could do, and working with HR and your boss in tandem is important. But I wouldn't immediately take the stance to your boss that like, you shouldn't ask me about this. I already talked to HR, because that can create a stressful and distressing environment for work. I would kind of try to find a happy medium, because between giving your boss a little information, especially if your boss is understanding, and giving HR all the information that you can to help advocate for you. But if your boss is someone who is hounding you or giving you a hard time, then I would leave it to HR. But I would try to get everyone in the same loop so that they can help you in the best way possible, rather than taking a defensive stance right away. Heather, is it possible to initially have CRPS in the entire left arm at the same time as the right leg and foot, but spreading as well to the left foot, with it initially usually being one region limb? Some doctors are saying yes, others are saying not possible. However, all other symptoms point to CRPS. Yeah, Heather. So over time, as our brain is trying to process what's happening in our limb, especially when we're centrally sensitized, our brain's map of what is going on in the body is becoming smudged. Okay, the map is becoming less clear. And the brain's map is called the motor sensor or sensory motor cortex. I'll put it on screen now. And that map basically has halves of the body side by side in the brain. Okay. And if you look at the map, the left foot and the right foot are right next to each other. The left arm and the right arm are right next to each other. And so as the brain gets more and more confused because of how much pain we've been in, or the amount that we're not functioning or giving the brain any information, that map can become blurry or smudged and kind of spread over in the brain to the other limb. And so that's why you might feel that mirroring or that pain in the other side. It is not because there's some sort of poison in your right arm that's going up and across your chest and into your left arm. No, it is simply a processing problem in the brain, not a poison or an infection in the arm. And I know that might be hard to understand, but I go into much more depth in my desensitization explained video. So if you're confused on that, please do check out that video. And that not only explains why it's happening, but it also explains how to start to reduce that pain problem that you're having. What you'll notice as things start to get better, the symptoms will start to localize and oftentimes go back to the limb that it started in. So if it started in your left arm, then the more that we start to move towards function and desensitize our body, eventually you'll notice all the symptoms localize back to the left arm, and eventually the pain can go away. Okay, so yes, it's possible. Yes, it's scary, but it's not something that's permanent or forever. And if we give the brain information and work on this rehabilitation, things can get better. Okay. Jacinta, hello. In your recent newsletter, you briefly mentioned scrambler therapy and neuromodulation. But my question is, what success rate have you seen with scrambler therapy, and what good research is there to back it up? Also, could it exacerbate pain if the practitioner doesn't have advanced training? Do you think scrambler therapy downregulates the nervous system differently to breath work, for example, or does it have a direct and different brain modulation effect? Some evidence-based in-depth info would be great. Thank you. Hey, Jacinta. So I'll give you a general overview. And then if you want some more in-depth info, I have a scrambler therapy newsletter that is more in-depth that I think went out since you last posted this video. So if you're not on my email list, please get on my email list, and that newsletter is there. Otherwise, I'm going to put a link to that newsletter down in the description below also. Okay, that will have some research links there for you that you can check out. If the practitioner doesn't know what they're doing, it could potentially exacerbate the pain. And so what I would recommend is you reach out to Max Wessenberg. He is in Wisconsin, and he's probably one of the providers that I trust the most, simply because we've dialogued with each other the most. He was trained over in Italy, so he's got some good background there. And I think he's a good person to ask questions to. He has a free or really cheap consultation you can have with him, and you can ask him all of these questions. And he can talk about his success that he's had. I've seen him have some great success. Some of my clients have had good success with him, gotten a reduction in pain, and then finished out their treatments with me, or have gone to me, met Max along the way, had a big reduction in pain, and then finished out from there. So Max even had clients who got completely out of pain, which is amazing. So I would reach out to Max. I'll put a link to his website down in the description down below. And then that would be the best place for you to get more information on scrambler therapy, along with my newsletter. But great question. Thank you so much. If there are treatments I recommend that I think are good, I think scrambler therapy can be helpful. I think ketamine can be helpful. I think both are non-invasive, and I've seen some good success with people dealing with CRPS from those. Okay. Donna, hey Chase, POTS has really been kicking up lately with the spring thunderstorms. Any recommendations? Good news is I've been eating more lately. Awesome. And we'll be starting the online yoga program tomorrow that you sent to me. Thank you so much for all you do. You're a blessing to so many lives. Well, thank you so much, Donna. That's really nice. And then Tammy said here, I'd like to know more about this yoga program, please, Chase. So Donna, POTS is a positional problem. So, you getting up from lying down to seated or going from seated to standing, you might have some dizziness, you might have lightheadedness, some vision issues. So the thing that's going to help that is exposing yourself to new and different positions. And what better way to do that than through yoga? Okay, so in your question, you actually answered it yourself. The yoga program that I sent you, which is an app, it's called Down Dog. That app is either free, I think there's a free version still, or at most it's like $50 a year, which is super cheap. That app is really great because it has a whole bunch of different versions of yoga, yin yoga, restorative yoga, vinyasana yoga, these types of yogas that are various levels of challenge. And you can also customize your plan or your yoga session to be as short as 10 minutes, as long as 90 minutes. And you can even emphasize certain areas of the body, like the hips or the low back or the shoulder, depending on what area is tight that day. So, Down Dog, that yoga app, would actually be the perfect way to help with your POTS. Just do it in a slow and paced approach. Okay. So that's my suggestion when it comes to the POTS. And let me know how it goes. This is a few weeks ago, so I'm sure you've started using the app. So I'd love an update. Let me know how it goes. And I'll be seeing you here in a week or so for our first pain coaching session. So I'm really excited to start working with you, Donna, one-on-one. Tracy, my CRPS foot feels like it's in a concrete boot, pressure all the time, also feels like it's numb. The sensitivity has gotten so much better over the years. This feeling is awful. I can't wear shoes without a back as they just slip off. Tracy, I'm super sorry to hear what you're going through. But as I said here, I'm not sure what you're asking me from a question standpoint. So if you see this and you could comment down below what your question is, I would love to help you. If you're looking for help on this feeling that it feels like it's in a concrete boot, I'm gonna need to know a little bit more about your story. So why don't you reach out to me one-on-one for a consult, and you can do that again on my website, thewindowpain.com, PAIN, or down in the description below, you can find a link there for me. Okay. All right. Alice, when I first got diagnosed with CRPS, I kept hearing people say that aggressive treatment within 6 months of diagnosis is necessary for remission. When I asked what aggressive treatment meant, they would say medication like gabapentin and lumbar nerve blocks. I haven't tried any of these traditional treatments because the thought of those meds scared me, and nerve blocks seem really invasive. Thankfully, my pain isn't so severe, so I've managed okay without either. Is remission possible even without having tried these more traditional treatments? Are the traditional meds and nerve blocks somehow necessary for preventing CRPS and from getting worse or spreading? So yeah, I commented here, but I'll say outright, by no means do you need medication or nerve blocks to get better. You also don't need to fear, CRPS never getting better because you didn't get aggressive treatment right away or got diagnosed late. It took a while for me to get diagnosed, more than 6 months, and I have no pain today. I never did any nerve blocks or ablations. I did take a whole bunch of medications, but those really just made things worse for me. And I have newsletters about why that is. And so, a lot of times, and this is the problem that I mentioned earlier with Holly's question about support groups, a lot of times the things that we are told in support groups create a lot of fear for us. And the more fear that we have, sometimes the more painful things can be for us just from the sheer worry of things. Okay. So I want you to know that you can get better from CRPS, have remission or recovery, no matter how long it's been. This happens all the time with my clients, and you'll see that in my testimony videos. And by no means do you need to take certain specific medications or get nerve blocks. In fact, a lot of times nerve blocks or medications can lead to making things worse. Can you try some of these things? Sure. But I think the best thing to try first would be something non-invasive, such as my online program, Scrambler therapy, something like ketamine, those kinds of things I think would be a better route than feeling like you need to pump yourself full of medications or get nerve blocks. Okay. So great question. I'm sorry that a lot of those comments probably scared you. Please take things slow. I actually, you're in my online course now and on the waiting list for coaching. So I think already since when you had this comment, things have improved. So yeah, good question overall. Renee, I posted this a while back in Q&A 4, I believe, but I didn't see where it was answered. If it was, I apologize. Can you point me in the right direction? No problem at all. I don't think I answered it. I think I forgot about it, or missed it, but it's a great question. So my physical therapist, who is from Utah, told me the clinic where he used to work in Utah was directly across the street from a pain management clinic that did sympathetic nerve blocks. He said they did the procedure, and as soon as the patients were awake, they sent them straight to PT across the street. He also said they had a new CRPS patient nearly every day of the week. Has anyone done any studies to see if this is demographic? Do people in certain areas get it more than people in other areas? And is there a common denominator? I'm just curious after hearing that from the physical therapist. Why would so many people in the same area get CRPS? Yeah, isn't that interesting, Renee? I'll tell you why. Because knowledge of the condition could perpetuate or create the condition. I know that sounds wild, but let's put this to the test, okay? When it came to my back pain, for example, my whole life, probably from maybe when I was 10 years old on, I was told that my dad or my dad's family has a bad back. We have bad backs, just genetically, our backs are bad. And inevitably, eventually, after being told that enough times, I developed back pain. Now, is that because I had a bad back or because I was programmed to feel like my back was bad? You know, that's a question to think about. So let's take another example, okay? Whiplash. Okay, so whiplash is heavily advertised in the US and in the UK, and so we see a lot of incidents of whiplash following motor vehicle accidents. However, and I'm not sure of the exact country, so forgive me if I get it wrong, but in the UK and the Netherlands, there are the same amount or close to the same amount of motor vehicle injuries or accidents, sorry, per year. However, in the Netherlands, there are virtually no incidences of whiplash or neck pain following these collisions. But in the UK, there's a ton. And you have to sit back and ask yourself eventually, is that because more people in the UK are getting hurt, or is it because whiplash is advertised in the UK, whereas it's not so much in the Netherlands? And so this is what I mean when I talk about the nocebo effect. The understanding of something that could be painful or an adverse effect, and then that happening to be the thing that happens. Okay. So the belief that something will be harmful makes it more likely that that thing will be harmful. So this area in which more people are getting CRPS than in others, I believe is a direct result of the knowledge of CRPS in that area and the worry about it happening and how that affects the overall sensitization of the nervous system. This is why, in my belief, you see, moms and daughters or kids within the same school. Oftentimes someone will have CRPS in a school, and then there'll be another person in the school that develops CRPS, or another person, or people within the same family. It can't be genetic in the case of a classmate developing CRPS, but it can be from the belief that CRPS is something that is possible and the worry around CRPS in general. And so I do not see this as a geographical area problem. I see this as a knowledge of CRPS and a fear and worry problem. Okay. I hope that makes sense, and I find it very interesting, but not surprising. Kelly, for someone trying to decide between a stellate ganglion block or trying scrambler therapy as their next treatment step, which one would you recommend trying first and why? Kelly, I would fully recommend scrambler therapy first. And the reason why is because it's non-invasive. A lot of times nerve blocks will temporarily relieve the issue, but then eventually the nerve is going to start to regenerate. And oftentimes the pain comes back worse than before. Additionally, I would also have you consider my online program, because my online program is less money than even a single treatment of scrambler therapy. Okay. And the reason why I recommend that is because it doesn't require travel. There's a lot of knowledge there for you to absorb. And I think it would really benefit you in the long run to make a more informed decision on if you need to take another one of these treatment routes. But if I had to pick between the two, I would say scramble therapy would be a good step. And I have to ask, with the amount that scramble therapy costs, which I think is $300 to $400 for a single treatment, but you need to do it over 2 weeks. Why not give the online program a try? That is just around $300. And I think there would be a lot of information in there to help you start to take control of this yourself. Jordan, is remission truly possible? So much of the talk online about CRPS seemed like people saying it's a lifelong and a majority of people suffer forever. I think it would be awesome to hear someone provide hope for once instead of just doom and gloom. Yeah, Jordan, remission is 100% possible. Not only do I myself not have any pain, but I don't fear the pain coming back at all either. Myself and my clients are testimony of this, but in fact, 85% of people after diagnosis go on to live completely normal lives after getting diagnosed with CRPS. The doom and gloom and the fear-inducing information about CRPS is part of the problem, in my opinion. And a lot of times in these other support groups, that is all you see is doom and gloom. But I promise you, people do get better. People go on to live completely normal lives, and you will see that time and time again the more you look for it. In fact, the world record holder for the plank was diagnosed once with CRPS. Okay, so just know that people do get better. Remission is 100% possible, and I see it every day with the people that I work with all over the world, and in my own experience in my life, having been diagnosed at one point. Jacinta, remission and full recovery is totally possible. In fact, majority of people recover with patience, self-management of the nervous system, and movement despite pain within reason are vital. Fantastic, Jacinta. 100% agree. This is exactly right. Tracy, how do you know if it's spreading? It first started in my left arm and left leg, swollen nerve, pain, muscles would act up. Then the top of my right leg feels like buzzing bees and right fingers started dancing. Great question, Tracy. What I would do is I would refer to the video that I shared there, my CRPS Zoom number 4, episode number 4 on stages, spreading, and remission. It'll help clear up a lot of the worry and misconception about CRPS as a whole. So I said I would answer this, but honestly, just watching that Zoom is the best thing you can do. Zoom number 4, and I'll put a picture of it here. You can find it on my YouTube channel. Cecilia, so I understand that the pain is linked to emotions that are pushed in versus let out and worked through. Since I understood that, I am very careful about my emotions and try to address them and address the situations that trigger them. This creates unexpected situations. My surrounding is surprised and sometimes has a hard time welcoming my emotions and tries to reason with me. Now, when I get triggered by a situation, I don't push the emotion down, but it comes out a bit abruptly, and people are very surprised. I don't want to go back to how I was before, but do you have any tips/books to read about learning how to better express emotions? Yeah, that's a common thing. When I work with my clients about letting out these emotions, in particular anger or frustration or grief, it can feel really scary, especially if you're not used to it, especially if you don't know how to process emotions in general. What I would suggest is considering what the origin of these emotions could be. So if you find yourself feeling angry or having angry outbursts often when you start to let yourself feel emotions more rather than let them turn into pain, what I would consider is writing down all the things in life that you may be angry about. For a lot of people, it is things that happen in childhood. It is the situation at their job. It is the relationship with their spouse. You make a long list of the things that you're angry about, and then you start to go through that list and think, okay, how can I change this dynamic, whether it's in my relationship, at work, or in my relationship to the past, to have less anger associated with it? Some things that my clients do in order to have less anger around these things is they'll write letters to the people that have hurt them. So for example, if your father was a very abusive person, you write letters to your father addressing the anger you have towards him. Or if your mother wasn't there for you in the way that you wish she should have been, you write letters to her to let out the anger towards her. You don't give these letters to those people, but in writing these letters, you get to see on paper, wow, this is actually what I'm angry about. Because a lot of times when these emotional outbursts happen that create an unexpected, tense situation in your environment, it's not because of what's happening in that moment. It's because of things that happened in the past that have you amped up or you're being reminded of. Okay, so letting out these emotions and properly expressing them can be done through writing letters, going to a rage room. I've had clients tape a picture of their ex-husband on a watermelon and smash it on the ground. Those are all ways to express anger, which in my belief about what's happening with CRPS, those personal factors that I mentioned in my presentation is anger that has been pushed down so much, it got stuck in your foot. Okay. And I know that sounds silly, but I believe that is a big part of this situation that we find ourselves in when it comes to CRPS pain. And to kind of dive into that a little bit more, one of the things I often do with my clients is kind of a thought experiment. Okay. And that thought experiment basically is what element is normally associated with CRPS? And that element is usually fire. Okay. And what color do we see most often when we think of CRPS? And that color is usually red, when we see the red shiny limb. Okay. So red and fire. What color does your face turn when you're angry? Red. Okay. And when you think of the emotion anger, when an artist, was conceptualizing the emotion anger for the movie Inside Out, it looked like this: red and fire. And so in certain ways, it's right in front of us. All of the imagery around CRPS is fire. All of the colors used to associate CRPS is orange or red. And I believe anger is a big reason that we end up with this heightened, amplified, centrally sensitized nervous system. And processing and letting go of that anger is a big way in which we start to reduce the pain associated with that amplification of our nervous system. So this problem is more than just a problem with our limb. I believe it's a complex mind-body experience that we need to address from all angles, including the emotional expression angle. So, great question. Holly, when working with PT and neuroplasticity, how long should the increased bone pain and burning last? Or could I be not doing something right? Am I missing something, or are some slower in healing? So when you first start to do new things, sometimes you will notice increased pain or increased burning. This will likely be an up and down process. Remember, recovery is not a straight line. Recovery is a up and down loop-de-loop experience. And so I know it's easier said than done, but trust the process one day at a time. And if you feel like you're putting yourself into big flares, maybe scale back just a little bit to help make the pain more tolerable. But yeah, some people have a slower road than others. And remember, this is not just all a functional thing when we're doing PT, and neuroplasticity is a mind-body process. So if you need a little bit more guidance, reach out to me anytime, Holly, and we can talk about more specifics. But yes, our body is going to have weird symptoms as we start to move towards more function. We might notice some increased pain or burning temporarily. And Holly, once more time, have you heard or read the Diet by Blood Types books? And connecting that to the question, what foods other than eggs, butter, and I can't remember the third, that usually are seen with the prior two? Fine-tuning my brain, food, exercise, and knowledge. Yeah, Holly, so these blood type books largely don't have research really backing them up. Based on what I've kind of looked at them as a brief overview, they're kind of a scam. And so I would encourage you not to get too wrapped up in that. Just focus on having a balanced diet that makes you feel good and healthy, regularly exercising and reducing your stress. I want to get too specific on, eating for your blood type or anything like that. Humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, long before we knew what blood types were, and eating just a healthy diet in general has always been the gold standard. All right. Well, that looks like most of what I can do for this Q&A. And I think that I will take some of the other questions that we have and put them into Q&A number 9 or 10. Thank you guys so much for coming by today and watching this Q&A, and I hope it was as helpful as you were hoping it to be. There are many more to come, and reach out anytime for further help or assistance. If you really enjoyed this video, please leave it a like, as it does take a lot of time to put together. And if you're not subscribed yet, please do subscribe so you can get notified of my next video coming out in just a few weeks. Thanks so much, guys, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the recap video for CRPS Q&A number 9. If you are just discovering me, my name is Chase Teagarden, and a little over 10 years ago, I was diagnosed with CRPS following 2 back surgeries. The pain was in my left foot, eventually spreading up to my knee. I could not wear a sock, I used a walker to get around, and I took around 16 medications a day. For 4 years, I went to doctor after doctor, was told that I was faking my pain, seeking pills, was a drug addict, and eventually I contemplated ending my own life. Thankfully, I did not do that, and I tried things on my own, eventually finding my way out of pain. Now, I have dedicated my life to not only learning about pain, but helping others get out of pain themselves. Using my background as a doctor of physical therapy and pain specialist, I have helped people at some of the top hospitals in Texas and now all around the world, including Australia, Switzerland, Ireland, Canada, the US, South Africa, just to name a few. If you would like guidance or help from me, you can check out all of my free resources on my website, thewindowpain.com, here on my YouTube channel. Additionally, you can join my CRPS online course, which is an 8-week self-guided course designed with the last decade of my knowledge all in one place. Or finally, if you want something a little more customized, you can visit my website again, thewindowpain.com, and book a completely free 30-minute consultation with me for one-on-one pain coaching. I am so glad you have chosen to put your trust in me with your care on this journey, and I am so excited to bring this Q&A to you, and there will be many more to come. Down in the description of this video, you are going to find a coupon code for the next 24 hours while this Q&A is live, and it has the largest discount I have ever given on my CRPS online course. So if you would like to take advantage of that and join my course, please feel free and do that. It'll be live for the next 24 hours, and I'll be so happy to have you. Thank you to everyone who joined the live Q&A this time, and if you have questions you want answered in Q&A number 10, which will not be live, please comment those questions down below this video. Lastly, if you have been watching my videos and you've found them helpful, it would do me a great favor if you could subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's completely free, and it tells the YouTube algorithm to send this video to more people who might be suffering with chronic pain or CRPS. Thank you again to all of you for joining, and I hope you enjoy this live Q&A. Take care. Okay, welcome everyone to Q&A number 9. I'm really happy to have all the people that are here today, and I'm really excited to answer your questions. As I mentioned, today we are going to have a quiz about pain and about some things around CRPS. And the top 5 people that answer or place in that quiz, the online quiz, are going to get an Amazon gift card for $25. So I'm excited to have some of you win that. And I'm just excited you're here. And so what I'd like to do first is I'll just explain who I am to those of you who don't know. So my name is Chase Teagarden. About a little over 10 years ago, I was diagnosed with CRPS following 2 back surgeries on my low back. And that diagnosis was CRPS, CRPS in my left foot. I couldn't wear a sock. I struggled to get around. I took 16 pain pills. I lost 60 pounds. I eventually became fed up with doctors, calling me a pill seeker, telling me it was all in my head, telling me that I would never get better and this was going to be my life. I just couldn't accept it. And so thankfully, I chose to stop listening to those types of messages, and I started to move back towards living again. And before I knew it, after 4 years of ups and downs, I was in my car driving and I realized, wow, it's been 3 weeks since I've had any pain. And since that time, it's now been a little over 7 years. So I'm thankful to say I'm not only out of pain, but I am helping people all over the world get out of pain themselves, not just for CRPS, but also for other conditions like AMPS, fibromyalgia, FND, pudendal neuralgia, trigeminal neuralgia, chronic back, neck, shoulder pain, you name it. If other doctors don't like it, it's my wheelhouse. Very happy to have you all here, and let's go ahead and open the floor for questions. You can raise your hand using the Zoom thing, or you can raise your hand in a window. So we can start with Donna. I see her hand shot up, so go ahead, Donna. I'll have to unmute you, so you can unmute yourself, actually.
Yes, go.
Go ahead.
I have 3 questions, actually. I'm sorry. What module is the sleep one?
So you can find my sleep toolkit in module 3, and that's going to be
Can you write that down for me?
That's going to be a 10 or 11 item list. I think it's 10 right now. And with that toolkit, the instruction is you select 2 items off of that list to try. Okay. And if you are in here and you want my sleep toolkit, I can send a link to that. I'll do it. What I'll do is in the description of this YouTube video, when it's up there, I'll have my sleep toolkit linked there so you can get access to that as well.
Awesome. Okay. I have another question.
Sure.
How do you do, because like I have a hard time focusing and just how do you do that?
Okay, so a lot of the misconception about CRPS in general is that CRPS causes brain fog or causes a lack of focus. Usually it's not CRPS doing that. Usually it's a medication we might be taking or our lack of sleep. You just mentioned your sleep toolkit.
Yes.
Sometimes being in pain for extended periods, of course, can make it hard to focus. But the way that we would improve focus would be first by prioritizing our sleep, second by helping reduce our stresses in life, and then third by looking at how we can work with our provider to wean down off of certain medications. Gabapentin is one of those that can cause a lot of focus problems. And so that's kind of a strategy going forward. Additionally, the exercising that we're doing, Donna, that releases a chemical in your brain called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, and that is going to help with your cognition as well.
Yay! My number 3 question.
Last one, let's do it.
And then I'm done. Okay, I have a hard time taking a shower. And I can't take a bath because I have POTS, so I'm afraid I'm going to get out and fall. So what do you recommend? I take a shower like every 2 or 3 days, so I can handle.
What is difficult about the shower specifically?
Just I get dizzy standing there. I don't know. It's just I don't know what's difficult about it.
Tell me it's extremely painful.
It's just painful on my skin and my nerves and stuff.
Is it the temperature of the shower? Is it the pressure of the water?
No. It's just I don't know. It gives me like anxiety to take a shower.
Okay.
So that's weird. And then, but when I had my cast on for those 4 months, I had to take a bath but I don't want to take a bath anymore like that because then I get really dizzy. So I'm afraid I'm gonna fall.
Okay. So what I would recommend, considering that right now, at least the main problem you identified at first was anxiety about taking a shower.
Yes.
Do you have a shower chair?
No.
Okay, so I would recommend maybe let's pick up a shower chair, and I don't want this to be a permanent thing. You're only showering 2 or 3 times a week. What I'd like you to do instead is have a shower chair, so that takes care of your worry about falling. And I'd like you to try to take a shower 4 times a week to start. And the reason for that is you're going to have less anxiety because you're going to have the shower chair. And then two, the more exposure we can get to something that makes us anxious, the less anxious we might be. So for example, I tell the story a lot. I used to date someone who was afraid of balloons. Okay. And she didn't know why. I never could get her to explain why. But this fear of balloons prevented us from going into, let's say, the gym if they were having a special event. And so we can't go our whole life being afraid of balloons because there's balloons everywhere.
Right.
And so what we had to do to reduce that anxiety and fear is slowly expose her to balloons. So we started with, maybe seeing a picture or video of a balloon on a phone. The next thing we did is we went outside of a place that sold balloons and saw them through the window. The next thing we did is stood in the same building as a balloon, and so gradually we worked forward and closer until she was able to make balloon animals. Okay.
Awesome.
So with the shower, it's the same thing. If you feel anxiety or fear about the shower, we need to do it more often, but we also need to do it in a safe way. So shower chair to help with the feeling of falling, and frequency increase to help with the anxiety. If the water pressure is painful, what I might recommend is getting a new shower head. You could get it from Amazon, that could change the pressure there. Okay. Or has a handle, right, that you can move and put where you want to instead of having the water just falling. Again, these are not forever things. These are just temporary. And then over the next coming weeks, you'll go from 4 times a week to 5 times a week of showering.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, I think the more I do my exercises, the more I'll feel better about it.
100%.
Because I have lots of muscle atrophy because of that.
Yes. The muscle atrophy comes from a disuse because we are in pain. Remember,
Yes.
muscle atrophy is not because CRPS is eating away at our body. It is because we are avoiding activity because of the pain. Okay, so
Yes.
that's another thing.
I
Okay,
understand.
absolutely wonderful questions, Donna.
I'm sorry, Chase. Can I just add something to that?
Sure.
Donna, I'm listening to you breaking my heart because taking a bath is like my favorite thing when I'm in pain. So I was wondering if maybe you can look at it, try to like put those thoughts to that, like, because when my arm is in such pain, a bath, like I just want to soak in it. I don't even want to get out. So like, I don't know, like if you use like a bubble bath or something that would kind of make it more pleasurable to you, that maybe you can flip that switch and actually like kind of look forward to it. Because the water seems to relax me. If I'm in a lot of pain, I don't like the shower, either too much pressure, but like having my arm immersed in the water, I love that. I don't know.
I like Epsom salt, which helps me a lot. So maybe we can do that sometime with it.
Yeah, try that. And if you're worried about the falling when it comes to the bath, you've got a strong guy over there. Maybe he can help you.
He's so strong. Look at his muscle.
I know. I saw those and I was like, I got to get to work. Okay.
I started to repair my shoulder, so it is therapeutic. I'm listening to you.
Awesome. I love it. Okay, we're gonna. Yeah, thank you, Donna. Okay, who's next? And if you don't know how to do the raise your hand function, if you're not on video, you can just speak up. You can also talk in the chat if you're having trouble getting unmuted. Come on, you guys joined. You got to have some questions.
I have a question there, Chase.
All right, Jacob, go ahead.
So I have CRPS mainly like in my right foot.
Mm-hmm.
And I get all these bumps and the dryness and all that weird stuff in my foot. My question was, does that ever go away? Is that something that you recovered from as well?
Yeah, so what happens is when your nervous system is extremely amped up, I want you to think of it like here's a good example. When I was in high school and early college, I had a sports car, and in the back of the sports car, I put some really big speakers in it. And I used to drive down the road and just like blast music. It was really obnoxious. Like I was the person I would be annoyed by today. But I would blast this music, and about 30% of the car's alarm would go off. And that is a false alarm because no one's actually breaking in, but it was taking the cars that I would drive by, their alarms are going off. It was taking a stimulus of the sound, the vibrations, and interpreting that as a break-in. And so when you're dealing with CRPS, what is happening is your body's alarm system, the nervous system, is taking the stimulus of whatever you're interacting with, your environment, touch, noise, etc., and it's reacting inappropriately. So that is why your skin might have a reaction of bumps or, redness or dryness. And that is because of that alarm system being overreactive. So as we start to reprogram that alarm, as we start to calm our nervous system through calming things and activities, that will start to go away. And what I want to show you, and Matt, I see you. I'll get to you 1 second.
All right, appreciate it.
Yep. What I want to show you is kind of what that might look like. Because have you ever had periods where it's gone away and then you've noticed them again?
Me personally, no. I've always had it since
the beginning.
It's just progressed. It's actually just gotten worse.
Yeah.
Over a period of time.
Yeah. So as we start to work on, calming our nervous system and addressing some of the things in our environment, such as our work-life balance, family stressors or relationships, financial difficulties, etc., and your nervous system starts to calm down, I do anticipate that those kinds of symptoms will go away.
Great.
Okay. Matt, what were you going to say?
And I just wanted to follow that up with Jacob and let him know that I have the same symptoms. It started out when I first was diagnosed with CRPS in my lower extremities, my feet. I noticed a couple on my arm, and they slowly progressed along the way and went up my arms and up my legs, and couldn't do anything. I was diagnosed with several different types of creams from my dermatologist. Some of them helped, some of them didn't. And then my wife and I left on a 6-week vacation to Europe, disconnected from everything that was back here. I had no lesions on my body at all. Everything just went away. And when I came back, I had a little drama with my daughter. I had a little drama with my wife's brother-in-law, a couple of things going on with finances. Immediately, things started to come back. So what my wife and I sat down and did was we figured out what was actually causing those stress factors and set boundaries for those people, for the objects, for everything in our life that was increasing our stress and our anxiety. We set boundaries that we would not do these things. We would not allow these people to come in and cause stress or drama in our life anymore. And they know that now, and it's helped immensely.
And what happened to the redness and the bumps, Matt, after you set those boundaries?
They've gone away. They are not completely, but I've got 2 on my lower legs right now, and that's it. And if that's what life has, I can deal with 2 little spots on my bottom legs. Nobody sees them but me, and I'm hoping that I can, with time, with the studies and the explanations that Chase has given me, setting boundaries even more in my future. When I find things that cause me stress, we immediately sit down, set a boundary, and back off from that.
Yeah. So Matt, thank you for sharing that. And I knew you were going to share that when I saw your hand going up.
Yeah.
And so I love it. And that's exactly right. So a lot of times what happens is we look at CRPS with a magnifying glass. Okay. We say, it's my right leg. My right leg's messed up. It's the nerve in my right leg. It's the bone in here, all those kinds of things. What we need to do really is zoom out. One thing I say a lot is the key to missing the big picture is to look at everything close up. And in medicine, we do that too much. And so when we zoom out and we look at the whole person instead of looking at, your right leg, you're not right leg, you're Jacob. And so when we zoom out and we look at the whole person, what we often see, what I see almost always is a pattern. Okay. And this pattern is significant life stressors around the time of diagnosis.
Yeah.
Okay. So for me personally, I've done this before, so all of you who I know have seen this, you'll have to forgive me, but there's new faces in here, so I want to bring it up again. So give me 1 second. So one of the activities that you will complete in my online course, if you take advantage of the coupon there, is the timeline. This is the module 1 activity, and I'm just going to show you a small snippet of my timeline as a teaser, okay? So in 2008, I personally, this is my physical timeline, had a bout of back pain. In 2012, I had my first back surgery. In 2013, I had my second one. In 2014, I was diagnosed with CRPS. And then in 2015 to 2018, while I was getting out of pain, I developed chronic migraines. And then in 2019, I developed ulcerative colitis. So that there is a physical timeline. And if you notice, CRPS, chronic migraines, and ulcerative colitis, those are all I don't know conditions, alphabet syndromes, where you go into the doctor and they say, yeah, this is happening. We don't know why. Here's the medicine to take for the rest of your life. Okay. Those I don't know conditions share a common trait. And that trait is an overactive or centrally sensitized nervous system, right? Stuck in fight or flight. So what we need to do is, instead of going to get a colonoscopy, instead of looking at all the trigger points in my neck, and instead of focusing on my left foot where the pain was, we need to zoom out. And so the way that I've learned to zoom out, and what I do with my clients, is I have them make another timeline. And that timeline is the emotional timeline. Okay. So in 2008, my mom was diagnosed with cancer. In 2011, my mother died. Not handling it well. In 2013, my brother died. I was diagnosed with CRPS. Then I was depressed, struggling to move forward, stuck in life. And then in 2019, my sister moved in with me, dropped out of high school at the same time that I was president of my class. Then the next step is to take those timelines and smush them together. And when we do that, the true picture of chronic pain starts to unfold. In 2008, when my back pain began, it was right around the same time my mom was diagnosed. 6 months after my mom died, I had my first back surgery. 6 months after my brother died, I had my second one. And then I was diagnosed with CRPS. While I was depressed and struggling to move forward, my migraines manifested. And then when my sister started acting a fool, I developed ulcerative colitis. And what we start to see when we look at this is the very thing that I think medicine as a whole misses. And that is looking at the entire person. So these life stressors amplified my nervous system to the point where I started to have weird sensations, pain, etc. My digestion started to slow down. I started to get tension headaches because of the tension in my life. And once I made this connection and started to address my life stressors, my social life, my financial stresses, etc., once I started to look at those things on a deeper level and address those, lo and behold, my pain also started to come down and my symptoms started to resolve. So ulcerative colitis, you're supposed to take medicine your whole life for that or eat a special diet. I don't take sulfasalazine anymore. When I start to feel like I'm getting a migraine, I genuinely think about, okay, what in my life is stressing me out? And oftentimes that can slow the migraine or stop it altogether. And then as far as the pain goes, yes, there were changes in my body's capabilities because I was in pain for so long and using a walker, to get around. But as I slowly eased back into exercise and activity, those changes changed back. The body is highly adaptable. It will respond to what you give it. So if you give it nothing, it'll give you nothing. But if you challenge it, it'll give you a lot. And we need to do that. 1 second here, Donna. We need to do that in a paced way. So Carol, I see a question here. I want you to ask it out loud so I don't have to read it, and people on YouTube can see.
So one of the things, and like it happened to me again this week, and sometimes when you have a flare up, so we all have like better days and then those really bad, like where you have a week and it's just, sometimes I'm not really sure, because do I do more exercise at that point or do I do less? I get confused, like, if I overdoing, I'm going to hurt myself, but I also know the importance of moving. And what do you recommend? Should we then pick up the pace and do more? Or should we say, okay, we're still going to exercise, but slow it down a bit?
Okay, perfect question. And it ties into what I was just saying a little bit as well. So firstly, I would recommend you analyze why the flare might be occurring. So firstly, I think about, it's been really hot lately. That could be part of it. There's also, you know, the life stressors. Is there something going on at work? Has there been a significant birthday or anniversary that reminds you of something you've been through? That's the first part. And the reason I ask you to think about that is because I want you to see if this is because your, you know, hand or arm is messed up in some way, or if it's because of something emotional that is charging up your alarm system, right? And then the second thing is when your alarm system is going off, I would recommend being kind or gentle to ourselves for that time period. And the reason I say that is because if you think of like a stray cat or a stray dog, their nervous system is in fight or flight as well. And if we were to run up to that animal and like let's say we're trying to rescue it. If we were to run up to that animal and just grab them, what will they do? Yeah, scratch, bite, you know, attack you, run away further. So that doesn't help. That doesn't help calm down their nervous system. What we do instead is we approach them slowly. We maybe give them food. We maybe sit on the floor, turn our back to them to show them we're not a threat. We let them smell us, etc. And then over time, we earn their trust. The road to recovery, and you've seen this probably 1,000 times, Carol, I know. The road to recovery looks like, we want it to look like this, but in reality, it looks like this. We're going to have times where it's better, times where it's flared. And during those flare times, the answer to your question, Carol, is let's be gentle with ourselves. Let's still try to do activity, but let's see if we can pace ourselves just a little bit while also inquiring emotionally about what's going on. And something that can help with that, I believe highly in physically writing down the kinds of things that are going on in our life when we start to feel a flare. So sometimes we think this flare is happening because the CRPS is just causing it. What I think is really helpful is like, okay, when we start to have a flare, let's sit down and think, okay, what is happening? Did my daughter just call, who I haven't talked to in years? You know, did my sister just not invite me to the birthday party? You know, those kinds of things are way more important than we realize. And the more you see that pattern, the better it's going to be for you in reducing your fear of this pain that you're having.
So I feel like I've made progress then, because I do know we'll talk on Monday. I do know what was stressing me out this week. There was a lot going on. So I just decided I did take that route. I didn't do the weight stuff, but I moved it. And I could feel, I can feel the improvement. Like my arm's been better than it's been in a while, but I was able to identify those things. And then I just decided I'm going to go easy, but I'm going to still do it. But I'm just not going to add that extra, you know, with weights or whatever. Work on movement and, you know, strength.
Yes, you're learning well, for sure. I think that.
Thank you, Chase.
Yeah, you did exactly what you should do. And here's why, guys. This isn't something that I've just made up. This is something that is researched, you know, okay? So there's a chronic pain cycle, okay? And I'm going to show you that. And this is another snippet of some things in my online course. There's a vicious cycle of pain, okay? So we have pain. I'm going to zoom this in if I can. Can you guys see this okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. So we have pain. We have anxiety that this pain means we've damaged our shoulder or our hand or our foot. We've become more focused on the pain. Our nervous system gets more amped up. We have more pain. We move less. Our nervous system learns that moving less is better. Then we have pain again. Then it starts again. Anxiety, focus on the problem, nervous system change, more pain, anxiety, etc. This is the physical cycle. And then there's also this emotional cycle, and I'll move out. So we have pain, anger, frustration, fear. That fear is amplified by what we read online or hear from these online support groups. Our mood decreases, we become depressed, our pain perception increases. Then we continue to avoid activity, we get more deconditioned, we get more pain with decreasing activity, we avoid activity more, we get more deconditioned. This is a vicious cycle in both directions, and the only way to break out of it, is to have a pain experience, and instead of catastrophizing, reading online what might be going on, reading or hearing negative illness information, developing more fear, being hypervigilant and avoiding and becoming depressed, instead what we should do is exactly what you did, Carol. Have no fear. Let's start to move just a little bit, confront the situation, and then we start to see improvement. Obviously, it isn't instant. This is something we have to do over and over and over again to break this cycle. It's just like for me, for example, I have a bad habit of every time I walk past my pantry, reaching in and grabbing trail mix. And it's terrible because, you know, every handful is maybe 200 calories. And next thing I know, I've it's summer and I'm ashamed. No. So the only way I can stop that habit is by repeatedly not reaching in to grab the trail mix. Instead, I reach in and I grab, I don't know, a dried mango, you know, or I throw the trail mix away. And so the only way I'll ever break that habit is by repeatedly doing something different or the opposite. And so the only way you're going to break this habit of every time I have a symptom, I go to Reddit and I Google what CRPS red spots. And instead, I say, okay, my alarm's overreacting. I'm not going to worry too much about it. Every time you do that second part and not the first part, the better and better and better things are going to get. And that's a big reason why those of you in my Facebook group have noticed that with this dose of hope, with this opportunity for something different, some of your symptoms have already improved, even if you're not working with me. That is a firsthand experience of a change in that psychological cycle. Okay. And I was very much trapped in it. You know, I spent a lot of time Googling and in support groups. And that makes a big difference in our pain experience. Okay. More questions. Okay. 1 second, Donna. Let's see if anyone else chimes in. You can put your questions in the chat. Like if you're feeling shy, you can just type them. I won't say your name. Kristen, go ahead.
So kind of a simple question, but would be interested to know your view on diet and CRPS, and particularly if avoidance of gluten is, do you see any help with that, or is it unnecessary?
So my answer to this is probably twofold. Okay. So there is a very strong, belief is very powerful. Okay. So if you believe that eating gluten is going to be harmful for you, the likelihood that it will be harmful is very high. And there's a book called The Expectation Effect that we just read in the CRPS Power Club, my book club. And they even talk about celiac disease or gluten sensitivity. Just in the last, like, I don't know how many years it's been, maybe 10 years since gluten sensitivity has become a thing, the prevalence of people reporting gluten sensitivity or having symptoms has increased by like 70 something percent. And do I believe that that's because people have always been sensitive to gluten? Not necessarily. I think that belief has a very powerful effect. And I've talked about this in reference to like lotions, for example. If I give you two lotions and it's just CeraVe, they're just CeraVe in two different bottles, non-scented lotion. And one bottle says, this will feel good. And the other bottle says, this will burn. Not only will people who don't know it's CeraVe report that the bottle that says this will feel good is cooling and soothing and maybe even smells like menthol, but the group that had the bottle that says this will burn, they will not only report that it burns and it hurts, but some of them will even have redness on their skin. And so when it comes to gluten, if you have tried a gluten-free diet and you feel like on that diet you feel better, you feel more healthy, more alert, and your pain feels down, great. But I do not think by any means that it's something that is necessary. I think that what we need to do is we need to find a diet that feels healthy and fulfilling and soothing for us and stick to that. So, for some people, they say carnivore diet brings them a lot of relief. For others, they say being a vegetarian or a vegan brings them a lot of relief. Those are polar opposite diets, but they're both finding relief. And, that could be because of differences for those individuals, or just because of the fact that, hey, I like eating a lot of meat rather than, leafy green vegetables. So no, I don't think, a gluten-free diet is necessary. I do think some foods, you might find are irritating to you personally. And if that's the case, then yeah, you can avoid them while the alarm system is extra amped up. But again, as we calm that alarm system down, we might not need to do that anymore. We might be able to reintroduce bread. I don't know. So
thank you.
Of course. Anyone else? Oh, Donna had her hand up, but if anyone else wants to put something in the chat, go ahead. Oh, hold on, Donna. Let me get Nikki and then I'll get you again. Go ahead, Nikki. I don't know if you meant to raise your hand, but it's up. Do I need to help you unmute?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute.
You're good.
Hi everybody. I came a couple minutes late into the beginning of the conversation, so I don't know if this is gonna be making sense, but my CRPS started in my foot and like my ankle area, and recently the past couple of months it's been going up my leg and like more just on like one side. So I kind of heard you saying that it could be like emotional, it could be like stuff that's going on in, my life, and that's why it's starting to go up and be painful. But kind of like, when do you know that I have to be like really careful about it? Because I do have like the little dots are coming and I get like little red marks and like stuff on my leg, and then obviously just regular symptoms, but I just don't know kind of how to handle it now that it's going up, and I feel like it's hurting more on my left leg on the side than it is even in like my foot and ankle now.
Yeah. So I think last time, I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, but last time you were here, you had, or it was another person named Nikki or Nicole, but you had made some connections to some things in your life that might have been contributing to this. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, and if you're able to share, what are those things? If you don't want to, it's okay.
No, it's okay. My dad's cancer came back in his brain, and I'm probably gonna lose him. My uncle, my mom's brother, who was like the actual father figure in my life, is really sick in a nursing home and can't do anything by himself. And it just was the 2-year anniversary from when my best friend passed away. So I think maybe I needed to be reminded about this conversation that I did have a lot. I do have a lot. It just broke up after a very long-term relationship. It was a lot. So maybe I need to focus on that, and that's what it is, and try and fix that. Maybe the pain will stop. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so there's with me, I lost my mom and I lost my brother in rapid succession. And instead of feeling that grief, what I did is I put a lot of pressure on myself, now being the oldest child, to take my family under my wing and help them, my brother, my sister, my father. I took on a job where I was working many hours a week. I basically put everyone else before myself. And eventually, what I believe is that this CRPS came about to tell me to stop. It almost like a messenger to tell me, hey, you need to pay attention to what you're doing to yourself. And I hear that in you when you tell me your story. I mean, it's no coincidence that I ask you this, and there are things there. And I would venture to guess that most everyone in here have the same things going on. Donna, I know you do. Mary, I know you do. Matt, I know you did. So, all of these things are important to pay attention to. So yeah, what I would suggest is, again, sometimes reading about these symptoms, such as what gluten can cause, causes the symptoms. So the first time
I don't even read stuff anymore, because I'm like, I've drove myself crazy way too many times going down that rabbit hole. And I'm like, you know what? Nope, let me not do it. It's going to be okay. It's going to go away. I'm going to be okay. And I try to definitely remain positive about the situation as much as I can. I think maybe I just needed this little reminder.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of my online course and what my coaching is all about. I stand there and I remind you over and over again.
Yeah.
And the first time that my pain spread up my leg, this is what happened. It's all right, Carol, have fun. The first time my pain spread up my leg, I had spent a lot of time reading online, and I read on Burning Night's website that the pain can spread and it'll spread everywhere in my body, and it'll spread even to my groin, is what it said. And my dad came home from work, and I got hobbled up off the kitchen table, and I gave him a hug and I started crying. And I said, Dad, the internet said it's going to spread. I'm really worried. What should I do? And then the next morning I woke up and I had pain from my foot to my knee.
Oh my God.
So is that because CRPS is a poison, or is that because I read something and charged myself up to such an extent that I was a victim of this. It's called the nocebo effect. When you believe an expectation of pain or negative effects will happen, a lot of times they do. And so the more you fixate on these symptoms and ruminate, it's called catastrophize, the more likely you might feel and experience them. So we need to change our focus from this close-up, which you've been looking at, to the expanded, the bigger picture. So have you had grief counseling or anything to deal with some of the stuff you're going through?
Yeah, I go to therapy every week. I'm in a support group for like anxiety and depression and trauma. I do that once a week. So I've been definitely trying to work through it and finally like putting myself first. That's something I've really been practicing lately. And I deleted social media about 2 months ago, and it honestly has been like a really big relief for me, because I feel like you get so into what's going on with everybody and you could just sit there and scroll for hours, and it's too much. So I'm breaking from that right now, and I'm really just focusing on being single for the first time since I'm 24 years old. So I just want to really like focus on me. So it was just, I guess, a little frustrating because I know like I'm moving in the right direction. I'm trying, but then it's like the CRPS is like hurting and it's like coming back. So I do have to remember the other things outside of me that are going on. And I think this call was what I needed to have that little reminder. So thank you.
Absolutely. And every time, I don't know if I said this, I did say this, but I can't remember if it was when you were in here, but every time you start to have these symptoms, I would really recommend sitting down and, typing out or writing out, what's going on that day. And you mentioned something that I think is really important. This focusing on ourself, right, for the first time in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of us with CRPS, we share a very similar personality type, and focusing on everyone else except ourselves is something a lot of us do. We're self-sacrificing individuals.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what I believe is the CRPS personality. And I think a lot of you in here will resonate with this as at least partially the type of person you are. So to read through it, you're self-sacrificing and you suppress your own needs. So you meet the emotional needs of others at the expense of yourself. You have a rigid sense of duty or obligation, often to your own detriment. You may have a difficulty expressing emotions, especially anger, which can also manifest as emotional or physical problems. You have a belief in the responsibility for others' emotions, meaning you take the burden of others on yourself and believing that you are responsible for their well-being.
Oh my God, I do that so much. No,
Yeah,
that one is a huge one for me. Sorry, not to cut you off.
No, you're good. I love hearing these revelations, because these are revelations I had to make myself on my own journey. Okay. And then fear of disappointing others, a strong desire to avoid disappointing others, even at the cost of your own well-being. So if you're sitting in this Zoom and those personality traits resonated with you, I want you to ask yourself why. How much does that have to do with the nerve in, your bum or your shoulder or your wrist? And is it that, is that bone that's dislodged or out of place, or that surgery that you had really to blame? Or is there more to this? And I think that when you realize there's more to it, because that's what I had to realize, you realize that, okay, maybe I can, maybe there are things I can address that, and my body isn't as broken as I think. Because mind you, I had 2 back surgeries. I was told never squat, never run again, and I did both those things this week. So.
Oh my God, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I'm here, Nikki, anytime for you. I know you got rid of social media, but I'm gonna put my email in the chat.
Okay, cool.
And I would love to, I would really recommend you jump into my online course. There's a discount for the course there. But also, I'd love to work with you or anyone in here one-on-one eventually, if you're still having trouble. There was actually a lady on my wait list just recently who messaged me and said the online course was enough for her to fully get out of pain and move forward.
Wow.
And I do see that with a number of people. And so, I would recommend at least trying that as a starting point. It's cheaper than Scrambler or ketamine, even just one treatment of Scrambler. It's cheaper than that. And I've made it that way on purpose.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay. You're always doing some great questions, great realizations, Nikki. So I'm glad you're here.
Thanks.
Um, who else? I see people in here. I see faces or at least names I haven't seen before. So, if you have questions, don't be shy. There's no dumb questions. Mary, go ahead. Don't worry, Donna, I didn't forget about you.
Yeah, kind of more of a statement for others to hear. When we did our one-on-one, you think my CRPS pain, that's where you start your timeline. But you pointing out that, 30 years ago is when stuff started happening. And you don't realize that. The nurse in you, that personality traits we have, you just keep going. You don't even stop to think of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize that till, that first one-on-one, and you think, oh, wow, that's right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Mary, and when we started our first one-on-one just the other day, even when you entered the call, you had some healthy skepticism, right?
Yes, of course.
But then we made rapid realizations of, oh my gosh, I have been burying a lot of emotions.
Yeah, and you just keep your mind so busy, it doesn't even cross your mind that that's what's happening.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you've got to just stop and be still for a minute and listen to what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen to that little voice inside you that says, hey, I have some things I need to look at. And I'll tell you what, those of you that are in here, those of you that are watching on YouTube, if you can't even imagine what life can be like when you start to sort through these things. If you spend every day carrying around the grief of someone you lost, or the pain of, some of the things you've been through, just imagine what it would be like to not carry it even for a short time. And it's better than what you're imagining, I promise, because that's where I am. And it's almost as if like I'm in a different world. And so I'm happy to be bringing people there. So yeah, we're just starting, Mary. So I'm super excited for next week too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Who else we got? Donna, it can be your turn if you're ready.
It's not really a question. This is back on the timeline thing because we just started the one-on-one this week. And so Thomas helped me write down an outline of things.
Yeah.
And what?
I added both bad things and good things because I didn't want it to be a complete bummer. So
I like that.
Yeah, so keeps it going.
And this is going to help me because I'm a visual person. So,
absolutely.
So then I'm going to do this on the paper, but it's helped me to recognize things that have happened in my life.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chase. That's all wasn't a question. I just think this would be helpful for people.
I love that you shared that, Donna. That is helpful.
It is like an outline, and then you can do the timeline thing after.
Yeah. We're just putting dates to everything now and then sorting it out.
Yeah.
I love it. I'll be excited to see that this next week and go through it with you. And you know what? The thing about it is a lot of times, just like you said, Mary, when you look back at your life, when I looked back at my life, when I was making these connections, I said, I had a perfect childhood. I don't know what you're talking about. And then I looked back at my life and I said, oh, maybe things were a little more challenging than I realized. Maybe I learned things in my childhood and adapted to things in my childhood that hindered me in my future life. They served me in childhood, but then in the future it was a detriment to me. And unlearning those things is important. And the timeline is part of beginning that process. And it also lets us see like, hey, I have reason to be sad or angry or grieve, and so, yeah, I love that you're going through it, Donna, and yeah, that we're working on these things.
Thank you, Chase. I did have an amazing childhood. All of these things are after I was a young adult.
Yeah,
and afterwards.
A lot of times it is like that too. You run into these tragedies or deaths or losing connection with people in our lives. Yeah. Or you get into a job that's, you have a boss from hell or something like that, you know? So it can be a lot of different things. Okay.
I was, yeah. But anyways, I think I know everybody's different, so everybody has their own thing. But
Sure.
I think it's good to do like an outline, uh, and then write it down, because then you kind of have it all right there with the
Absolutely.
dates and stuff. It helps. It helps me. I'm a visual person, so I was
Yeah.
just gonna put that out there.
Thank you, Donna. That's fantastic. Okay. Anybody else? We need some more questions.
What?
And if we don't have any more questions right away, we'll take a break and we'll go to our quiz. Okay. I need a verbal yes.
I don't see anything yet.
Okay. Do you see question 1 on your screen now? So this is the symbol that's on my t-shirt. It's a Japanese symbol. What does the symbol mean? Triangle for life, diamond for pain, blue for pain, yellow for forest, or green for window? And select your answer. Okay. So we had 3 answers. One person got it right. It actually means pain. Okay. Next question. Let's see who's winning. Donna's winning. Okay. The next one. Can you guys see here? Pain is only a sensory experience on the computer. And it is blue for true, red for false. So the statement is pain is only a sensory experience. Blue for true, red for false. Six answers. Good. That's everyone. False. That's right. Pain is also a what? Does anyone know? Sensory and I think I heard Donna say it, emotional experience. A sensory and emotional experience. Okay, we got Donna up at 1520. Very cool. We're getting comebacks though. Okay, next question. The name of this group, meaning the Facebook group, is The Pain Window, red, CRPS Healing, blue, The Window Pane, orange or gold, and Chase's Cool Cats, green. We got 5 answers. Remember, red is the pain window, blue is CRPS Healing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Uh-oh, Donna's on a hot streak, but Kristen is close behind, so we're moving. All right, next question. How many people recover from CRPS? 30% red, 10% blue, 85% orange, 70% green. And by recover, I mean a significant reduction in pain. They go on to live normal lives. 30% red, 10% blue, 85% orange. Okay. Interesting. So the answer is 85%. Okay. And you can find that, you can search CRPS recovery on Google and you can find the source for that. And I believe it's NHS in the UK that says 85%. Next question. What contributes to being in fight or flight? A central sensitized nervous system. Could it be family conflict, red, work problems, blue, orange, false messages from doctors and support groups, or green, all of the above? Nice. Yes, that's exactly right. All of these things bring up your fight or flight system. Okay, look at this. Meg is chasing me, whoever me is. The types of CRPS are drastically different. Type 1 and type 2. They're completely different and treatment is completely different. Blue for true, red for false. There's CRPS type 1, which means there's no known nerve injury. It came on. Yep, perfect. I'm so glad you guys are on that answer. That is correct. They are exactly the same. The only thing the type is saying is you got it from either A, a known injury, or for type 2, or B, no injury, no known injury. It's a unknown origin. Okay. The stages of CRPS are inevitable, meaning we will move through them no matter what. Blue for true, red for false. False. I love it. This is great. This is much better than the first time I gave this quiz. Yes, the stages are just descriptions of what's happening. They are not a process by which you have to automatically go through. Okay, they're just describing what is happening at that moment. And I'm actually working together with some doctors to change that terminology because I believe it is harmful. Okay. Next one. You have to treat CRPS early and be young to get out of pain. So you must be young and diagnosed early to get out of pain. Blue for true, red for false. False. Yes, everyone on the same page again. Thank goodness. Yes, you can reduce your pain and get back to a more fulfilling and meaningful life no matter what age or no matter what amount of time. I was 23 and I was dealt with pain for 4 years and I got out of pain. Okay. And there's a testimony coming out tomorrow of a client I have who's in her late 40s and was diagnosed at 12 and is now pain-free. So keep an eye on that for YouTube on Sunday. Okay. What are ways to reduce pain? Red, physical activity or intervention. Blue, lifestyle adjustments. Orange, mental health care. Green, all of the above. Very good. All of the above. You guys are pros. Oh, it's getting close. Okay. Social connection is vital in recovery from pain. True or false? Blue, true, red, false. Oh, no. We do need to connect socially. We need to reach out, especially if we've been isolated. So that is going to be true. Oh boy, we've had a shift. Meg has taken the lead. Okay, let's see, is that the last one? Nope. What is the name of the next CRPS documentary? Taking Care of Maya, red. Stories from the Shadows, blue. Trial by Fire 2, orange. The Silent Syndrome, green. What do you guys think? That's right, Trial by Fire. What do we got? Who's it going to be? Number 3 is me. I don't know who me is. Oh, yeah, I do. Number 2 is Donna. And number 1, Meg. Okay. Very good, guys. Okay, so 4 is Kristen and 5 is okay, I think is what I saw there. So if you are in the top 5, so Meg, Donna, and me, what I want you to do is I want you to private message me here on Zoom if you're able to do that. Or if you have me on Facebook, you can message me on Facebook and tell me that you were in the top 5. And you let me know your email. I need your email, okay? And Meg, there is no one in here named Meg. So who is Meg? I don't see anyone.
It is Mary Esther.
Okay, Mary. Okay, so
yeah.
You got a t-shirt too.
Awesome.
I can send you, so you'll get 2 t-shirts then, because I still got to send you the one for signing up with me. So
okay, cool.
We'll chat about that. If you want a different size for someone else, that's fine. Okay, we're going on 46 minutes, but I think we've went through a lot of questions. I don't see any more questions in the chat. I'm going to send you, Mary, another shirt, and I'll reach out to someone at random for another shirt since we didn't get enough number guesses. So I'm very thankful for all of you being here. I am going to leave the coupon code that I've put in the chat active for another 10 minutes after we sign off. So if you want to copy that code and put it in your browser so you can sign up for the online course, you are more than welcome to do that. Otherwise, this replay is going to be up later today, so you can check it out at your leisure if you want to look back on some of the things we talked about. I'm really thankful you guys are here, and it's been another great Q&A. And I hope either in the Facebook group or on the comment section of this Q&A, if you have questions for Q&A 10, which I'm going to try to do not live, but standalone next weekend, please ask those questions. Okay, Donna, what do you have to say? I see your hand.
Am I unmuted? Well, I just want to thank you so much, Chase, for all you do.
Thank you,
We're so
Donna.
very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Donna. Of course, you don't need to thank me. This is my passion. You know, I want to help people who are in the same place I used to be. And if I can help even one person, it makes my day. So
You've helped me already.
Well, when you were on the kitchen floor having all those thoughts years ago, did you think you were going to be here today doing this?
definitely not. No, I never imagined. So what Thomas is referring to, for those who don't know, when I hit rock bottom with my CRPS, I had lost about 60 pounds. I was walking with my walker, my mom's walker that she used while she had cancer, to the kitchen to try and get a glass of orange juice. And I was shaking, you know, frail, and I sat there or stood there about to sip my orange juice and I fell. And
Yep.
while I was laying on the kitchen floor, I thought to myself, you know, I could take all the pills that are up in the cabinet. I had about 16 different pills at the time, and I could just end things. And then I also thought to myself, or I could try doing something different from what the doctors had said to me and see if I could move forward. And that's what I did, thankfully. And I never thought that I'd be out of pain. I also didn't think that I'd be in a position where I'm helping people all over the world do the same thing. So, yeah, to answer your question, Thomas, I absolutely did not think that. I certainly never thought I'd be able to do this from my computer to help people as well. And so it's truly a blessing. And I
Such a
think
blessing.
I thank all of you, and I thank God for that. And yeah, I'm just
Amen.
excited to be here.
Thanks, Chase. We appreciate you too.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Kristen. I see you in the chat. Thanks, Nicole. Th Thanks everyone for being here. And Nikki, don't hesitate to reach out. You know, you don't have to do all this alone. Even if it's a free consult, I'll talk to you.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you, Chase.
Absolutely. Okay, guys.
Bye, guys.
10 more minutes. That code for the course will be active. Take advantage of it if you're considering. And if you want to ask me more questions, again, thewindowpain.com, book a consult with me. I'd love to see you. You're not wasting my time, even if you come in and just ask me a few things. You don't have to give me money to get benefit. I want to help you. Okay. All right. See you guys. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another CRPS Q&A. It blows my mind that we are on CRPS Q&A 10 already, considering we were just on Q&A 1 earlier this year. This is just a demonstration of how misunderstood and scary this condition of CRPS is. And I hope that these Q&As continue to bring you answers and relief in certain ways to your pain, your stresses, and your worries. As we know, fear and anxiety are a main driver of pain because pain is processed in one of the same brain locations as fear and anxiety, that location being the amygdala. So if you can watch these videos and if you can calm your fears and anxiety about what is happening to you when it comes to CRPS or any chronic pain for that matter, by virtue of that, you will also reduce your pain. And so that's why these Q&As are really, really important. Me being someone who was diagnosed with CRPS 10 years ago and had a 4-year battle with pain that nearly took my life, I am really happy to be pain-free now and in a position to bring you answers that I have searched for over the last decade. If you don't know who I am, my name is Chase Teagarden. I am a doctor of physical therapy, therapeutic pain specialist, and fellow in pain science who has spent his entire career specializing in pain conditions. And I now help people all over the world in countries such as Australia, Ireland, Switzerland, Canada, the US, and many more. I would be more than happy to help you. So if you find this video helpful in any way and you want more information, not only do I offer a 8-week online CRPS course that you can take at your own leisure and learn everything that I've learned in the last decade to move you towards remission, or as I call it, recovery, but also I offer one-on-one, completely customized coaching for you to help you move forward from your pain. If you would like more information on either of these things, please go to my website, thewindowpain.com, and go ahead and book a completely free 30-minute consultation with me. You can tell me your story, and I can tell you how I could possibly help you. So, without further ado, let's get into this Q&A. I'm very, very excited for it. It has a lot of amazing questions that I think are going to be really powerful in helping you all learn about this condition and other conditions like AMPS, fibromyalgia, pudendal and many of these mystery conditions in the medical world. I have my coffee, and I actually ran out of creamer, so I had to get a coffee from Black Rock down the road. But I'm ready to get started, and I hope to do it in one take. So if you see any jump cuts, it's because I failed at that. Okay. All right, let's get this started. So, firstly, I have probably one of my favorite questions that I've ever seen asked, and this comes from Jacob, and he says, "What are some of the most unorthodox practices that have helped you in your recovery?" And he also says, "I believe getting my bare feet on the earth or in natural water sources has helped me." Jacob, such a cool question, because when it comes to this condition, there is so much fear and misconception about what you should or should not do, and what is good and what is bad. And, really my approach myself when I was getting out of pain was not informed. It was not an educated approach. Basically, what happened was I had gone down the rabbit hole of CRPS that is traditional for most people that go through CRPS. And what that rabbit hole looks like is you suddenly start having pain, whether it's after a surgery, type 2, or out of nowhere, type 1, when it comes to CRPS. And, when you have that pain come up, you go to doctor after doctor and they tell you, oh, everything's fine, or oh, yes, your nerves aren't conducting as well. You hear all these different stories of what's wrong with you. You might even go, God forbid, down the rabbit hole of mold or Lyme. You might spend a abundance of money going to strange retreats or clinics and still have no relief. And what happened to me is I went down some of these rabbit holes. I didn't spend any money at these retreats, thankfully. And I was given an appointment at a ketamine clinic that was 2 years away. So essentially, I was told suffer for 2 years and then maybe you can be put in a ketamine coma. That's what they were doing back then, and feel better. And so I really had two choices at that point. It was continue to take these 16 medications that aren't helping me at all, or try to figure things out myself. And so, from an unorthodox standpoint, the things that I did, and I want to disclaimer this, these are not necessarily smart things, and I do not condone these things. Everyone is different, and so the approach should be different. And you should work with a professional, whether it be me or your doctor, preferably both, to find your own way. But as far as unorthodox practices goes, really at first, I quit my pills cold turkey, which left me sick for probably 2 months, while I like white knuckled them. When I quit them, I just threw them all away. And so I really had no choice but to endure. Thankfully, I was young. I didn't have any adverse effects outside of being sick, but quitting some of these medications cold turkey can lead to some pretty severe things. So that's why I'm not recommending it. So firstly, I quit those. Secondly, what I did is I found a massage therapist that one of my dad's coworkers had recommended, and I started going to him. And this massage therapist said that he knew what CRPS was and he could help me, and I just believed him. And so I would go there, and mind you, I couldn't even wear a sock at this point, and the massage therapist would massage my foot. And I would scream so loud that he would literally have me bite a towel during the massage. And the ironic thing was, every time he would finish the massage of my leg, he would yell hallelujah. And so what would happen is I would go to him, he would massage my leg really hard. I would scream, I would cry on the table, I would bite the towel, and then weirdly enough, I would go home and I would have like the best sleep of my life. Then, of course, the next day I would have an extreme flare in my leg and it would swell and it would turn colors. But I just repeated this pattern pretty much all the way through my recovery. And that's a big reason that I feel like desensitization is a really powerful thing. Should you do it the way I did it? Absolutely not. I think that prolonged my suffering. But it's just proof that giving feedback to your limb
will improve your symptoms, no matter how you do it. And so, doing it in a way that I outline in this video here, my desensitization explained video, would be a better approach. And so you'll see desensitization explained is already out, but I'm working on part 2 and part 3. So keep an eye out for those. So that was one thing that I did that was kind of unorthodox, is torture myself with massages. Another thing that I did is, like you mentioned, actually getting your bare feet on earth and other natural sources. I would actually go outside with a blanket and I would lay the blanket on the grass, and because I was stuck inside for like 4 years on my dad's couch. So when I started trying to get better, I would lay the blanket on the grass in my dad's backyard, and I would lay on my back and I would let my foot just barely touch the grass, like just a little bit. And it felt painful at first, like the blades of grass touching my foot. But the more and more that I went outside and tried to let my foot rest in the grass, like off the blanket, the better and better it felt over time. And so I felt like I was desensitizing my foot to the grass. And then from there, since I learned that by exposing my foot to the grass, it would get used to it, I started trying to expose my foot to the wood of my dad's deck and then the cement of the driveway. And so I would just move the blanket to these other areas and try doing that. Mind you, I had no idea what desensitization was at this point. I had barely been to college, and so I hadn't learned any of these techniques. And it just luckily it happened to work. So that's an unorthodox method number 2. Number 3 is I wanted to get back to walking. And so what I knew was that when it came to walking, I needed to learn to move my foot and ankle again. Okay. And my foot was kind of like stuck in this position because for several years, I would just keep my foot like this and I would use a walker to get around. And so since my foot was stuck in this position, I had to learn to push it down again. And so first I practiced doing that quite a bit. I practiced doing it not only on my own, but also against like a resistance band once my foot became less sensitive. And then I had to practice just walking in general. So at first I would use like the kitchen counter and I would kind of like lean and rock with my feet staggered like this, both ways. And then I would use the walker and I would just try to actually like walk while using the walker. And then from there, I would take a piece of chalk and I would drive to the local bike path, and I would get out and I would put my walker to the side, and then I would try to walk as far as I could. And I would walk as far as I could, mark where I gave up on the bike path, and then walk back to my walker and go home. And I would do that every single day. And on the days that it rained and washed all the chalk away, I would just start over and guess where my last place was. So that was another kind of unorthodox thing to work towards my recovery. But when it comes to these things, you'll notice a theme. I was exposing my body part to challenging things to train it to be used to those things. Your body will respond to what you give it. So to give you an example, here is a marathon runner. Okay, and you can see their body. It looks kind of frail. They have trained for long distance running, and their body has responded. That is the ideal body for a marathon runner. And now, in comparison, right next to them, here is a sprinter. Okay, so you can see the difference. Their muscles are strong, look explosive, etc. That's the body of a sprinter. If the sprinter tried to run a marathon, they would fail. If the marathon runner tried to sprint, it wouldn't be very fast. But this is a general display of how a body adapts to what you give it. Another good example of this is, I'll see if I can find it, but there's a video of a construction worker like sanding off part of a piece of wood, and his hand has become so rough that he can literally sand the wood with his hand. But if I tried to do that or you tried to do that, your hand would start to bleed. So you can literally tell the muscles, the skin, the nerves, everything adapts to the feedback you give it. And so me going to get the massage, me exposing myself to the grass and the gravel and the wood, me trying to go for walks, that was exposing my body to new stimulus, and my body adapted. And so, no matter what method you try, there will be flares, there will be pain, but you are learning along the way. And the fact that I'm completely out of pain just demonstrates that fact. If I did nothing, if I didn't try random unorthodox things,
I probably wouldn't have gotten out of pain. Additionally, it is important to note that, as I've talked about in many other videos, a lot of the reason I ended up in pain was because of extremely emotionally challenging things that were going on around my diagnosis. And those things included the death of my mother, the death of my brother, and some turmoil in a lot of my family and romantic relationships. All of that has to be addressed on top of the physical challenges. Remember, CRPS is a both mind and body, meaning there's emotional stresses and there's physical stresses that both need to be addressed. And so, you can do these unorthodox physical methods, but also we need to consider things like counseling or psychological care or working with a pain coach like myself. So yeah, awesome question, really fun to answer. But those are kind of the unorthodox things that I can remember that I did that were interesting. So yeah, that great question, Jacob. I love it. Let's see. Mary, are there any specific diet recommendations you can make that might help in alleviating pain? Yeah, Mary, I've got this question a lot, and I love when the questions are re-asked. I know I have a ton of videos, so it's hard to know what's been asked and what hasn't. When it comes to diet, whatever diet makes you feel the best. And that I know that sounds like a cop-out, but that's truly my answer. And the reason for that is tracking and worrying about dietary things can lead to worse symptoms. And the reason I say that is because the stress and worry we feel about ingesting like the smallest amount of sugar or this inflammatory food or this gluten containing food, that alone can make us have more pain because of all the stress and worry about it. It's called food fear, essentially. Okay. So, as an example, there's a book that we read recently in my CRPS Power Club, which is my monthly support group. And that book is called The Expectation Effect. And in that book, they talk about how gluten sensitivity has gone up by like something like 70% over the last couple years. And the reason for that is not because people are becoming more sensitive to gluten, but it's because people are worried about gluten. And so, they did a couple experiments where they gave people foods, the same foods to two different groups. One group, they told the foods contained gluten. The other group, they told them that the foods were gluten-free. They are the same foods, okay? The group that they told the foods contained gluten reported adverse reactions such as stomach pains, inflammation, bloating, etc., but they didn't eat food that contained gluten. And so that in and of itself is proof of the nocebo effect, which you can see here, where if you are told something bad will happen to you, most likely something bad will happen. So when you're in the CRPS groups outside of mine and you see people saying that you shouldn't eat sugar, you shouldn't eat carbohydrates, you shouldn't eat a certain color of vegetable, you shouldn't eat strawberries because of some unknown reason. The more you fixate and get fearful of those things, the more you're going to have adverse experiences around those things. Okay. So CRPS is a situation where your nervous system has become hypersensitive. The more that we can calm our nervous system and pull back that hypervigilance, the better. A healthy diet, a well-balanced diet that makes you feel good is my recommendation. Amanda, how does someone dive into educating themselves on CRPS without getting anxious and stressed about what could happen? I've had it in my left ankle for 2 years after surgery. I have discoloration, temp changes, peeling skin, swelling, very limited mobility, sensitivity to touch, but have a very high pain tolerance, so I push through it when I can and limit the things that cause pain. Seeing people's stories that are so much worse than mine cause stress and makes it worse. How do I learn about it without the negative of those worst case scenarios? Yeah, Amanda, I resonate with you on this feeling of seeing these horror stories in some of these other groups or on the internet, seeing images of people's faces or their body with ulcers or infection looking things or seeing people who have cut off their own limbs, to escape the pain, these kinds of things. That can be really scary. Absolutely. But here's what I'll tell you. A lot of the photos that you see on these CRPS support groups have nothing to do with CRPS whatsoever. A lot of these photos that are shared are other conditions that people are attributing to CRPS. So I want you to know that first and foremost. A lot of the horror stories that you are seeing or reading about aren't CRPS at all. These people have different illnesses, different conditions that they're attributing to CRPS. And so, yes, it makes it very scary to see those things. As far as educating yourself without those horror stories, what I would suggest is you find a reputable source who not only understands CRPS and has been through it, but also has vetted a lot of the information that you might be delving into. So, for example, if you Google CRPS, a lot of times what's going to come up are nonprofit organizations that have sourced information about CRPS, but a lot of times improperly. Okay, so I'm not going to name any names, but there are certain organizations who are run by people who are still dealing with CRPS pain. And a lot of the information on those websites actually is not well vetted at all. And it will be presented with absolute certainty. Okay, so you might see images like this or this or this that say CRPS does this, but there's no source, there's no reference to any research materials, there's no vetting at all. It's just an image that's been created by someone. And so that doesn't do anything good for your fears. So what I would suggest, and I actually reached out to you in messages with this, is I would suggest either A, watching my videos, because if you haven't yet, what I want you to know is those videos don't contain any horror stories. My videos are filled with hope. My videos are filled with, hey, this can get better. And my videos are even filled with testimony and demonstration of people getting better. So if you're very worried about that, I would actually watch the best case scenarios and of the people that I've gotten out of pain, which you can find on any of my testimony videos. But then I would really strongly urge you to take my 8-week CRPS online course. And the reason I say that is because in module 2 of my course, I go over all the misconceptions about CRPS. Everything that you need to know about things you've been told you should be afraid of that I don't think you should be afraid of. One of those big things being ice. You know, if you've been on these support groups, you've seen a lot of people say, never use ice. Ice is bad. Ice is the worst. But then you also see 50% of people saying ice helped them. I'll tell you right now, ice is not a scary or dangerous thing. It's just how you apply it that matters. And so these are the things that I'd like you to learn to help calm your fears and anxiety. And really the best way to do that, in my opinion, and admittedly I'm biased, is to go ahead and sign up for my online course, and you'll be able to go through and learn everything that I've learned over the last decade in one place with no horror stories or anything like that. The great thing about the course too is I know it's hard to be in pain. The course is at your own pace. So, you know, if you're having a really high pain day, it's not like you're going to be falling behind. You can watch the course or do any of the work in the course at any time. So I would really suggest that if you're looking for a place that you know can be safe and isn't going to have these worst case scenarios or horror stories, I don't have any of those in my course. In fact, throughout the course, I show you my clients getting better on a general timeline, and you can follow that same exact timeline for yourself. So that is my suggestion. I totally get seeing these worst case scenarios and being fearful. A lot of times those worst case scenarios aren't even CRPS at all. Okay. All right, next one. Oh, and if you're watching this and you decide you want to sign up for the course, there's going to be a link down below this video, and it will automatically apply a $50 off coupon to that course. So if you go down below this video and click that link, you'll get $50 off today, or whenever you see this video, you can use that link. Renee, how do you combat the depression when not only CRPS is attacking you, but when it seems like everything else is too? All at one time. It's overwhelming at this point. Renee, I feel for you. I'm very sorry that, you know, everything seems to be going wrong at once. And, you know, one of the things that I do with a lot of my clients is I show them something called the Better document. And the Better document is a document that helps you imagine your future a year from now if you were better. And better doesn't necessarily mean completely recovered, completely out of pain or anything like that. Better just means in a better place. And this document is wonderful because what it does is it allows you to conceptualize what life could be like in the future in a more hopeful state. Depression, unfortunately, makes it really hard to see how great the future could be. And so doing an exercise like this Better document will give you some goals that you can set and give yourself hope and motivation to keep going. So I'll try to link the Better document down in the description below. But on that document, what you're going to do, and I'll put up on screen here, is you're going to visualize what Renee's life would look like a year from now if she is doing better. Is that doing artwork more? Is it taking photography? Is it spending more time with my kids or my grandkids? Is it connecting with my friends more? Is it going for a run, a hike, a jog? Is it playing with my pets more? And you'll make a list on that Better document of all the things that you would do if things were better. And what you'll find when you look at that list is that a lot of those things you could do right now, just modified. Even though you can't go do the same things you used to do with your friends, you could call them up. When's the last time you talked to them? Probably a year, 6 months. We got to reconnect. We got to start building those connections, getting ourselves those feel-good chemicals, showing ourselves that people care about us. If it comes to playing with your kids or your grandkids, you might not be able to do it for the full amount, but maybe we can find some kind of activity we can do in our current state that is still possible. When it comes to traveling, if you have a goal of, let's say, I know a few of my clients want to go to Italy. If you have a goal of going to Italy, well, that's something that can bolster you to say, hey, I got a year until I got to get to Italy. What are the things I need to be able to do? Well, I need to be able to walk for certain distances. I need to be able to sit for a certain amount of time on a plane. I need to be able to consume copious amounts of wine. These are all things that we can start to break down from Italy to micro goals that we can start working on daily, day by day, to get to the point that we've identified in the Better document. And so that's why the Better document is so amazing, is because when you have an aim, when you have a goal, the world will organize itself around it. When you're depressed and especially been in pain for a long time and told it'll never get better, there's no way to have hope. And when you don't have hope, then you don't see the point in continuing forward. And that's how depression sets in. So what we need to do is we need to reinitiate the possibility that things can get better and start moving towards that. And that's how we would address a depressive state. And I do that with probably 100% of my clients. And it is an exercise that you do in my online course in module 3. We do the Better document, and it's outlined, and you see people, my clients themselves, going through sorting out the Better document as well. So yeah, I'll try to link that in the description down below. Look for that, Renee, and I would strongly encourage you to fill it out and try to use that as your lighthouse to move forward. Danita, how do I know if, apart from CRPS, another condition, in my case fibromyalgia, or is CRPS spreading? Initially, it was on my foot and leg. Now I feel pain everywhere except the front part of my body, chest, and lower tummy. Thanks again, Chase. Hey, Danita. Yeah, sometimes it feels nice to have some sort of diagnosis. But the thing about complex pain is it doesn't really matter your diagnosis. Whether it's CRPS or fibromyalgia or AMPS or pudendal neuralgia or trigeminal neuralgia or chronic low back pain, chronic neck pain, any of these things that doctors basically say, oh, I don't know, figure it out, I'm not sure. The diagnosis doesn't really help, even though it might feel comforting to be like, okay, what I have and what I'm experiencing is real. When it comes to your case specifically, if you're wondering if you have fibromyalgia or CRPS full body, again, it doesn't really matter. What matters is we need to start to calm our nervous system down, because ultimately a chronic pain or complex pain condition is the result of a centrally sensitized nervous system. In the last Q&A, I go over this chart here in full detail for that centrally sensitized nervous system, and I go over 6 different methods to calm that nervous system down. This is gone through in detail in my online course in module 3, which is on central desensitization. But, overall, it doesn't matter if it's full body CRPS or fibromyalgia. A lot of times they're co-diagnosed. What matters is calming your nervous system down. And as you calm the nervous system down, your pain will start to come down. And so learning those methods and techniques of calming the nervous system would be what is important. These are techniques and methods I teach in my online course. Some of the things I recommend being meditation apps, yoga apps, sleep toolkits that I provide to help you sleep better, addressing and having hard conversations in your life, setting boundaries with people around you who might be causing you excessive stress, etc. So I know that this is an answer that might be frustrating because it's like, well, I want to know the difference. Is it fibromyalgia or is it CRPS spreading? My answer really is it doesn't matter which it is. It's the same problem. And the problem is your nervous system is overloaded for a variety of reasons. Could be because of injuries that you've had, but also, and more likely, is probably because of personal things in your life that are going on to put you in a constant state of stress. And eventually, that stress and that tension leads to symptoms and pain in your body. So we need to find ways to calm everything down, your body, your mind, your environment, and then the pain of these conditions will subside. I see it time and time again with all of my clients that I work with. Okay. Lakeisha, hi, I had an ACDF surgery in November 2022. When I woke up from the surgery, my left hand was purple and extremely swollen. I did PT and OT for 6 months, 3 times a week. No one believed the extreme pain that I felt. Even though my hands showed visible signs, I was finally diagnosed in June of 2025 by my new PM doctor once I relocated to Texas. Go Texas. My question is, why do so many doctors not know about this illness? I was seeing all types of doctors and not a single one could figure it out. Lakeisha, it's disappointing. But the reason, and firstly, I'm very sorry you went through that, and I'm very sorry you've been suffering with pain for so long. That's 3 years now, so that's quite a long time. The thing is this condition just flat out is rare. My doctor that diagnosed me, he hadn't seen CRPS or RSD ever in his career, and that was 10 years ago, and he still hasn't seen another person with CRPS or RSD. So this condition is just rare, just flat out rare. It's unusual to a lot of doctors. It scares a lot of doctors because they don't know what to do. And to be quite honest with you, a lot of doctors Google. And what'll happen is these doctors will Google the condition. They will see information from a nonprofit organization or a not well vetted resource on Google, and they will just regurgitate that information to you. So a lot of doctors, when they finally see that it's CRPS, will say stuff like, "This is incurable. You will never get better. Just take this medicine. The only thing we can offer you is a nerve block or a stimulator, etc." I want you to know those things are not true. Okay. And to just do a numbers experiment about, the number of people that get better when it comes to CRPS, let's use Google Stats, which say, I believe 200,000 people a year are diagnosed with CRPS. And let's use some of the Facebook support groups as another method. Okay. So if 200,000 people a year are diagnosed with CRPS, and the largest Facebook support group I can find for CRPS is 20,000 people, that would mean that around 90% of people get out of pain and move on when it comes to CRPS. And this is restated by the NHS in the UK, where they say that 85% of people will get resolution of their symptoms. Okay. And now if we extrapolate that example a little bit further, if 200,000 people a year are diagnosed, and let's say these support groups, the largest support group has been around for 10 years, that means that 10 years, 200,000 people per year, that is 2 million people have been diagnosed with CRPS. And again, in the largest support group that I can find or that I'm a part of, there's only 20,000 members. So that means 99% of those diagnosed in the last 10 years have not joined this support group looking for help. And that would mean that 99% of people who are diagnosed move on from CRPS and get out of pain. Now you can say that, okay, well, these people, they just don't have Facebook. That might be true, but not a huge percentage of them. Most people you know have Facebook, and of the people you know that don't, they're either A, just not social media people, or B, too old to navigate the internet in that way. But it's not a huge number. So let's be, even being conservative, 90% of people go on to live a completely normal life. So even though this illness is rare, it does not mean that it is quote unquote incurable, because it would be kind of ridiculous to say that something is incurable and then also say that a certain percentage of people get better. Okay, do you see how that contradicts? Not only that, not only does that contradict things, but the fact that there are a ton of success stories out there of people who are out of pain of CRPS. In fact, the world record holder for the plank, not currently, but previously, had CRPS in his left arm, and he held a plank for something like 9 hours. So when you are in these support groups and when you are on Google, a lot of times all you hear is the bad, because humans naturally gravitate towards the bad. That's just our nature to protect ourselves. And so, all that to say, I think we should vet our expectations and use number experiments like the one that I just used. 200,000 people a year are diagnosed. Let's go for 10 years. That's 2 million people diagnosed with CRPS. The largest Facebook group that I'm a part of, and I'm a part of like 15, has 20,000 people. So 20,000 over 2 million. That's only 1%, I believe. Let me use a calculator to make sure I'm right there. 20,000 divided by 2 million. Yep, 1%. So 1% of everyone diagnosed over the last 20 years is in this largest Facebook group. And most of the people in the group, I'm sure you've noticed, are bots, scammers selling herbs and things like that. So even though this is rare, even though a lot of doctors don't know about it, please, please, please don't get the idea in your head that you cannot get better and get to remission, or as many of you know, I call it recovery. Remember, I used to have CRPS in my left foot. I used to not be able to wear a sock. I can hit my foot as hard as I can and it does not hurt. It feels just like my other foot. And I do everything that doctors said I wouldn't be able to do. And that is true not only for me, but for all of my clients here, and these clients here, and this young lady here, and these people here. So just know that it does get better. It can get better. We just don't often hear about those stories because people move on. They forget about it. And that's just the truth. So yeah, that can be you too. I'd love to help you. Reach out if you want more help. Beth, February 3rd, slip and fall on snowy stairs and had a non-surgical tibial plateau fracture. June, I was diagnosed with CRPS. I have sensitivity in the bottom of my foot. I can walk around without crutches around my house. When I go out, I use crutches because I can't wear a shoe. I notice that when I'm out and using my crutches, my leg swells. I'm not sure if it's because I'm not putting pressure on my foot or because it isn't elevated. Am I hurting myself by using crutches? My doctor hasn't told me not to use them. Yeah, Beth, great question. So you're right in certain aspects. Your leg swells because your leg is not moving. When you use crutches, your leg is just up in the air and just hanging down. What a lot of people don't realize is that in order to pump the blood and the fluid out of our leg, our muscles need to contract. And I'll put an image here on the screen. Every time your muscles contract in your leg, the valves in your veins push the blood up and out of your leg. And so if you're walking around the house normally and then suddenly you're not pumping those valves, of course your leg is going to swell. And yes, I would say that in certain ways you are hurting yourself in certain ways you are hurting yourself by using crutches. So I would encourage you to start using crutches outside the house, even for short distances. If you have such sensitivity on the bottom of your foot that putting the foot down or putting it in a sock or a shoe is hard, then I would recommend you watch this video here, my desensitization video, and later this week, my part 2 and part 3 of that video to help you get used to touching the foot to the ground. Okay. Remember, just like I did with the wood, the grass, the cement, and then gradually walking in my father's house and then on the bike path, you can teach your foot to not be sensitive anymore. We just have to teach the brain that these things are safe. And that'll start with general desensitization, like I show in this video. And then in part 2 and part 3, that will come out this week. So all that to say, yes, the swelling is because we are using our crutches and elevating our leg and not pumping those valves. And the way that we fix that is by using our leg in short distances to start, and then go from there. So if you were my client, one of the things I would suggest is, okay, we're not using the crutches in the house. That's great. I think that when it comes to going out in public, we should refrain from using the crutches while we are inside a building. So if you're going out to eat, you can crutch to get into the building. And then from there, I would recommend you try to walk, or you use the crutches for support and try to mimic the pattern of walking to start. And then over time, you would go down to one crutch or no crutches, and you would use crutches for short distances. A good way to practice this, and a way that I used to practice this, is I would go to the grocery store and I would crutch or use the walker to get into the grocery store. And then I would hold on to the cart and I would practice walking the aisles with the cart. I wasn't actually shopping. I was just using the grocery store as my physical therapy clinic. Okay. So you can use the cart as your aid. You know, you're not fully independent and you're just walking with this cart. And if you have a partner that can come with you, you can load the cart up with some water bottles and make it a little more of a challenge. But yeah, that would be my advice. You might be prolonging your recovery by using the crutches, and I would encourage you to start to wean off them in small paced steps. It's called graded exposure, and it is very well researched and a great thing for sensitivity and any type of rehab from an injury. Rachel, I was diagnosed with CRPS a year after it started, and it spread to all 4 extremities and now my back, face, and lower back. My question is, how do I know if it's spreading to my organs? I have some symptoms like incontinence and resting heart rate in the low 100s, but I'm not sure how to know. Yeah, Rachel, firstly, I'm really sorry that you're dealing with this, and it sounds like you're very afraid of what could be happening, and I get that. What I want you to know is that a lot of times our fear and the information we digest are the very things that lead to this spreading or the display of these symptoms. Okay, so for example, when I was researching CRPS, again, it started in my left foot, in kind of the ball of my left foot. And what I did is my doctor said, you have CRPS, good luck. Take the medicine and accept the fact you'll be in pain forever. And so naturally, as a human being who's trying to figure out what's going on with him, I panicked and I started Googling everything. And I found this website run by a nonprofit group. And on the website, an article written by a chiropractor or somebody, probably. And it said that CRPS will always spread. And it said that it'll spread to every limb and it'll even spread to my groin. And so as a young man who's in his early 20s, going from playing collegiate level football to suddenly being on all these pain meds and being told by a doctor your life is basically over, I freaked out. And my father came home from work and I said, Dad, it's going to spread to all my limbs. It's going to spread to my groin. It's going to hurt when I use the restroom. What am I going to do? And I cried and I cried and I hugged my father. And the next morning, after a few years of it only being in my left foot, it had spread up to my knee. Now, when you hear that story, do you think it is because CRPS is a poison that was in my foot that suddenly spread up to my knee by some sheer coincidence right after I read about it? Or do you think that my own belief, my own worry, my own anxiety and fear led to the presentation of these symptoms? Hopefully, you said the second one. And so what I want you to know is that a lot of times, the things that happen to us and the things that we feel in our body, while they're still extremely real, like, of course, I still felt the pain up to my knee. It was a real pain. And I asked a lot of doctors to cut my leg off. I think that my worry dictated a lot of that presentation of my symptoms. And just to give you an example of this, if I give you, let's pretend that this is a jar of lotion. Okay, this is CeraVe lotion. This lotion is non-scented. It has no properties that are going to hurt you. But if I take this lotion and I divide it up into 2 tubes, okay, both tubes contain this lotion, this CeraVe, but one tube says this will hurt, and the other tube says this will feel good. And if I show you these 2 tubes and you don't know that they're only CeraVe, and you trust me, and I put this tube, this will feel good tube on this arm, and this will hurt tube on this arm, you will report that on this arm, it feels good. It feels cooling. It feels kind of like menthol. And on this arm, you will report that, oh my gosh, this hurts. This burns. And even, it might even go as far as you notice a redness on this arm. A real redness will appear on this arm. And that is a pure demonstration of A, the placebo, which means if I suggest it will feel good and you believe it, then it will. And B, a nocebo effect, where it's if I suggest something bad will happen and you believe it, it will. And so what is happening a lot of times when it comes to spreading and it comes to the presentation of this condition is the more that we worry, the more our nervous system gets amped up and the more unusual symptoms we start to feel. And so if we start to calm the nervous system again, start to peel back our worries, what I see time and time again with my clients is that if it has spread, to a bunch of different limbs, what starts to happen is that spreading starts to reverse. And it happened for me. It went from my knee back down to my foot again as I calmed my nervous system down. So I'm not sure where it started for you, but if it started in your left hand and now is in all your extremities, if it starts to get better and we calm down our nervous system, then that spreading is going to reverse and end up just back at your left hand. I see that pattern repeatedly when it comes to my clients and calming things down. Now, this feeling of it spreading to our organs, having symptoms like incontinence and a low resting heart rate, that can very well be from medication. So a lot of times, especially in the CRPS support groups, you will see people saying, I have gastroparesis due to CRPS, or I have increased sensitivity in my hands and feet due to CRPS. A lot of times this increased sensitivity or this gastroparesis or even this dry mouth or these other symptoms you might be having come from continued use of certain medications. So gastroparesis can be a side effect of some of the commonly used medications for CRPS. In fact, I believe gastroparesis is a side effect of gabapentin, but I know for sure it's a side effect of some opioids and such. And so I'll put on the screen, some demonstration of that. Additionally, increased sensitivity, like if you start to have increasing sensitivity, increasing hyperalgesia, increasing allodynia, that again can be due to opioids. It's called opioid-induced hyperalgesia. So spreading and this experience of incontinence or this experience of a lowered resting heart rate can all come from either A, your belief that it can happen, the nocebo effect, or B, chronic use of medication that should be a bridge and not a road. Medication should be used to help us get back to the things we love and enjoy. It should not be used to be on for the rest of our life. And I know that a lot of you use medication and rely on medication right now, and that is okay. I'm not shaming you for that. I'm just saying that we should use it to help us return to life. And if you need help in doing that, I'm happy to help you, whether it's through these free videos, through my online course, or reach out to me for a consult. But I took a lot of these medications and I ended up with gastroparesis. I ended up with spreading. I ended up with strange symptoms of fatigue or dizziness, etc. But it was due to these medications. And just to give you a quick list of medications that I took gabapentin. I was on Lyrica for a certain amount of time. I took Vicodin. I took oxycodone. I took Nasenta. I took antidepressants. I took muscle relaxers. I took a plethora of painkillers, as I've mentioned. Anything you can think of, I pretty much took. At one point, I was taking 16 pills a day, 16 different pills a day, and sometimes multiple of those pills. So Trust me, I've been there. I've experienced this spreading and the fear that comes with it, and I've experienced these symptoms that you've had. Just know that a lot of times it is because of our fear of it happening and the medications we are on. CRPS, and I'll say it and I'll say it again, is not a poison that is spreading through your body. CRPS is not cancer, despite some of the terminology that is used, like spreading, stages, remission, etc. CRPS is a consequence of a hyperactive nervous system. Your body is generally okay, but your nervous system is on high alert. If we calm the nervous system back down, we calm the pain back down. If we slowly wean off of these medications, we will reset these symptoms, such as also brain fog. Brain fog can be a consequence of some of these medications that we're taking. Brain fog is not a consequence of CRPS itself. Can we have a hard time concentrating because of pain? Yes, of course. But we can also help with our cognition and reduce our brain fog by finding ways to wean down off of these medications. So that's a long-winded answer. But I want you to know that things can get better even if you've experienced pain spreading to other places and if you've experienced these symptoms. And there's a step-by-step approach to doing that, which I outline in my online course and when we work together in one-on-one coaching. So I'm sorry you're dealing with that, Rachel. It can get better, I promise. All right. Betty, hi Chase. In addition to CRPS in my foot, I suffer from severe hyperacusis. I have noticed that when hyperacusis is very bad, my foot is almost pain-free and almost no more edema or sweating. But in the end, and when my foot hurts a lot, my hearing is less sensitive. Okay. For those who don't know, hyperacusis is really sensitive hearing to loud noises and things like that. In the end, when one feels better and I start exposing it more normally, then both flare up. That's no fun. Hyperacusis sounds like CRPS of hearing. It keeps switching between both foot and hearing, and I don't know how to deal with it and find the way out. I have also noticed the same switching in pain pattern when I have sciatica or back pain, then CRPS is way better. Is this something that is common? Is there a way out? Thank you very much. Yeah, Betty. So all of these conditions that you're experiencing, back pain, sciatica, hyperacusis, and CRPS, they're all a result, again, of the same thing. A hyperactive, overly stressed out, overly taxed nervous system. That can be due to, again, financial troubles, a recent death in the family, relational problems, whether it's with your husband or a sibling or a parent, taking too much on in your life, overloading your bucket, so to speak. All of those things, they build up and they build up and they build up, marriage problems, financial struggles, a bad job, falling out with our sibling. It builds up in that bucket until the bucket overflows. And when that bucket of our nervous system overflows, then suddenly we start to have these symptoms. And so the reason you notice a switching between all these symptoms is because they're all a root of the same problem. The tension in your life is leading to tension in your body, which is leading to pain in your body. And so if we approach this recovery process by emptying out our bucket, taking a look at all the challenges that are in there and addressing them, believe it or not, that pain, that hearing sensitivity, all of that is going to start to come down. And I am not the only one to say this. In fact, it's funny because I have them right here. There are many people that say this. Let me grab one more book. I'll show you. Actually, I grabbed a few more books. Oh, actually, I need one more. 1 second. Okay, so I'm not the only one to say this. So if you want a small book that can say it, one of my mentors, Adrian Lowe, Why Do I Hurt, is a great book to talk about the lions in our lives, those stressors that are leading to a hyperactive nervous system. This is a very small book, a very short read. Additionally, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. This talks about the connection between stress and emotion and ulcers in our gut. This is a wonderful book written by a Harvard professor. Sapolsky. So right here, stress-related diseases. Okay, exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to the bucket. The Body Keeps the Score. This book goes in depth about trauma in our life and how that has related to the conditions that we might be having. When the Body Says No, this book goes into, again, the hidden stresses and the cost of them and how it leads to disease in our life. And these books, just so you know, doctor and professor, PhD psychologist, medical doctor, and this one, which is probably the most important one in my opinion, The Mind Body Prescription by Dr. Sarno. This book in particular is the only book out of all of these that mentions complex regional pain syndrome. He mentions it as the label RSD, but guess what? He also mentions hyperacusis. He also mentions sciatica pain. He also mentions back pain, and I've already said he mentions CRPS, and he ties them all together, just like a lot of these other books do. And so I would highly recommend you could start with this one. It's going to be a difficult read, I promise you. But I would highly recommend you exploring some of these books, and you can see just how you've gotten to this point and also how you can find a way out. If you want something that's clear and step-by-step process when it comes to CRPS or any of these other pains you're having, my online course, again, is a wonderful resource to do that. And a lot of these books and the lessons of these books are within my online course. So that's all there for you. But yeah, Betty, I'm very sorry to hear that you've been dealing with that. But it can get better, and I'm happy to help you in any way that I can. Okay, Danita, why our bodies 1 second are able to do some stretches and the next hour or day we have a lot of pain and we can't do them again. Also, is it true that past trauma has a lot to do with chronic pain? Thanks, Chase. Yeah, Danita. So you kind of answered your question in asking the second question. Okay, so some days life is a little better. Some days, like Saturday, the weekend is beginning. We don't have to worry or think about work. We're excited for the opportunities that are in front of us. And so our body and our pain feels great. And then some days, like Monday, our job that we hate is starting up again. And we have to go to this job that we dislike. And suddenly our pain has spiked. The problem is a lot of times we don't relate these two things. A lot of times we just notice like, hey, on today, Saturday, I feel great. Why do I feel bad on Monday? Well, you feel bad on Monday because you hate your job. A good way to illustrate this is let's imagine stubbing our toe. Okay. So it's a Friday. It's super sunny outside. We have dinner with, someone we care about or someone we love being around at our favorite restaurant. We just got our paycheck. Life is good. And we're walking out of the house and we stub our toe on the coffee table. That hurts, right? Of course. But let's play this again. Let's say it's a Monday. It's raining outside. It's cold. You just saw a horrible story on the news about whatever political side you don't affiliate with. You got in an argument with your husband or a loved one. You found an unexpected bill in the mail, and you have to go to a job you hate, and on your way out the door, you stub your toe. In which scenario does stubbing your toe hurt more? Okay, most of you said the second one, and that's true. But here's the thing: same toe, same coffee table, same force, different pain. Okay. The International Association for the Study of Pain defines pain as a complex sensory and emotional experience. Sensory and emotional. And that second part, that emotional part, is a huge driver and a huge dictator of our levels of pain. And so there might be one day where our body feels good and we have a good day. And there might be another day where the pain really hurts. And what I would encourage you to do, and what a lot of these books encourage you to do, is start to look at what is different about the day that it really hurts. I'm not talking about how you slept. I'm not talking about how you moved the day before. I'm not talking about, I took the laundry out of the washer for the 1,000th time that I've done it, and suddenly I have more pain. Maybe I bent wrong. No, I'm talking about the actual things in your life that are causing you stress, okay? And that's where the traumas come in, the past traumas. So I've done this before, but I'm going to do it here in this video as well. I'm going to share with you my timeline of diagnosis with CRPS and a couple of other I don't know diseases that doctors have diagnosed me with in the past. So in 2008, I started having back pain. It was strange back pain. It was come and go, it was off and on. And eventually by 2012, my back pain was so bad that the doctors told me I had to get surgery. They scanned my back and they saw a herniated disc and they said, "Oh, this is the worst herniation I've ever seen. You have to get surgery." So I did. And then, about a year later in 2013, I had another surgery because my back pain came back. It came back with a vengeance. My leg was seemingly locked out, and I had to get a second surgery. Herniated again, they said. And then about 6 months or a little while after that, I was finally diagnosed with CRPS when the pain in my foot had started. And then from there, that was 2014. From 2015 to 2018, as my CRPS got better, I developed chronic migraines. And then when my chronic migraines resolved in around 2018, I developed ulcerative colitis in 2019. And each of these conditions have something in common. The doctors will always say, "I don't know, shut up, take the medicine." Okay, I was prescribed medication for my CRPS, I was prescribed medication for my headaches, and I was prescribed sulfasalazine for my ulcerative colitis. Basically, the doctors just said, "Take the medicine the rest of your life. We don't know how to help you. Good luck." Then what we do is from the physical timeline, remember 2008 back pain, 2012 first back surgery, 2013 second back surgery, 2014 CRPS, 2015 to 18 chronic migraines, 2019 ulcerative colitis. So that's my physical timeline. And then what we need to do to look at our past traumas is we need to make an emotional timeline. And so on my emotional timeline, in 2008, my mother was diagnosed with cancer. In 2011, she passed away. In 2013, 2012, taking her death pretty hard, my brother passed away. In 2014, I was diagnosed with complex regional pain syndrome. 2015 to 2018, I was severely depressed. I didn't know what to do with my life. I was struggling to move forward. And then in 2019, my sister, she was acting a fool in Iowa. So I told my dad I would take her on to come live with me. And when she did, I was also president of my class and taking the hardest course in my doctoral program. At the same time, my sister decided to drop out of school without telling me and was, smoking weed and doing things that teenagers do. And that was a lot of stress on me. And so then we take these two timelines, we take the physical timeline and we take the mental timeline and we smash them together. And when we smash them together, we get the true pain experience. In 2008, when my back pain started, it was also when my mother was diagnosed with cancer. 6 months after my mother died, I had my first back surgery because my back pain had gotten so bad. 6 months after my brother died, I had my second back surgery because, again, my back pain had gotten so bad. And then in 2014, I was diagnosed with CRPS. As the CRPS pain came down, I was depressed and struggling to move forward and having chronic migraines. And as the chronic migraines resolved, when I got ulcerative colitis, it was the same time my sister was acting a fool and I was taking the hardest class and trying to lead my doctoral program. And so what you start to notice, Danita, and everyone watching this, is that these timelines are so intricately connected, it is almost impossible to believe that it's coincidence. In fact, I believe that it's the reason that I developed CRPS in the first place, and chronic migraines, and ulcerative colitis. And again, I'm not the only one to say this. A lot of the people in these books and many other people say these types of things. And so I would encourage you to continue to explore that connection for yourself. And I am willing to bet that if you made a timeline right now, it would look not that much different from my timeline. In fact, I do this with my clients quite often, and their timelines line up very similarly to mine. So all that to say, yes, past trauma has a lot to do with chronic pain, and sometimes it is all that there is to know about chronic pain. Christiane, I hope I said your name right. Christiane, I have two questions. I hope these are new questions. Only just found you and haven't made my way through all your Q&A videos yet. Totally okay. I love repeat questions. First, is massaging the affected limb in CRPS patients harmful, especially if you have acute nerve damage? I have some tolerance to touch. Often the allodynia is more prevalent with socks or bed sheets, but pressure and touch can be okay. Will massage trigger a flare? Christiane, yeah, so great questions. Yes, massage will probably trigger a flare, but a flare is not a bad thing. Okay, flares are called flares because they burn out. This is kind of something that I've coined, but it's the truth. Okay, so in my first story in the beginning of this, I went and had super intense massage, slept really well, and then had like a 2-day flare and then repeated it again. Um, what I would actually suggest instead, if you are having trouble with touch or you're having trouble with allodynia, is again, I would check out my desensitization explained video. That's the first video, where to begin or where to start. But then I'm going to have 2 more videos coming out this week, part 2 and part 3, that'll give you more ideas of where to go. And then after that, I think massage might be the next step from there. Okay, so we do want to get to massage, but maybe going for massage right away is going to cause you undue suffering. So let's start with desensitization and then move into massage eventually. Okay, and then Christiane, I was also wondering if you could talk about dystonia in CRPS patients. I seem to have these spasms randomly throughout the day. When I flare, my affected limb will get electric shocks and jolt my entire body. They are violent and horribly painful. I can't tell what makes the spasms worse or more frequent or better. So Christiane, the key to missing the big picture is to look at everything close up. Okay, so if you are having these spasms, if you are having these jolts and these flares, and all you're looking at is like, how did I move? How did I walk? What did I do that day? You're not seeing the big picture. Zoom out. Okay, you are not just a leg or a hand or a limb. You're Christiane. You're a complex and unique human being, and you have a complex and unique life that is contributing to these flares and these pains. So when you have flares, when you have this dystonia, when you have these spasms, what else is going on? Dig deeply, look inside. What are you feeling? And I'm not talking about physically. What's going on with your emotions? And where might this pain and this tension and these spasms be coming from? That is what's going to be important for you. And once you start to notice that pattern, just like I talked about in the emotional timeline previously, I think that will be very enlightening for you. If you would like help in doing that, again, book a free consultation with me using the link in the description down below. I believe you already have. So I'll see you next month for our consult. But yeah, that is where I would start. Great questions. Keep asking them, and keep going through my old Q&As as well. I think it'll be helpful, especially Q&A number 7. I think that's one of my best Q&As. It's a live Q&A, so check that one out if you haven't yet. Okay, Lee. Firstly, I've messaged you a few times on Facebook, but I don't think you check your messaging app. So if you're seeing this, please check your messenger. Let's talk. Okay. So Lee says, diagnosed 8 months ago after Achilles surgery with nerve damage from the nerve block, but in the past 2 weeks, I feel the same pain I had before surgery, and then there's the swelling. Is it possible that there is something structural that is still an issue or false pain signals? Seems like every week there's a new pain in that area. Trying not to take any pain meds, but need to give up and take something on the daily. Too much pain equals minimal movement, but they all make me feel non-functional, zombie-like, and really hard to work. Don't know what to try, and doctor not offering. Hey Lee, yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. That is like insanely frustrating when you have surgery and then all of a sudden you're having the same pain. You're kind of like, why did I do the surgery in the first place? I've been there. I've had multiple back surgeries, so I get it. Remember that taking pain meds is not failing. Pain meds can be a bridge to get us back to function, meaning if they help us move a little bit more, then that's okay. But if they're making you feel non-functional and like a zombie, then I would talk to the doctor about modifying the dosages. Okay, so if a lot of a certain pain med is making you feel cognitively unclear, etc., I would talk about reducing the dosages, finding a happy middle. But when you are having these pains, whatever structural is going on has been fixed. Okay, and those signals are very likely false pain signals. And so what we need to do, as I've mentioned in a few of these other questions, is we need to start to teach the brain and the body that we are safe again. And so with doing that, we're going to do something like desensitization. We're going to do something like gradually getting back to walking. And we're also going to do something like exploring what happened around the time our Achilles pain first started, just like I mentioned in our timeline. This is going to be a dual approach. Remember that CRPS is both mind and body difficulties, meaning the brain is sending pain signals that are not accurate. It is putting us in pain when we don't need to be, and our body is responding accordingly. So, when you have a new pain, again, explore the emotion that's there and also lean into exposing the limb to stimulus, whether it's through desensitization or through weight bearing or through something else. That could be, water temperature or something like that. It just depends. And so I would really love for you to check your Facebook messages and go ahead and book a consultation with me. I know you said you wanted one, and I would love to help you move forward from this pain in the best way that I can. And my method does not require medication. So if the medication is making you feel not so great, I would be happy to help you with that. Okay, great question, Lee. Great question. All right, next question. Jennifer, my question is, why do my fingers still get shiny throughout the day after I've used my hand a lot, especially during my 2.5 hours of PT twice a week for my hand and shoulder? I was at lunch yesterday with a friend and I looked at my hand and said, "Oh, wow, my fingers are shiny." My friend said, "I noticed that too, but thought you had put lotion on." She asked what causes it, and I drew a blank. They are swollen a little from scrapbooking and normal daily activities, but being shiny comes and goes and less as I tackle comes and goes less and less as I tackle recovery. Well, there you go, Jennifer. You've answered your own question here a little bit. You are noticing that this symptom, this strange symptom, is showing up less and less as you get better and better. And that's the thing, some of these symptoms, the shininess, the color changes, the itchiness for some people, the different feelings that you might be getting, these changes in symptoms, whether you have more symptoms or less symptoms, a change is a good thing. No matter what the change is, it is a sign that things are improving, especially with someone like yourself who is working really hard in PT and working really hard with us in the Power Club and on my online course. You are going to see changes. You are going to see differences in the shininess. Your alarm system, your body's alarm system, your nervous system is going to cause really strange things to happen as the system reboots and resets. Okay, so as you start to give new stimulus to your nervous system, it is taking in that information and it is adjusting what it needs to do to get back to normal. And so just like when your house powers back on after a power outage, some of the appliances will do some weird things. They'll make some weird beeps or some weird noises. It'll take a minute for something to kick on. That's kind of what's happening with your nervous system and with this shininess or this color change that you might be experiencing. What you've noticed is it goes less and less as you tackle recovery, and that's really all you need to know. Okay. We're going to have weird symptoms. We're going to have false alarms on this road to recovery. Remember, the road to recovery looks like this. It's not a straight line. It's more of a squiggle up and down roller coaster. And so ride it out. When you notice the shininess, don't worry about it. I know that's easier said than done, but I promise you it's all part of the pathway to getting better. Okay. So yeah, to answer your question, the alarm is going to do weird stuff. You're going to have strange symptoms. Do your best not to worry about it. Continue on the path. All right, Heather, I have a question. Maybe you can answer, or someone else, please. I have been off all medications for over a year because I do not want to be stuck on medication just to feel a little better. Love that. My question is, what are some things I can do to help with the pain that is not prescriptions? I have had CRPS and nerve damage in my back since 2020, and I've tried everything: spinal cord stimulator, ketamine infusions, nerve blocks, literally every medication, and I'm allergic to all of them except the narcotics, which I don't want to take. So I have just been suffering. If anyone had any ideas, please let me know. I would really appreciate it. Well, Heather, you're in the right place. When it comes to tools to help that are non-invasive, I have a ton. I have a ton on my newsletter, which I will link my newsletter in the description down below. So if you want to sign up for that, go ahead and go to that link and you can get free information every single week. But if you want to look at ways to help you move forward instead of just sitting there suffering, reach out to me. Let's talk. Let's talk one-on-one. In order to give you actual suggestions, I really need to know your story. And unfortunately, in your question, you didn't give me much background. So reach out to me for a one-on-one consult, a link in the description down below. It's totally free. And I can give you some advice on what would work for you. Okay. There are plenty of things that you can do. And I promise you haven't tried everything yet. You've tried everything that's been suggested to you. But all of those things are sometimes helpful, but usually not so helpful. So reach out. I'd love to help. Okay, Sandra's question. I have been back at work since May. I am slowly getting more flexible in my affected hand and wrist. I've developed a quote unquote new normal way to do many things. Will I ever regain the strength I once had? Sandra, I feel for you. It can be really frustrating to be like having the pain come down and having the flexibility come back, but the strength not being there yet. Okay. Here's the thing. When we develop a new normal to do things, a lot of times that new normal involves not using the wrist and hand. Okay. So that new normal might be, we're holding a pot like this and the other one's just kind of like supporting it on the arm, right? And we're not using that hand at all. Or, maybe when we're reaching up for something, again, we're not really using the hand at all. We're reaching only with this arm. You have to ask yourself, am I strengthening my limb by developing a new normal? And, I know sometimes that new normal is necessary, but you can do that new normal during work. But if you're not actively taking a role in strengthening the other hand outside of work, or trying to more and more get away from the new normal and go back to the old normal of grabbing the thing with both hands or manipulating it, with this hand, then you will never feel that normal again because you are not strengthening that limb. So, for example, if I wanted to run for a 5K in September, and what I did instead of, trying to train for that running is I just went to the gym and lifted some weights. Well, when the 5K comes around, I'm not equipped to run. My body has not adapted to that. All I've done is lifted weights. So probably when I run, I'll get a cramp or I'll fall over in pain or I won't be able to breathe because I have not trained for that event. And so if you're developing a new normal at work and you're not outside of work training the wrist and hand, then you will not get that strength back. But if you do train that wrist and hand outside of work using devices we've talked about, so one of them is the strengthening grip twister. You can grab that. One of them could be a wrist strengthener, a grip strengthener. You could grab one of those. Another one could be the wrist gyro ball that I've shown you. The TheraPutty that I've shown you. Any of that stuff to work on gripping and bending and twisting and all of those things. That is how we will get back to normal strength. But developing a new normal to adapt, that is helpful in the moment, but not helpful in the long term. So if you're going to get back to the strength you once had, we need to strengthen. I know it sounds so simple when I say it now, but that is exactly what we need to do. So outside of work, I would like you to spend time doing strengthening exercises for the hand and wrist and really challenging it. Challenge it to the point that it feels sore, especially now that the pain has come down after working with me. Let's challenge it even more. Let's make this even harder to strengthen it even more. Okay. And if you need help with that, shoot me a message. I'll give you some more suggestions, but use some of the tools that we've talked about and let's really strengthen it. Another step that you can take with the wrist and hand is you can literally take the good, quote unquote, good wrist and hand and tape it behind you or put an oven mitt on it so it's harder to use and you're forced to use the other hand to get it used to doing things again. Okay. Maybe you do that on a work shift that isn't as demanding and you risk dropping something or you risk, making a mistake. But you do it with the understanding that this is what is going to help you get better. Okay. And if you don't want to risk it at work and you want to risk it at home, put the oven mitt on the good hand and pick up stuff. force yourself to really use the other hand and grip things and strengthen it. That's the only way that strength is going to come back, is if you train for it. But yes, it can and will come back. People do it all the time, and I know that you can do it too. Pamela, after receiving ketamine treatments for 20 years and it's keeping my pain at reasonable level, I had after the last treatment an internal burning. I feel like my insides were burning and I still cannot cool down. First time this has ever happened. Have you ever heard of this happening? Thank you. Hey, Pamela, this was about a week ago that you commented this, so I hope the burning has calmed down. Yeah, I've heard of adverse experiences from ketamine. That doesn't mean that it's a new normal. And what I would encourage you to do, much like I've suggested for others, is let's think about what might have been going on around the time of your last treatment. So if we go back a week, that's around 4th of July. But if this was, a little bit before that, another thing that took place was Father's Day. So if you were my client, I would ask you to think about, Father's Day or 4th of July or any significant dates in that time frame that might have made this ketamine treatment a little bit different. Remember, ketamine is a mental health drug at its core. And so when you do ketamine, when you are getting treatment with ketamine, a lot of times you'll experience memories or past events. And sometimes those memories or past events, especially if they're hard, especially if it's around significant dates, like the passing of a loved one or, the anniversary of your surgery or something like that, you might experience a strange symptom afterwards, but it's not because anything has gone wrong. A lot of times it's due to, these significant emotional things in our life, especially with ketamine being a mental health drug at its core. So, reminisce or reflect on that and see what you find. I have a feeling you'll find something. But yeah, hopefully the burning has come down. If it hasn't, it will. I promise. Holly, mast cell hyperactivity syndrome and CRPS. What's the connection and how do I fix this one? Holly, so you're doing what a lot of people with CRPS do, is you're continuing down the rabbit hole. You're in my online course, and if you haven't yet, hopefully you will get to module 3, where I talk about what I call alphabet syndromes. Okay, and alphabet syndromes are syndromes with an acronym. So CRPS, POTS, FND, AMPS, PANDAS, PANS, and now this new one, mast cell hyperactivity syndrome, or MCAS, mast cell activation syndrome. These are all a name for the same problem. Again, this is a centrally sensitized nervous system. Everything in your life, the things you've been told about your condition, all the stressors, etc., has hyperactivated your nervous alarm, and that alarm is going off all the time. And so things in your body react. In POTS, we have these episodes of dizziness. In CRPS, we have these episodes of pain. In FND, we have episodes of strange movements or pseudo seizures. And in mast cell activation syndrome, it has its own set of symptoms there. No matter what it is, no matter what alphabet syndrome you've been diagnosed with, it is a consequence of the same problem, a hyperactive nervous system. So the connection is that essentially, in my philosophy, they're the same thing. They're a consequence of the same problem, which is why they're co-diagnosed. And so the way you fix it is by exactly the things I've been teaching you in the course. So I know you've been going through the course at a slow approach, a paced approach, and my advice would be continue on. Okay. Try to stop going down these rabbit holes and instead stay the course. Jen, I'm just wondering how I can get stronger. I am on no meds for 3 months, but I can only walk or do house chores for an hour, and then my lower back and legs burn so bad in such horrible pain. After 5 p.m. every night, the pain becomes really brutal. Is there anything I can do? Hey, Jen, I'd have to know more specifically about your situation, but the fact that you can walk and do house chores for an hour is a great start. I would try to get stronger in the same way that anyone would try to get stronger. And so that might look like training physically at some place like the gym or doing specific exercises for your lower body and your legs to improve them. I'd be able to help you with that if I knew a little bit more about your story. And then when you say after 5 p.m. every night, the pain becomes really brutal, is there anything I can do? You know, some people will experience that because they've done things all day long, and then at night it feels painful. Other people will experience that because nighttime is when we're alone with our thoughts. And when we're alone with our thoughts, sometimes that pain will come up and then we'll ruminate and catastrophize, and then the pain will be worse and worse and worse. And this is part of the chronic pain cycle, which I'll put on the screen here. So I would love to give you some exercises and things you can do to help yourself get stronger. I'm glad that you're on no meds for 3 months. That's fantastic. Let's figure out together a path forward. So book a free consult with me if you'd like to. Again, these are free. I'm doing these for free. So if you have questions, you know, specifically to you and you want to know some specific things, book this with me and let's talk. I think it'd be great. Karen, have you had any patients get relief from an intrathecal morphine pump? Hey, Karen. I've had patients with all kinds of different pain pumps, implants, stimulators, you know, you name it. I've had patients with it. Sure, maybe people have gotten some relief from a pain pump. But here's the thing. I am not a fan. A pump is a very permanent thing. It's a very permanent solution to what could be a temporary problem. So I would advise you to not go for a pain pump and look at other alternatives and see that as a very much a last resort. Okay, you do not need to do these types of things to get better. And if you want proof of that, look at me and look at all my clients that I've been working with. I have a ton of testimony videos on my YouTube channel for you to check out. Okay. All right. I am thoroughly out of breath. I have finished my coffee. Well, now I have. I've loved this Q&A series. I'm going to keep doing more. So please, 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 if you've enjoyed these, go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel. That would help me out a ton. And if you have more questions that you want answered in Q&A number 11, please comment them down below, whether it's here on YouTube or on my Facebook group, The Window Pane, anywhere. Reach out, ask me questions, book free consults with me if you'd like, and I will see you in the next one. Thanks, guys.